The cruise liner struck a reef. I opened my eyes faintly. Before me was a dirty beach, dense coconut palms, and the boundless sea. It was a deserted island. Am I alive? Struggling to stand, I gasped heavily for breath. I wondered what had happened to the rest of my colleagues. We had been on a corporate trip. Our general director, Soo-yoon, had taken the entire staff on a cruise. No one expected the liner to run aground on a reef. I stood up and looked around. At the water's edge, where the waves washed the sand, lay a woman's figure. It was her. I rushed forward. Lying on the sand was Soo-yoon. Her face was pale and twisted with pain, her delicate brows furrowed, her long white legs slightly parted. She had clearly swallowed too much water. I bent down and began performing artificial respiration. I am Yi-fong, a simple low-level employee. In ordinary life, I wouldn't even dare to look at her. But now, on this island, I suddenly had a chance for such close contact. Gulp. I swallowed hard and pressed my lips against hers. Her lips were sweet, fragrant. The taste turned out unexpectedly pleasant. As I breathed air into her lungs, the most forbidden fantasies swarmed in my mind. Some time passed, and suddenly she opened her eyes. Instead of gratitude, I received a resounding slap. My cheek burned from the blow. She screamed, calling me a pervert. I tried to explain myself, but all I heard in return was her scorn. Moreover, she recalled the words of Wang Tao, my supervisor, who had always tried to drown me. That bastard constantly poured filth on me, painting me before Soo-yoon as vile and obscene. And worst of all, he had stolen away the girl I had dated for 3 years, buying her with sweet promises and money. Now, even here, on a deserted island, she looked at me through the prism of his words. To her, I was still a disgusting type. She picked up a stone and ordered me to stay away. I felt anger. I had saved her, and yet she not only failed to appreciate it but also insulted me. In the office, I would have kept silent for the sake of my salary. But here, on this island, where survival was uncertain, I had no intention of enduring humiliation. We settled in different spots beneath the palms, about 10 meters apart. A cold war arose between us. The sun blazed mercilessly. She was tormented by thirst, her strength dwindling after vomiting. I, however, sat calmly with eyes closed, as if resting. Half an hour later, she came up to me and asked for fresh water. I opened my eyes and, with a lazy smirk, reminded her that she herself had wanted to keep away from me. Irritated, she turned away again. Later I heard her cry out. But it was no beast. Soo-yoon was sitting on the sand, clutching her bruised hip. She had tried to climb a palm for coconuts and had fallen down. She turned to me again, now desperate. Help me get the coconuts. Do this, and later, when we're rescued, I'll give you a promotion and a raise. I sneered coldly. For me, who had grown up by the sea, climbing a palm was nothing. But her arrogant tone gnawed at me. Even here, on this island, she still acted like a director. I said, if you want coconuts, I'll lift you onto my shoulders. She blushed and grew angry. In a skirt, it was humiliating. But she had no choice. Taking off her shoes, she carefully stood on my shoulders. I lifted her light body with ease. A faint fragrance drifted from her, and heat spread through me. Soo-yoon was a rich woman, a pure and untouchable beauty, more stunning than many actresses. In ordinary life, I would never have been able to approach her. But now her legs stood upon my shoulders, her skirt barely covering her body, and I felt her warmth so close. My thoughts grew dirtier and dirtier. And I couldn't resist. I lifted my head. Guys, if you haven't seen the previous parts, you'll find the links in the description and the pinned comment. Now, let's get to the story. I can only try. Before, we used black fuel, so we could reach 6 knots. Now we're using charcoal, and I can't guarantee a speed of 6 knots, Chang Libin said, then pulled the rope 6 times in a row. The person on duty in the lower cabin immediately understood and started throwing charcoal into the 2 huge furnaces. The entire warship trembled, and thick smoke billowed out from the chimney. Yi-fong stood at the bow, watching the riverbanks quickly receding. On the rear deck, Shuangxue and Baya had also woken up and were happily eating breakfast. Shi Zhengliang was a bit biased. When serving them food, his hands were steady, but when it was Wang Zhihai's turn, his hands shook uncontrollably like he had a stroke. The speed of the warship finally reached its peak. Brother Feng, the warship is only going about 5 knots now, which is around 9 kilometers per hour, Chang Libin shook his head. Forget it. Let's make do. When we find a better fuel, we'll get the warship up to 10 knots an hour, Yi-fong comforted Chang Libin, then went to the lower cabin. As soon as he entered, he saw 2 shirtless boiler workers dumping boxes of charcoal into the furnace. Hey, are you guys really being this wasteful? Yi-fong was shocked. You have to know, a single box of charcoal costs him at least 500 points in labor, plus 3 days of time. First comes logging, then chopping the wood into suitable sizes, and finally, 3 days of slow burning. Even then, the quality isn't guaranteed, half of it usually ends up being scrapped. No choice. Only dumping box after box of charcoal can keep the warship running at full speed. The boiler workers wiped the sweat from their faces. How often do you dump a box of charcoal? Yifeng walked over to the furnace, looking painfully at the charcoal. 1 box every 2 minutes, or else how can such a big warship get power? How about this, change it to 1 box every 5 minutes. And don't dump whole boxes, just throw in 1 piece at a time. But then the warship will be as slow as a snail. Hey, forget the speed, save the charcoal. Yifeng looked over at the charcoal storage. More than 30 boxes were already empty. At this rate, if they went 200 kilometers, they'd burn through all the fuel. You have to understand, this fuel was the result of 7 days of work. Actually, half of it was from the gay people, and now those people definitely won't trade anymore. The 2 workers could only nod and started tossing the charcoal in piece by piece. Chang Libin was steering the ship when he suddenly felt the warship slow down, and only a little smoke was coming from the chimney. Why did it slow down so much? Yifeng walked up to the deck, looking at the shore with a grim face. Charcoal just doesn't last long and takes up too much space. Even if they filled the whole lower cabin with it, it might only be enough for 500 kilometers. Creek, the warship turned into one of the tributaries. Though this tributary wasn't as wide as the main river, it was still about 7 to 8 kilometers across, and the current in the middle was very strong. Hey brother Feng, there seems to be a small island in the middle of this stream. Chang Libin pointed to the center of the tributary. Yifeng looked carefully and indeed saw a very small island, less than a hectare in size, not even as big as one of the teams in Yifeng's village. Old Chang, dock the warship there. Check the water depth around the island and see if the warship can stay afloat. Yifeng quickly said. All right, I'll try. Chang Libin pulled the rope 6 more times. The boiler workers saw this and started dumping boxes of charcoal into the furnace again. At 9 kilometers an hour, they finally escaped the rapid river flow and docked near the island. But they were still more than 50 meters away. Any further and the warship would run aground. Brother Feng, why stop here? Chang Libin asked. Ha ha ha, old Chang, staying on the ship for a long time, doesn't it feel a bit uncomfortable? Yifeng laughed. A little bit, but I'm totally fine with it, Chang Libin shrugged. Of course you can handle it, but others are a bit seasick. Look at this island, surrounded by water, higher in the south and lower in the north, full of trees. If we cut down all the trees and use the wood to build small houses, wouldn't it become a stable base? Yifeng asked with a smile. Oh wow, you're right. We can't drift forever. We need a place to settle. The riverbanks are too dangerous, gay people can ambush us anytime, and there are wild animals in the forest. But here it's different. Let me see, it's about 4 kilometers from the north shore, and 5 to 6 kilometers from the south shore. Plus, with the strong current in the middle of the river, the natives can't swim over. Chang Libin jumped up excitedly. Then what are we waiting for? Drop the anchor and secure the ship here. After breakfast, I'll take a commando team to the island to clear out any wildlife, just in case there are poisonous snakes or something. Yifeng then went to eat. While eating, he shared his idea with everyone. This is great. We finally have a base. Floating on the warship every day felt kind of off, even if it's steady. Chenin was the first to raise his hand in support. Then came Tuba and the other savages, who had always lived on land. Living on a warship takes time to get used to. Brother Feng, I'm a plant expert. That island is suitable for growing crops. Even though we don't have seeds, I can use my skills to breed wheat, corn, and rice through grafting. But it'll take some time. At that moment, an old man stood up, about 50 years old. Why didn't you say this earlier? You're still doing cleaning. Yifeng's eyes lit up as he patted the middle-aged man on the shoulder. Yes, stop hitting me, Brother Feng, it hurts, the man quickly said. What's your name? I'm Yuan Ishan. Yifeng nodded and raised Yuan Ishan's hand. Everyone listen up, from now on Yuan Ishan will focus on growing food, so he won't do any other work, including cleaning. I, Yifeng, have decided to give him a monthly subsidy of 6,000 points. Any objections? No objections, absolutely none. Everyone from the civilized society went crazy. Eating meat all the time just didn't feel right. If they could grow grains, they wouldn't have to live like cavemen anymore. However, Tuba and the others weren't happy. In their minds, meat was the real meal. After breakfast, Yifeng put on a thick bearskin coat and led 20 men onto 4 canoes. It's so cold, Brother Feng. The wind on this small island is so strong. I'm afraid we'll catch a cold if we build a camp here. Chenin tightened his clothes. It's fine. The island is higher in the south and lower in the north. If we build our camp near that small hill, we can avoid the wind and rain. Yifeng was also a bit cold. Finally, the 4 canoes landed on the small island one after another. Splash! Yifeng stepped barefoot onto the soft black soil. The whole island was almost entirely covered in mangrove trees. Quack, quack, quack. Just then, a few water ducks flew up from the forest, making warning sounds with their mouths. I thought all the birds had migrated already. Didn't expect there to still be some on this island. Aren't they afraid of the cold? Chenin looked confused. Yeah. Maybe there's some secret on this island. Let's split up and go through the island to clean it out. See if there are any poisonous snakes or fierce beasts or anything like that. After Yifeng finished speaking, he took the lead and slipped into a certain area. The trees here were very tough. Precisely because of that, they could withstand the strong winds in the center of the river. The ground was either covered in bird droppings or mud. It only took Yifeng 5 minutes to reach the center of the island. There, he saw a small spring bubbling and steaming with hot air. We hit the jackpot, brother Feng. This is a hot spring. Ha ha ha. Chenin reached into the spring to test the temperature, then quickly soaked his whole body in it. The others were overjoyed. Splash, splash. In no time, the hot spring of less than 10 square meters was full of people. Yifeng tested the temperature. It was about 50 degrees Celsius. Definitely not suitable for summer bathing, but in winter, soaking in a 50-degree hot spring was the ultimate enjoyment. Of course, if some people couldn't handle that temperature, they could dig another pool below and let the spring water flow down to cool it further. Brother Feng, this hot spring is so full of energy. The water keeps bubbling out. No wonder those water ducks didn't migrate. Chenin scrubbed the mud off his body. The hot water softened the dirt, making it easy to scrub off. Yifeng had made up his mind, first occupy this small island, then build 2 pools here, one for women on top, and one for men below. That way, in the cold winter, everyone could soak in hot springs every day, and their immunity would definitely improve. Don't get too excited yet. Later I'll have Chushua test the water to see if there are any harmful substances. Some hot springs contain high levels of sulfur. If you soak too long in sulfur water, it could damage your skin. Yifeng was also scrubbing the dirt off his arm. Doesn't matter. Sulfur can even get rid of mites on the body. Brother Feng, this island will be our base in the future. You've got to name it, right? Zhang Zicheng lay flat in the hot spring, looking like a floating corpse when he didn't speak. Well, since there's a hot spring on the island, let's call it Hot Spring Island? Yifeng suggested. Done. Let's call it Hot Spring Island. Everyone cheerfully scrubbed themselves, but Yifeng felt somewhat uneasy. A short soak is enough. Let's get to work. There are still many parts of this island we haven't cleared. If a poisonous snake shows up, you're all done for. Yifeng said, then stood up from the hot spring. A gust of cold wind blew by, and he shrank back in. Chenin, Tuba, and Zhang Zicheng, stay behind. I need to discuss something with you. Wang Zhihai, take the others and sweep the entire island, Yifeng ordered. Why me? Wang Zhihai unhappily climbed out of the hot spring. After everyone left, Tuba looked at Yifeng. Brother Feng, what do you want to talk about? But Yifeng just posed comfortably in the hot spring and closed his eyes, too lazy to answer. Chenin said, Tuba, you're such a blockhead. Brother Feng is giving us a backdoor. Letting us enjoy the hot spring a bit longer. Chenin, you go join the sweeping team too. Be quick. Yifeng said with his eyes still closed. Huh? Chenin immediately pulled a long face. Some things are better left unspoken. Once you say them, it's hard to take them back. At that moment, Luke was leading hundreds of people toward the upper reaches of the Black Tree River. He had already gone downstream, but Yifeng's warship had disappeared. So he split his forces, one group headed toward the sea, while he led the other upstream. At this time, he finally saw Yifeng's giant warship on the edge of a tributary. Chief, the warship is too far away. Yifeng can't see us. A chief said. Start a big fire on the shore and draw the warship over. We need to eat. Luke said, then glanced at a tall dark figure behind him. The shadow was wrapped in thick animal skins, covering its entire head. His face was not visible. Brother Feng, feeling good? Chenin massaged Yifeng's back in the hot spring. Not bad. What did you do before? Yifeng lay on a clean rock, enjoying Chen En's massage. Actually, I was technician number 18. I used to work in a club, Chenin said. No wonder you're so skinny. Got drained, huh? There's still a little left, enough to make babies. At that moment, Susan's voice rang out from the warship. Ah Feng, come back. Yifeng was startled. He quickly dressed in the bearskin and rushed through the dense mangrove forest back to the warship. As soon as he got back, he saw a towering fire burning on the riverbank. What is this? The gay people setting a fire? Yifeng quickly figured it out. Let's go. These gay people can still be used. After speaking, Yifeng looked at the small island behind him. There was still a lot of work to do there. For example, cutting trees, building wooden houses, and paving the ground with stone, all of it required a lot of manpower. Although Yifeng had many people, even if everyone worked together, it would probably take a year to build the island into an ideal home. That's where the gay people came in. He believed they still had craftsmen. The warship roared and slowly moved toward the shore. 5 minutes later, Yifeng was only about 200 meters away from Luke. The two stood across the river, neither saying a word. Finally, the weaker Luke spoke first. Yifeng, the high priest has agreed to your request. 100 caddies of wood for 1 caddy of food. But, can we get the food first? Yesterday, more than 10 wailing children attacked humans and were secretly executed. Today, there might be more who lose control. They couldn't hold out any longer. You're not qualified to negotiate with me. Tell your high priest to come. Yifeng crossed his arms and spoke coldly. In a negotiation, you need to show strength. Since things fell apart last time with Luke, this time, Yifeng had to make some demands, or there would be more twists and turns. You? I'm a dignified chief, and I'm not qualified. Luke's eyes turned red with anger, wishing he could swallow Yifeng alive. A chief is nothing but a fart in my eyes. If you don't bring the high priest, then get lost. Our brother Feng won't deal with you. This time it was Chenin who spoke. Luke glared at Chenin through gritted teeth, but finally nodded slowly. Someone, go fetch the high priest, and bring her to the upper stream as fast as possible. Immediately, 4 natives headed downstream. Luckily, this place was only about 10 li, 5 kilometers, from the gay tribe, though they needed to detour around 2 tributaries, so it would take some time. Yifeng, is my sister doing okay now? Luke asked again. Yifeng shook his head and simply turned his back. He didn't want to waste words with Luke. This guy wasn't the top leader and couldn't make real decisions. You're not qualified to speak with our brother Feng. From now on, as the second in command, you'll talk with me, Chenin. Your wife and sister are doing well. They eat 3 meals a day and sleep in a warm room, Chenin replied loudly. Luke was furious at first, but after hearing Chenin finish, he relaxed a bit. As long as his sister was fine, that was enough. As for that slut Shuangxue, he would kill her sooner or later. Once spring came, his people would have full bellies. Then, they'd seize the warship in one swift strike. At the edge of Hot Spring Island, the trees suddenly shook, and a giant white python slithered out. Its tongue flicked in and out, and it quickly found the hot spring. It coiled its huge body into the spring, leaving only its nostrils above water to breathe. Its large size was due to the rainforest's abundant food. In winter, it didn't need to hibernate, it relied on the hot spring to keep its body active. Chenin was still negotiating with Luke, considering himself the second in command of the team. Luke, your sister is really pretty, so as her brother-in-law, I'm claiming the title. From now on, we're in-laws. Chenin used tricks from civilized society, leaving Luke totally confused. Laughter burst out from the deck. Although Luke didn't understand what brother-in-law meant, he could tell from Chenin's cheeky smile that it wasn't something good. Chenin, you weak little man, like a stray dog in the forest, don't you dare have bad thoughts about my sister. Or I, Luke, will be the first to deal with you. Hearing Luke's words, another burst of laughter came from the deck. Chenin wanted to joke with Luke, but ended up getting countered. Brother-in-law, what are you saying? I may be skinny, but that doesn't mean I'm weak. Don't worry. One day, your sister will live with me, and then we'll have a bunch of kids together, Chenin fired back. Behind him, Baya looked extremely awkward. She didn't like Chenin at all. Native women were even more realistic. If they wanted a man, they'd only choose the strongest one. Clearly, Yifeng was her best option. Time passed slowly. A few hours went by. Suddenly, the trees in the distance parted. 4 wailing children carried a sedan chair to the riverbank. Duo Yanhina stepped out, her pale jade-like feet landing on the dirty black soil. This contrast of white and black made Yifeng's eyes widen. Brother Feng, the hottest woman is here. Why not lure her onto the ship with food? Then she'll be yours, Chenin whispered. Shut up. Are you always thinking with your lower half? Yifeng scolded him, holding the railing with one hand. Finally, someone who can make decisions. High priest, now we can trade. Yifeng shouted. Duo Yanhina signaled to Luke. The high priest says she's willing to trade with you. Can you lend us 5 boatloads of food first? Luke relayed the message. Sorry, even the landlord's house doesn't have surplus grain. Show some results first. For now, we need 100 laborers on the warship to cut trees and build houses on Hot Spring Island. They'll be paid 20 jin of food per day. They eat 5 jin, and the remaining 15 can be sent back to your tribe. Yifeng said. He originally planned to pay only 10 jin, but considering the natives were still useful, especially for making charcoal in the future, he couldn't let them starve. Our high priest agrees. Yifeng, move the warship closer to the shore. I'll pick 100 people to board now, Luke shouted. Impossible to dock. At most, the warship will move another 100 meters forward. Then, your 100 laborers must swim over. We'll use ropes to pull them up and tie them up. They won't be allowed to move freely on the ship. Once ready, we'll exile them to Hot Spring Island. As long as they work well, they'll get their daily 20 jin of food. Yifeng shook his head. What a joke. The high priest was right there. Who knew what trick she might have? Luke turned back and asked the high priest again. Okay, please move the warship 100 meters closer to shore. Soon, the warship started up and moved slightly closer to the riverbank. Then Yifeng saw nearly 100 natives holding tools, swimming toward the warship. Everyone on guard. Susan, take 20 people with pistols. The rest prepare ropes and chains. As each one is pulled up, tie them up. Don't let them move freely on the ship. Yifeng ordered. Before long, 100 natives swam to the bottom of the warship. They treaded water, eagerly looking up at Yifeng on the warship. Lower the ropes. Yifeng gave this group of 100 a deep look. After confirming there were no high-ranking leaders among them, he ordered the ropes to be lowered. The first native had just climbed onto the deck when 20 guns were pointed at him. What are you doing? Tie him up. With Yifeng's command, the native was tied up at his hands and feet, left lying on the deck. At that moment, a 3-meter-tall fellow was hoisted up. He wore an iron mask, his eyes blood-red like a beast's. Yangli was at the back. At first glance of this strange man, her heart sank. After seeing more clearly, she couldn't help but step back several steps. Roar! The man actually let out a beast-like roar. Quick! Tie him with chains, Yifeng shouted in shock. 5 or 6 chains were thrown over. However, the strange man shook his shoulders from side to side, making hoarse noises from his mouth. Let me go! Yifeng could barely make out what he said, it was slurred. Duo Yen Hina had been watching the situation on the deck. Seeing this, she softly chanted a spell. The next moment, the 3-meter-tall man knelt on the ground and crouched obediently. I ask you all, is this a human? Yifeng pointed at the kneeling strange man on the deck. He is human. He's strong and works fast, so the high priest brought him, a native craftsman quickly explained. That makes sense. In the future, it'll all be hard labor, I do need this kind of talent. Yifeng nodded, not making a fuss. To him, size didn't matter anymore, especially since he had firearms. 100 natives were gradually tied up on the deck. They were huddled together, staring eagerly at the few dozen people on the deck. After losses and replacements, Yifeng's team now totaled only 42 people, about half of whom were women. To be honest, Yifeng really wanted to tame these 100 people. Given the size of his warship, not to mention 100, it could easily hold 200 people. But the gay people were mortal enemies, he could never take them in. Master Shi, take your apprentices to prepare food. Old Cheng, start the ship. With a wave of Yifeng's hand, the people on the ship mobilized. But those holding guns couldn't move, they had to watch over the 100 gay people. These human weapons, though tied at hands and feet, might still pose a threat if they suddenly lashed out. Even Yifeng didn't dare to leave the deck. The warship slowly started up, and soon arrived at Hot Spring Island. Stop the ship. Yifeng waved his hand and looked at the group of natives. He first untied one person, then pointed below. There's a canoe down there. Take this dagger. In a moment, I'll throw these people into the river one by one. You'll cut the ropes and bring them all to the island. We'll lower the food to you with ropes. After eating, then work. After speaking, Yifeng held the dagger backward and carefully handed it to the weakest-looking native. The native held the dagger, and a flash of killing intent passed through his eyes. Click. Susan directly pointed her gun at his head. Sure enough, only guns could make these natives behave. He gave Yifeng a deep look, then climbed down the rope ladder to the canoe. Next, it was Yifeng and his team's turn. Everyone, this is a special time. Don't blame me for being rough. After speaking, Yifeng grabbed 2 natives and threw them directly into the river. Just as they were about to drown, the first native used the dagger to cut their ropes. 1, 2, 3. Very quickly, all 100 natives had been thrown into the river. They used the dagger to untie themselves and stood in a group on the island, looking up at Yifeng on the warship. Brother Feng, the food is ready. Since they're enemies, I just boiled the meat in water and added a bit of salt. Shi Zhengliang led a group of people to the deck. He looked down, and was almost scared to death. 100 fierce natives were all staring directly at him. The pressure made Sure Zhengliang's heart pound uncontrollably. Lower the food. At once, buckets of food were lowered. The natives were already dizzy with hunger. Seeing the food, they rushed over like chickens. The buckets were knocked over, food splashed everywhere, and the ropes were violently torn apart by them. Only after lowering 30 buckets of food did the natives barely feel full. Everyone, you're full now. Here's your first task, cut down all the trees on the island. As for the hot spring on the island, you're not allowed to use it. If you do, no food. Yifeng gave orders from above. The natives looked at each other but didn't move. Yifeng's heart sank slightly. The gay people were proud. What if they slacked off on Hot Spring Island? I'm warning you, before night falls, you must cut down all the trees on the island. Stack them properly. Don't throw them into the river. Otherwise, no dinner tonight. Yifeng's tone grew harsher. These natives finally showed a change in expression. One person walked toward the forest and raised his handmade stone axe. When one starts, others follow. The rest of the natives also began to move one after another. Brother Feng, these savages are beyond reform. After they finish building the island, should we just execute them all? Tuba suddenly walked over. You hate them that much? Yifeng asked in return. Why wouldn't I? For 80 years, the gay people have been hunting us savages in the Great Swamp. The hatred between us and the gay people can't be explained in a few words. A flash of killing intent passed through Tuba's eyes. In the past, whenever the gay tribe performed sacrifices, they would catch savages near the swamp. At least 80% of Tuba's people had died at the hands of the gay people, resulting in an average life expectancy of less than 25 years among savages. Despite his weathered face, Tuba was actually only 17 years old. All right then. If any of them disobey later, I'll let you handle the execution yourself. Take this bow and arrow. Yifeng said seriously. To win over a useful person, you must satisfy not only their physical needs but also their psychological ones. The natives worked very efficiently. Before it even got dark, their logging had already reached the hot spring area. One native wiped the sweat off his face and slowly approached the hot spring, eyes filled with strong desire. Hey! I already said, stay away from the hot spring, that's drinking water. Yifeng had been watching this group of savages closely, afraid they'd pollute the hot spring. Even though hot water continuously bubbled up, if the savages bathed in it, Yifeng would still feel disgusted. As night gradually fell, the natives stopped chopping trees and stood below the warship, looking up eagerly. Brother Feng, they didn't finish cutting all the trees on Hot Spring Island before nightfall. According to the agreement, we don't have to give them food, Tuba suggested. No. Although they didn't clear the entire island, each one of them did their best. Master Sure, lower the food. After dark, move the warship to deeper water, away from both the island and the shore. Yifeng said. Yes. These natives, after receiving the buckets, didn't bother returning them. Helpless, Sure Zhengliang could only pour the food from the buckets into the canoe, like feeding pigs. The natives didn't care about etiquette. They just stuck their heads in and started eating greedily. In the dense forest near the shore, Ma Xikong crouched on the ground, sketching a rough blueprint of the warship. Being a little ship king, he had some knowledge of warships from different periods. High Priest, this is the lower cabin, the power source of the whole ship. Without the black fuel, they're now using charcoal. And for a warship of this size, even just one trip might consume several tons of charcoal. To burn charcoal, they'll definitely need to do it on shore. So Yifeng has weaknesses we can exploit. In the future, when they start making charcoal, we can seize their kiln and force him to hand over large amounts of food. Ma Xikong analyzed calmly, speaking logically and clearly. Even Duo Yen he now looked at him differently. Mr. Ma, you really are clever. Why didn't I think of this? After they cut down the trees, they definitely will set up some kilns on shore. Luke suddenly understood, his eyes shining. But there's still one thing, I don't know how many shells Yifeng's warship has left. If he fires on the shore, the gay tribe could suffer heavy losses, Ma Xikong expressed his concern. No need to worry about that. I don't think he has many. We'll follow Mr. Ma's plan. Once our 100 tribe members return, we'll renegotiate with Yifeng, 10 jin of wood for 1 jin of food. If he refuses, we'll occupy the kiln, or just destroy it. Luke immediately made a wise decision. No. Wait until Yifeng pays the first batch of food, then we raise the demand. Duo Yen Hina offered a different opinion. Her plan would gain more advantage. At the same time, she couldn't help but press her stomach. It had been 2 months, and her belly was starting to show. Luckily, she wore a loose animal skin, which concealed her secret. But time couldn't be delayed any longer. Once the gay people discovered she was pregnant, they would suspect her powers were weakening. So she had to plan not just for the gay tribe, but also for herself. Ideally, within a month, they should seize the warship. Then she would live on it alone with 30 wailing children for a year. During that year, no one could see her belly. High Priest, brilliant. This way, we can get some food first, then use the kiln to threaten Yifeng. Right now, charcoal should be the warship's only power source, Luke praised. Indeed. Though the High Priest isn't from a civilized society, in terms of intelligence, I must admit I'm not her equal, Ma Xikong said as well. However, Duo Yanhina still frowned slightly. You're only thinking about short-term comfort. Even if we threaten Yifeng with charcoal, at most we'll get some extra food. That doesn't solve the real problem. Taking back the warship is what truly matters. Her words made the men feel ashamed. It was true, they only had small tricks. But Duo Yanhina had great wisdom, she could see the root of the problem. High Priest, do you have any other ideas? Luke asked. As a proud chief, he had never submitted to anyone in his life. The only one he respected was the High Priest. Duo Yanhina ignored him and looked at Ma Xikong. Mr. Ma, the ballista you made last time was indeed very powerful. Now I'm assigning all the craftsmen to you, can you build an even more powerful ballista? Ah, why didn't I think of that? As long as we make the ballista big enough and add barbs at the front, it could hook the entire warship. Then, all of the gay people and the wailing children can charge at the warship together. I don't believe that Yifeng, with just a few dozen people, could resist enemies more than 10 times their number, Ma Xikong suddenly realized. If you think this plan will work, get started immediately. Luke, send people downstream to gather all the craftsmen, and bring every usable tool. Cooperate fully with Mr. Ma, Duo Yanhina said calmly, her face showing no trace of joy. She wasn't even sure she could still command the wailing children army. Immediately, the natives went to collect old vines over 100 years old. These would be tied to the ballista bolts. Once the bolts hooked the warship, these vines would bear the tension. Ma Xikong didn't delay. He quickly walked to the back and began directing the natives to build a giant ballista in the forest. At that moment, Yifeng's warship began approaching them. Luke became tense. High Priest, could Yifeng have discovered something? Probably not. Duo Yanhina looked toward the deck, and once again touched her belly. She was a strong-willed woman. Even though she was pregnant with Yifeng's child, she had no intention of telling him. People on the shore, listen. Those 100 workers worked very hard. They each ate 5 jin of food today. The remaining 15 jin times 100 equals 1500 jin. I'll deliver it to you now. After speaking, Yifeng gave Chenin a signal with his eyes. In Luke's view, 4 canoes rowed over. From a distance, the smell of meat was already in the air. Yifeng actually keeps his word? Duo Yanhina felt complicated inside, but the next moment, her gaze turned cold again. Chenin, commanding 7 others, quickly docked the 4 canoes at the shore. He stepped ashore boldly and walked straight toward Luke with his head held high. Luke, our brother Feng is a man of his word. We brought 1500 jin of food, please check and accept it. He pointed to the rear like a man from an upper class. Luke didn't hit him since Chenin brought food. Move the food to the shore. Give some to the wailing children first. Luke ordered. A group of gay people, eyes gleaming, rushed over to carry the food. Chenin, however, respectfully approached the High Priest. You must be the noble High Priest? Oh my God, up close you're unbelievably beautiful. Chenin's eyes were fixed on her. Duo Yanhina gave Chenin a cold glance. High Priest, the gay tribe is poor and filthy. Why not come to the warship? Anyway, Brother Feng already had you once, why not be his concubine? You'll enjoy endless luxury in the future. Look at the gay tribe, so poor they can't even eat. What are you hesitating for? Just go. Brother Feng is very lustful, if you sweet-talk him a bit, he'll definitely forget the past and sleep with you again. Chenin kept talking like a gossiping woman. You talk too much. Luke, teach him a lesson. Duo Yanhina turned away. Luke had been holding back for a while. Now, with a grin, he walked over. What are you doing? I'm the one delivering food. If you hit me, who'll bring it next time? Chenin tried to threaten him confidently. Sure enough, Luke looked to Duo Yanhina for permission. No need to worry. The relationship between us and Yifeng is mutually exploitative. Even if you beat him, Yifeng will still send him next time. Duo Yanhina said calmly. She understood human nature, and this time, she was right. I'll hit him. Luke raised his fist. On the warship, Yifeng waited and waited, finally seeing the 4 canoes return. He let out a long sigh of relief, thinking the natives might have detained Chenin. Quick, pull Chenin up. This kid made a big contribution, daring to meet the High Priest. Yifeng personally pulled the rope. Soon, a bruised and swollen Chenin appeared on deck. Chenin, who was so cruel to beat you into a pig's head? Yi Feng was shocked to see him. Brother Feng, it was the high priest. I just tried to persuade her to come live with you on the warship. After all, you've already had her once. But for my kindness, I got a beating. You must stand up for me. Chenin threw himself into Yi Feng's arms. Hey! You idiot, you don't know how to choose your timing. Were there lots of natives present? In that kind of situation, even if she agreed inside, she couldn't show it in front of everyone. You brought it on yourself. Yi Feng patted Chenin's back. At that moment, Susan walked over with a dark expression. Chenin, did you consider me when you said those things? Ah, Sister Susan. Where did you come from? Chenin's face changed drastically. Then, another scream echoed from the deck. The first day passed quickly. At night, Yi Feng first provided fire to the 100 people on the island, then drove the warship far away to prevent them from climbing aboard in the middle of the night. Even so, Yi Feng and Susan still decided to take turns keeping watch. Normally, the natives couldn't do anything to them, but the high priest was on the shore. Yi Feng wasn't afraid of others, only cautious of this high priest. Who knew what strange powers she might still have? Late at night on the deck, Yi Feng and Susan patrolled side by side, occasionally casting vigilant glances toward the high priest's camp on the opposite shore. The natives had lit several large bonfires along the shore. Now that they had food, the tribe was in harmony. Ah Feng, is there something you're not telling me? Susan suddenly asked. Yi Feng's expression changed drastically, and his eyes began to dart around. What did I not tell you? Still pretending? You think I don't know? The way she's been looking at you lately isn't right. Susan stared at Yi Feng. That's normal. I'm the most handsome one on the ship. Everyone looks at me weird, Yi Feng said with his head down. Still pretending? Suyun grew up with me. I can read her like a book. Susan grabbed Yi Feng by the ear. All right, fine, I'll confess. One time, I accidentally touched her hand. Yi Feng explained cautiously. Nonsense. Did you already sleep with her? No, absolutely not. Fine. Don't let me find out. If I do, I'll castrate you. After saying this, Susan angrily walked to the stern. That night, Yi Feng and Susan didn't talk again, all the way until the next day, when Logistics Officer Raimai came onto the deck. Ah Feng, now we're feeding 100 natives. Each gets 20 jin of food a day. They eat 5 jin, and 15 is sent to their tribe. That's 2 tons per day. The food on our warship will only last 2 to 3 more days. Raimai handed Yi Feng a list, made from animal hide. What? If I had known, I would have only given them 10 jin a day. But now the promise is made, it's hard to go back on it. Yi Feng looked troubled. How about this? While the weather's still not too cold, we go to the sea and see if we can catch some big fish. As for food in the rainforest, I think it's nearly gone, Raimai said. Yi Feng was shocked. The colder it got, the less food there would be. He had to gather more now, or they wouldn't be able to keep feeding 100 workers. The result? They'd have to build the home on the island themselves. To fully develop Hot Spring Island, logging was just the early stage. The midterm involved paving the island with flat stones, and building a drainage system to prevent it from smelling bad. Then they'd construct wooden houses and build a 10-meter-tall watchtower. Not only that, there weren't enough stones on the island. They'd need the Gay people to transport them from the mainland, which would also cost food. The Gay people wouldn't help for free. After breakfast, call everyone with a flower on their shoulder to a meeting. Yi Feng spoke with a headache. He didn't know much about construction, so he needed to see if anyone in the group had experience building houses, how to turn the island into a home. An hour later, the dining hall was filled with people from civilized society. As for the savages, only Tuba was there. How do you all want to build Hot Spring Island? I mean, does anyone here know about feng shui or have a degree in civil engineering? Yi Feng asked. Chang Libin raised his hand. Brother Feng, I'm not a civil engineer, but I think building a house and building a ship are similar. To turn the island into a modern village will take a long time. First, the trees on the island haven't all been cut. Even if they are, we'll need to flatten the ground and compact it into a rammed earth layer. Then lay stone slabs or wooden boards on top. Just that step alone will take about a month, since we also need to transport stone from the mainland. These stones will need to be processed by the natives, which means we'll need to support at least 50 more workers, not to mention building the wooden houses later. I suggest we use a stone-wood hybrid structure, so the houses won't blow away easily in strong winds, but that will take even longer. In short, to build Hot Spring Island into an ideal home will take at least 1 year, and the help of at least 200 native laborers. Chang Libin concluded. Yi Feng furrowed his brow deeply. He thought it would take 2 months to build the island, but it turns out it would take a year. Doesn't that mean they'd have to feed 200 natives for over a year? 365 days, 200 people, that's 4 tons of food per day. That's 1,500 tons per year? Brother Feng, I noticed the climate here is unusual, warm in the north and cold in the south. We can't catch many fish near the sea. Why don't we sail the warship north of the Great Swamp? A lot of animals have migrated there anyway, Tuba suddenly said. You're right. We really should try going north of the swamp. The climate there is good for animals, Susan, the second-in-command, agreed. What else could Yifeng say? All right. Chenin, take a canoe and explain to the high priest. Tell her we're taking the warship upstream to hunt. As for the natives on the island, prepare 3 days' worth of food. We'll come back from the swamp in 3 days. Yifeng made the decision immediately. Chenin, with 2 others, got on a canoe. Yifeng stood at the edge of the deck and looked at the 100 workers on the island. They had food and drink lately and were working hard. But for such a large project, it was still just a drop in the bucket. Listen up down there. We're going upstream to hunt food for you. So Master Sure will prepare 3 days' worth of food. During these 3 days, cut down all the trees, clean off the branches, and use stones to compact the soil. Yifeng figured that was enough work for them in 3 days. Among the 100 natives, there was a small leader named Ar Lai Ri. What if you don't come back in 3 days? We'll be trapped here. Ar Lai Ri looked up at the tall warship. Don't worry. We'll definitely return in 3 days, Yifeng promised. No. North of the swamp, there are even stronger creatures. If you're wiped out, how will we return to land? The water current here is so fast. Ar Lai Ri looked full of distrust. Me? Don't worry. Our warship has cannons and guns. What creature could destroy my warship? No. I still don't trust you. Take us back to land first, then go hunting. TMD, I gave you face. Just stay here honestly and work seriously. Otherwise, I'll throw all of you here right now. Yifeng was angry. Being too easygoing is also a weakness. Sure enough, faced with Yifeng's tough stance, Ar Lai Ri said nothing and could only go back to work with a dark face. After a while, Chenin also returned by canoe. Brother Feng, Luke said since we're leaving for 3 days, we have to provide them with 15 jin of food per person for those 3 days. I calculated it, it's about 4.5 tons, Chenin said. All right, that's reasonable. Miko, how much food do we have in total right now? Yifeng asked. Less than 2 tons, Raimai replied. Then send all of it over. No, first save enough for the laborers on the island. Send the rest to the mainland. Yifeng gave the order. The following negotiations were full of twists and turns, but in the end, the natives reluctantly accepted the terms. Otherwise, Yifeng wouldn't be able to go upstream to hunt, and they would go hungry anyway. By noon, the massive warship finally started up and sailed upstream. The charcoal stored in the lower cabin was enough for the ship to travel more than 400 kilometers, more than enough for a round trip, as long as no accidents happened. Thick smoke poured from the 2 chimneys, and the warship was running at full power, 9 kilometers per hour. In less than 7 hours, they should reach the north of the Great Swamp. Brother Feng, are you cold? I made this fur coat for you. In the tribe, only the chief could wear one. At that moment, Yifeng felt warmth on his back. A striking fur coat was draped over his shoulders. It was Shuangxue. She had started calling Yifeng brother. It's pretty flashy. Yifeng walked back and forth on the deck wearing the coat. Native women were indeed more talented in hand sewing than people from civilized society, because in civilized society, sewing machines had replaced handmade work. Brother Feng, as a leader, can you only have one woman? Shuangxue suddenly asked. What's the matter? Don't tell me you. Yifeng looked around cautiously. Luckily, Susan had been on night watch and was now asleep. That's right. We women just want to bear children for the strongest man. If Brother Feng is interested, you can find me anytime. I've heard in civilized society, one man can only have one woman. But I'll be discreet, I won't let your main wife know. As she spoke, Shuangxue tugged the fur coat down a little. Yifeng's pants immediately started looking awkward. He was a young man full of vigor, and Shuangxue was too tempting. Her figure and aura matched every man's nighttime fantasy, and she even had a natural fragrance. Let's wait a while. Right now, I need to focus on building the island. Yifeng said with difficulty. Of course he wanted to, but he also had to consider Susan and Su Yun's feelings. Brother Feng, I think we can repair the fishing nets on the warship. That way, we can catch some bottom-dwelling fish. In winter, many fish sleep at the bottom, and some of them are really big. Tuba walked over dragging a net. You know this environment better. I'll leave it to you, Yifeng patted Tuba on the shoulder. Thanks to the warship, we can now catch deep-water fish. In the past, even if we knew there were fish down there, we couldn't do anything, Tuba said. Lately, he'd been hanging out with Chenen and had picked up some idioms from civilized society. All right, I'm counting on you. Yifeng gave Tuba a nod of affirmation. The warship sailed from noon until nightfall. Yifeng noticed the surrounding temperature. It was about 2 degrees warmer than downstream. Don't underestimate a 2-degree difference. Often, even a small change can help countless animals find food. Coo-coo. Bird calls rang out from the shore, along with some sounds of animals hunting. They were already close to the north. Up ahead was the vast open plain of the Great Swamp. It stretched for over 100 kilometers with no people, not even birds liked to stay there. Finally, the last trace of sunlight disappeared beyond the horizon, and the sky darkened. In the east, a cold crescent moon hung in the sky. Brother Feng, that's the Great Swamp. It's a place we savages can never cross. Otherwise, we'd have migrated north long ago to escape the Gachi people. Tuba pointed toward the vast open plain, a flash of fear in his eyes. Your people, no one has ever crossed the Great Swamp? Yifeng asked. Unless we become birds. But even birds can't fly 100 kilometers non-stop. That place is a forbidden zone for living things. Only beast tamers seem able to cross it, Tuba said. All right. Yifeng stood at the edge of the deck, appreciating the silent beauty of the swamp. This was a place suffering from serious soil erosion. The warship sailed close to the swamp's edge toward the north. Now and then, they saw a moose swimming in the river. The moose were smart. They'd rather swim through the river to go north than cross the Great Swamp. Animals are great swimmers, their endurance and willpower far surpass humans. Splash. No. Yifeng wanted to stop it, but it was too late. Tuba had already shot the moose with an arrow. Brother Feng, this deer must be at least a few hundred jin of meat. Why not kill it? Tuba said as he dropped a hook and caught the moose's body. Sigh, forget it. Yifeng sighed. He felt that moose had already swum more than 10 kilometers and was about to make it across the swamp. He couldn't help but feel a little bad. The warship continued sailing in the dark, heading upstream. The temperature kept rising. Along the way, they saw many animals swimming north. There were deer, buffalo, tigers, otters, and lots of snakes. Brother Feng, while they're tired from swimming, why not shoot them now? Tuba suggested. No, let's wait until they're on shore. Yifeng shook his head. Once a team becomes powerful, people's minds start to change. For example, when a human becomes powerful enough to wipe out an entire planet's creatures, he naturally starts to feel compassion, a kind of social responsibility. In reality, some celebrities and tycoons do the same. They have everything they need, and they've gotten tired of beautiful women. So they start taking on social responsibility, hoping to earn respect and admiration. Yifeng was indeed still lacking food. But these animals were already exhausted. If he killed them now, he'd feel uneasy. At least let them reach the north side of the Great Swamp first. After all, for Yifeng's team, killing them was as easy as crushing an ant. At this time, he would try his best to pursue fairness. Brother Feng, I can feel that there are many fish in this water area. Can we cast the net now? Tuba asked excitedly. Yes, try not to harm the land creatures. Yifeng nodded. In the end, the warship stopped beside the Great Swamp. Tuba and a few others worked together and threw a huge net into the river. The floats formed a giant circle under the warship. Drive the ship. The warship dragged the huge fishing net, continuing northward. At the same time, the speed slowly dropped, proving that there were already many fish in the net. Just as they were about to reach the center of the Great Swamp, the whole warship suddenly shook. Everyone stood at the stern. They saw white waves surging in the net, as if something huge had been caught. Now! After Tuba finished speaking, everyone mobilized. They pulled the fishing net by hand, slowly dragging the several-ton catch up onto the deck. Inside were densely packed fish. There were carp, crucian carp, eels, swamp eels, salmon, and each one was large and very fatty. Holy crap, Brother Feng, look at this thing. Chenin held a huge lobster over his head. Yifeng looked and saw it was at least 10 jin in weight. Brother Yi, look at this fish, it's bigger than me. Ding Tuanchuan was dragging a red fish tail. Yifeng walked over and saw it was a super large carp, about twice as big as Ding Tuanchuan. Don't play at the edge of the deck anymore, otherwise if you fall in, a carp this size could swallow you in one bite. Yifeng patted Ding Tuanchuan's little head. Oh! At this moment, Tuba screamed, holding up a brightly colored shrimp. Brother Feng, what kind of shrimp is this? I've never seen it before. Just now, its two little fists hit my fingernails black. After speaking, he threw a mantis shrimp in front of Yifeng. This thing has very strong fists. Well, give it to Master Sure to handle. In the future, if we encounter shelled food, let it use its fists to smash open the shells, like a kitchen helper. Yifeng said with a smile. This single net haul was very rich. Yifeng roughly estimated that there were at least 2 tons of fish, and of course some crabs muddled in the water among them. After removing skin and shells, the food that could actually be eaten was about 1 ton. If this net haul were in civilized society, it would be worth at least tens of thousands of yuan. Chang Libin looked at the mountain of fresh river food on the deck. Stop talking nonsense. Sort these river foods, remove the internal organs, preserve with salt, and continue to cast the net. Maybe before we even reach the north of the Great Swamp, we can catch enough food. Yifeng laughed. It was a harvest night. Everyone was busy until dawn and cast nets 3 times in total. Each net haul had nearly 2 tons of fish. But in the last net, a highly venomous silver ring snake appeared in the net and almost bit someone to death. Everyone must be tired. Go back and rest. Let those who weren't on watch last night come sort the fish and then go remove the internal organs to cure them. Yifeng waved his hand. At that moment, Ding Tuanchuan suddenly walked out wearing a set of fish scale armor, holding a spear, just like a female war goddess. What are you doing? Yifeng covered his nose, because Ding Tuanchuan had a strong fishy smell. Brother Yi, I already skinned that big carp. Its scales are very hard, so I made armor out of them. Ding Tuanchuan said. Yifeng looked and saw the fish scale armor was indeed made from fish scales. When knocked with a hand, it was hard and could at least block the poison needles of a wailing child. Not a bad idea, but the fishy smell is too strong. Take it off first, let it dry in the sun, then wear it. Yifeng said. Oh. Ding Tuanchuan ran to the kitchen. The others went to sleep, but Yifeng still could not sleep. As the top leader, his burden was heavy. So he walked with his hands behind his back to the kitchen. Shi Zhengliang was with a group of women removing the fish internal organs. Master Shi, you've worked hard. Weren't there 6 tons? Why is the kitchen only handling so little? Yifeng kindly inquired. Oh, the fish are too smelly and too many. I've just stacked them on the 3rd level. Shi Zhengliang said without lifting his head. What? The 3rd level hasn't been cleaned yet. The ground is full of wailing children's feces and some animal corpses. How do you expect us to eat later? Yifeng was furious, and his stomach churned. Don't worry. The fish piled on the floor are for the gay people. The food we eat is all hung up and won't get dirty. Shi Zhengliang said calmly. That's fine. But what you're doing is somewhat immoral. In the future, when conditions allow, everyone's food should be the same. Only then did Yifeng relax. Although the food on the floor was dirty, the natives had no food at all. Even if the food was smeared with feces, they would still fight over it. Everything was developing in a good direction. It wasn't until noon that Yifeng finally went to his sleeping room to sleep. He opened the door. Susan was still sleeping in bed. She liked to sleep naked, showing her smooth white back. Yifeng couldn't help himself, and also undressed, holding Susan from behind. Brother Feng, wake up. We've finally reached the north of the Great Swamp. Chenin howled outside the door. Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. The quilt had been kicked aside, and sweat covered his body. Susan was also lying beside him, showing her graceful figure. He looked out the window and instantly widened his eyes. A red sun hung high in the sky, showering the land with countless golden rays. At the same time, the temperature had actually returned to about 15 or 16 degrees, much higher than the south side of the Great Swamp. No wonder I suddenly got aroused earlier. Turns out the temperature rose, giving male animals the impulse to reproduce. Yifeng murmured, then pushed Susan. Susan, wake up, we've reached the north of the Great Swamp. After a long time, Susan opened her eyes in a daze. She had been sleeping soundly, but Yifeng suddenly came in, making her enjoy once in her dream. After dressing, the first leader and second leader went up to the deck. They saw Tuba and the others now wearing thin clothes, pointing out the landscape from the deck. Look, that's a herd of elephants. In that grass thicket should be lions. Chenin excitedly kept shouting. Yifeng quickly walked to the ship rail and looked toward both riverbanks. This upper main river channel was at most 10 kilometers wide, not as wide as a lower tributary further downstream. Yifeng could clearly see the tall plants on the opposite bank, and some vague animal shapes. At the same time, on this bank, the terrain and landforms had also changed. The whole land became a vast plain. It could be called a great grassland, but it also contained forests, equivalent to a mixture of forest and grassland. Some large herbivorous animals were grazing here in groups. Every few bites, they would lift their heads alertly. Brothers, what are you still waiting for? Yifeng turned his head and smiled. The rope ladder was lowered. Yifeng, carrying his rifle and large bow, was the first to jump into the canoe. Then Tuba, Chenin, and 9 other men followed. They carried ropes, bows and arrows, and rifles, their faces filled with happy smiles. A cold wave had caused all the animals in Black Tree River to gather in the northern area, so the animals here were very dense, almost occupying every inch of land. At the downstream location, some animals were still swimming over, making this fertile land extremely valuable. The 4 canoes quickly reached the shore. Tuba was the first to jump out. He lay on the ground and kissed the land. "What fertile land, Brother Feng. Why don't we settle our home here?" Tuba turned and smiled. Yi Feng was already ashore, scanning the surroundings cautiously. A few deer were only 10 meters away from him. They glanced at Yi Feng once and then continued to lower their heads to eat grass. "Let's first feel the ground here. Settling a home here is not impossible." Yi Feng finished speaking, then suddenly bent his bow and set an arrow. Thwack! His bow was a 10-stone strong bow. On the entire warship, only he could draw it. A water buffalo jumped 5 meters high on the spot, and a large amount of fresh blood spurted from its chest. But the buffalo had very strong vitality. After running dozens of meters away, it finally collapsed weakly onto the ground. "Skin it and remove the internal organs right here. Bring back the pure beef to the warship. Tonight we eat steak." "Charge!" "Yes. We are going to eat tender steak." The group howled as they rushed forward. This big water buffalo weighed more than 700 jin. After removing the bones, skin, and internal organs, there should still be more than 400 jin of pure meat. Tuba quickly pulled out a bloody buffalo bone. He was a native. In terms of anatomy, he was stronger than Yi Feng and the others. "Brother Feng, the buffalo bones can be used for soup," Tuba said. "No bones, only pure meat," Yi Feng shook his head. The goal this time was to fill the warship with meat. Those inedible parts should not be brought back. Only pure meat should be collected. After half an hour of work, the buffalo was fully butchered. Yi Feng cut the meat into strips, each weighing about 20 jin. "Tie this beef onto the jungle sleds. We can pull them across the grassland," Yi Feng ordered. A person might only be able to lift 200 jin, but with pulling force, they could drag about 500 jin. At this time, the jungle sled could be very useful. Everyone tied the beef onto sleds and began pulling them deeper into the land. After walking just a few hundred meters, a spotted hyena appeared from the forest behind, followed by a second and a third. They were known as grassland scavengers, specializing in cleaning animal remains from the ground to prevent plagues. At the same time, several vultures began circling in the sky, along with a few larger buzzards. "I heard deer meat tastes good too," Chenin said, lifting his bow and arrow. "No, deer meat has little fat. We should mainly hunt water buffalo and wild boar, or elephants." After speaking, Yi Feng looked toward a place about 1 kilometer away. There were 9 elephants there, gathered around a clump of trees, using their long trunks to curl up tender branches. "That's right. 1 elephant can provide at least 2 tons of meat. We should hunt the elephants, but hunting them will waste bullets." Chenin slung his bow and also pulled his rifle from behind. "Now we have fewer than 100 bullets left. We must aim for the head, trying to bring down 1 elephant with 1 shot." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he also drew his rifle and slung the large bow on his back. Although these jungle elephants were not as large as African elephants, the largest adult male still weighed at least 3 to 4 tons. In the whole elephant herd, there were 5 adult elephants, 2 subadult elephants, and 2 baby elephants. They seemed to sense danger and formed a circle, protecting the 2 baby elephants in the middle. Yi Feng was only 50 meters away from the herd. "Everyone squat down. Leave the largest male elephant to me. Each of you pick 1 elephant. Remember, when I give the order, everyone fire at the same time. Otherwise, if the elephants get frightened and move around, you won't be able to aim at their heads." Yi Feng said calmly. If they didn't hit the elephants' vital spots, the elephants would run wildly. If they trampled people to death, it would be very bad. The others lined up and aimed their rifles at the elephants' heads. "Ready. Fire." After Yi Feng finished speaking, he fired first. The bullet hit the large male elephant's head exactly. Bang 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 bang. The others almost fired within 0.1 seconds as well. The large male elephant's body trembled, and its 4 pillar-like legs half-knelt on the ground, its mouth letting out a deafening wail. In just 3 seconds, the large male elephant collapsed dead on the ground. But the others' marksmanship was not as good. 3 elephants did not die immediately. They endured the pain and charged toward Yi Feng and the others. "Run!" Yi Feng shouted and led the escape. The ground shook as they ran. One native was so scared he froze in place. "Widenuo!" Tuba turned and shouted, but it was already too late. Widenuo was knocked over by a thick elephant leg. Then the huge elephant body fell with a roar, crushing Widenuo to death underneath. After running a bit further, the remaining injured elephants also collapsed one after another, like mountains collapsing. It was a frightening scene. Yifeng breathed heavily, grieving as he looked at the crushed native. He had thought hunting wild animals would be easy. He did not expect that even such a simple task would have someone die. Brothers. Tuba rushed over, trying to move the elephant corpse, but the elephant was too heavy. Tuba, condole. Quickly dissect all the elephants and carry the meat to the warship. Yifeng shouted to the remaining 10. Everyone collected themselves and began cutting the elephants. Luckily Yifeng had brought many fire axes and various military knives from the underground base. These iron tools were of very good quality, and dissecting the elephants was not a problem. If they had used ordinary civilian knives, the blades would have dulled quickly. Even so, their progress was still slow. It took 2 hours before they finished cutting up the first elephant, piling chunks of elephant meat onto the jungle sled. I and Chenin will stay here guarding the carcass. The 8 of you stack the elephant meat onto the canoes, then have the people on the warship pull the canoes back to the warship. Yifeng gave the order. Tuba nodded. The 8 pulled up the jungle sled at the same time. This was a long process. It took 5 trips before Tuba and the others were able to carry all of the first elephant's meat. Yifeng and Chenin were not idle either. While they were carrying elephant meat, they also dissected the second elephant. In total, there were 7 elephants, which could be butchered into about 13 to 14 tons of elephant meat, enough for 100 laborers to eat for about a week. But if they were also going to hire more workers, this amount of meat would be a bit insufficient. When the meat of the second elephant was brought back to the warship, it was already dark. Don't rest, light the torches so the vultures around don't eat up the elephant meat. After saying that, Yifeng stuck a torch beside the meat pile and rushed over again with the fire axe. After a short while of butchering, Susan arrived with 10 people to help. A large number of green lanterns had gathered around. They were groups of lions, hyenas, wild dogs, and some unknown creatures. The reason they hadn't come to snatch the meat was mainly because there was abundant food here, and they could easily catch prey. Secondly, they feared Yifeng and his group's strength. Animals are more perceptive than humans. They know what they can provoke and what they cannot. But if they get too hungry, they won't care anymore. Even if Yifeng has a gun, they will still come to snatch the meat, possibly even attack people. They worked until 9 p.m., and only after it got completely dark were all the elephants transported back. What was left on the spot were 7 elephant corpses and huge tusks. 2 baby elephants kept wandering near the corpses, unwilling to leave their family. Obviously, elephants have emotions too. Without the protection of adult elephants, these 2 young ones likely wouldn't survive for long. Yifeng hesitated for a while and finally raised his rifle. Bang! Bang! After the gunshots, this elephant family was wiped out. Dissect the baby elephants too. We're working through the night. Yifeng put down the rifle. People from civilized society had some pity in their eyes, but Tuba and the other savages were overjoyed and quickly went to dismember the baby elephants. When weapons are not equal, people will feel pity. We'll split into 2 groups. Chenin, Tuba, you take 5 people with me to hunt bigger animals. Susan, you take the rest in the other direction. Try to hunt larger animals like buffalo, elephants, or rhinos, but don't hunt deer. Deer meat has almost no fat. After saying that, Yifeng led several people toward the edge of the Great Swamp. He had only heard about the Great Swamp before but had never seen its might with his own eyes. Brother Feng, don't go any further. Tuba blocked Yifeng's path, picked up a stone, and threw it hard ahead. Splash! About 10 meters ahead, the mud splashed high. At first, the stone was still visible, but as time passed, it was quickly swallowed by the swamp. Brother Feng, that's the Great Swamp. If a person sinks up to their waist, the strong suction would require at least 3 people to pull them out, Tuba said seriously. Although he used to live south of the swamp, some of his tribesmen were swallowed by it. That desperate feeling of suffocation was more terrifying than being killed outright. Yifeng nodded and turned back. That night, in the semi-grassland, semi-rainforest area, there was no moon, but the sky was full of stars, casting a hazy blue glow over the land. Yifeng could faintly make out the outline of the northern side. The herbivores had all gathered in the middle of the grassland, their butts close together and heads facing outwards to guard against predators that might rush out from the forest. Suddenly, a commotion came from the riverside. Several long-legged gazelles ran toward Yifeng. Then a few moose also fled in this direction. Their running triggered the rest of the herbivores. On the tree branches, alarm birds screeched sharply and flapped their wings, fleeing deeper into the grassland. Tigers? Chenin asked. Probably not. Tigers are powerful, but we already encountered 2 earlier. They wouldn't cause this kind of panic. Raise your rifles, safety off. After speaking, Yifeng slung his giant bow on his back and took out his rifle. A while later, Yifeng suddenly squinted. A deep roar came from the distance. 7 or 8 lions were fleeing toward the swamp, letting out terrified howls. Not good, it must be a mutant beast. Yifeng immediately hit the ground. Unfortunately, it was too late. The massive commotion among the animals quickly turned into a stampede. Even though they didn't know exactly what happened, as long as one animal took the lead, the others followed. In an instant, the entire ground shook with thunderous rumbling. Not good. Susan, quick, take the people back to the warship. Hurry or we'll be trampled into paste. Yifeng shouted toward the distant torches. He saw the torches move, they were fleeing toward the warship. But after running less than 100 meters, the torches turned back, and a few even fell to the ground. What's going on? Yifeng shouted. Something huge came out of the water. Bigger than an elephant. Susan just finished speaking when a massive roar came from afar. Roar, roar, roar. The roar seemed to form a shockwave. Yifeng's eardrums buzzed. Even someone as strong as him was affected like this, let alone Chenen and the others. They all clutched their ears, faces twisted in pain, as if their heads would explode any second. Damn it! Yifeng charged toward the animals. After just a few steps, 5 or 6 buffaloes ran straight at him. Bang! With one shot, the leading bull dropped. But Yifeng was still hit by another bull and thrown into the air, landing hard on the ground. Then, 5 or 6 hooves trampled over Yifeng. Fortunately, the blood scales appeared and saved his life. Rumble. More animals ran toward the swamp, quickly causing a chain reaction. Yifeng quickly stood up and aimed his rifle at the sky. Bang, bang, bang. Heavy gunshots rang out. As expected, the leading beasts turned and ran in other directions after hearing the shots. Roar. A massive roar echoed. Yifeng looked up. He saw 2 dung-yellow vertical pupils about 5 or 6 meters high. A gigantic creature swayed its head and tail into view. It was a giant crocodile. Its fish-like skin looked like rock, and 5 or 6 bone spines protruded from its back. Godzilla. Yifeng's face changed dramatically, and he turned to run. No need to guess, this crocodile must have grown huge from eating countless white fruits. He only got a brief look earlier, but the creature was at least 8 or 9 meters long, heavier than an elephant. With its massive body and relative speed, ordinary animals wouldn't even count as food in its eyes. Brother Feng, we were running back, why are you heading toward the swamp? After 20 meters, Yifeng ran into Chenen and the others returning. Look behind you. Huh? Chenen's eyes widened, and he bolted toward the swamp. The giant crocodile seemed to have sensed a strong presence and kept chasing closely behind Yifeng. Can't run anymore, ahead is the great swamp. Just as Tuba shouted, Yifeng's front foot had already stepped into the swamp. In an instant, his entire lower leg sank in. Damn it! Yifeng quickly pulled his leg out and ran in another direction. The giant crocodile seemed to have locked onto Yifeng. Its huge tail swept over, passing right above Yifeng's head. The swirling wind blew Yifeng's messy hair straight back. Chenen, what do we do? Hurry up and shoot it. Tuba urged from the side. Chenen nodded and raised his rifle level. Bang! The bullet hit the giant beast's back, sparks flying. No use, its skin is too thick, the bullet can't penetrate. Chenen spoke and then pushed in another bullet. Bang! This shot hit the crocodile's hind leg and finally had some effect. It suddenly turned around, its blood-spewing mouth large enough to swallow a small car. Dodge! Chenen's face changed, and he led the way in running. Don't be afraid, let's fight it. Buy Brother Feng some time to escape. But Tuba grabbed a spear, ready to die together with the crocodile. Idiot, don't go die. Chang Libin pulled Tuba away. Yifeng saw the crocodile turn its head and sighed with relief. This thing was huge, must have eaten at least 5 silver fruits, or it wouldn't have grown this big. Also, it probably swam over from the other side of the Black Tree River. It didn't belong to this side. Thinking of this, Yifeng raised his rifle and aimed at the crocodile's belly. He originally wanted to aim for its eyes, but the crocodile was too tall. He could only shoot upward from below. Bang! The rifle's powerful force sent the bullet flying, hitting the crocodile's neck. Roar! The giant crocodile twisted again, its vertical pupils looking down at Yifeng. I'm out. Yifeng ran forward again. But the crocodile wasn't slow either, always just a step faster than Yifeng. It ran while opening and closing its giant mouth at Yifeng's butt. Go to hell. Yifeng turned around and threw his spear into the crocodile's mouth. Unfortunately, the crocodile seemed to feel no pain and still bit at Yifeng's but relentlessly. Dude, I haven't bathed in days, why are you only chasing me? Aren't there buffalo over there? Go eat them. I don't even have enough meat to fill your teeth. Yifeng ran like the wind, but the crocodile's size was too massive. Each of its steps meant Yifeng had to take 10. Whoosh! A steel-like tail swept from behind. Just as Yifeng was about to duck, his whole body trembled as blood scales covered him entirely. At the same time, his body flew over 20 meters like a cannonball, crashing hard to the ground. Pfft! Yifeng spat a mouthful of blood. Even with the blood scale protection, the force from that tail strike still caused internal injury. Damn it! Yifeng wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and continued running forward, with the giant crocodile chasing relentlessly behind. As a monster over 100 years old, its sense of smell was extremely sharp. After eating the blood scale fruit, Yifeng's body emitted strong waves. Only powerful creatures matched the crocodile's appetite. This time, Yifeng got smarter. He kept diving into the forests on the grassland. But the crocodile's armor wasn't for show. It easily knocked over entire forest patches. After crashing through 5 or 6 times, the crocodile finally felt pressured. Whenever Yifeng entered the forest, it would circle around to cut him off. After another 5 minutes of running, Yifeng was exhausted and panting heavily, while the crocodile hadn't used much energy at all. For every step it took, Yifeng had to run 10. Their energy use wasn't the same. Finally, Yifeng was forced toward a swampy area, shaped like a small peninsula, where the crocodile had complete advantage. Damn it, you think I'm a sick cat just because the tiger didn't roar? Yifeng's rifle, spear, and bow had all been lost while fleeing. He pulled out the only dagger on him, preparing to face the crocodile head-on. If he didn't, his only option was to jump into the swamp. In that soft mud, even with great strength, there was nowhere to gain footing. Roar! The crocodile opened its bloody mouth and bit toward Yifeng's position. I dodge. At the critical moment, Yifeng narrowly avoided the bite and moved to its belly. The dagger stabbed hard into the crocodile's belly, and Yifeng pulled backward. A 1-meter-long wound opened, blood gushing out. But as soon as the blood touched Yifeng's skin, it was instantly absorbed clean. Without a word, he shoved his hand into the wound. Given the crocodile's massive size, that wound was like a 1-centimeter cut on a human, barely damaging it. But Yifeng's blood-sucking technique was unbearable for it. The crocodile thrashed its huge body, trying to shake Yifeng off. But it was useless. Yifeng had both hands deep in the wound, gripping its flesh tightly. Roar! After 5 minutes of enduring, the crocodile finally let out an unwilling roar and turned to flee toward the river. But Yifeng still clung to its belly, refusing to let go. It ran over 200 meters, then suddenly rolled madly on the ground, smashing Yifeng's whole body into the wound. The struggle continued for another 3 minutes before the crocodile finally rolled over with its white belly facing up. A while later, Yifeng, covered in blood, crawled out of the wound, looking like he had been dyed in blood. He did have a blood-sucking technique, but the crocodile's blood was too much. After sucking out only half, he couldn't absorb any more, leaving blood all over his body. So tired. Yifeng sat on the crocodile's belly, panting heavily. At the same time, the blood scales on his body had thickened even more, faintly glowing with a golden light. Brother Feng. At that moment, a dozen torches came running toward Yifeng. Tuba led the charge and was the first to reach him. Brother Feng, you're not dead, are you? Tuba looked nervously at the bloody man. After a moment, the bloody man opened his eyes. Can't you say something with a bit more depth? Of course I'm not dead. That giant croc, I killed it. Get the tools ready, cut up its meat and bring it to the warship. Yifeng weakly jumped off the crocodile's corpse. Even lying down, it was still 5 meters tall, weighing at least 6 tons. After skinning and deboning, it was estimated to have about 4 tons of pure meat. Brother Feng, judging by the size of this crocodile, it should count as a mutant beast. Do you understand? Tuba looked at the giant crocodile in shock. Susan and others also came over, touching its tough armor. Of course it's a mutant beast. Hurry up and dissect it. Yifeng said, sitting on the grass. No, Brother Feng, if it's a mutant beast, maybe it has a crystal core inside. Should we look for it? Tuba's words immediately piqued Yifeng's interest. He personally picked up the dagger and cut into the giant crocodile's belly, quickly slicing open a 2-meter-long opening. In fantasy novels, monster inner cores are usually located in the belly, so Yifeng instinctively cut there first. However, after searching for a while, there was nothing inside, just 2 kidneys the size of human heads. Chenin, your body is a bit weak. Take these 2 kidneys back and have Master Shi roast them for you. After saying that, Yifeng threw the 2 giant kidneys to Chenin. Better not. I wouldn't have any outlet after eating this kind of stuff. You keep them. Chenin shook his head and set the kidneys aside. Everyone, start searching together. Look for any hard, grain-like objects. Don't break them, bring them to me for study. Yifeng gave the order. Tuba nodded and led over a dozen people to climb onto the crocodile's body and begin the complicated dissection. Ouch! At that moment, a savage let out a shrill scream, jumping over 2 meters into the air. What happened? Yifeng quickly walked over. My leg, something bit my leg. Just as the savage spoke, his whole body began twitching on the grass, and his face visibly darkened at a rapid rate. Yifeng was shocked. Everyone spread out. There must be a venomous snake on the ground. Everyone panicked and immediately thrust their torches toward the ground. Yifeng, sharp-eyed, noticed a small black shadow slithering toward the great swamp and disappearing from view. Brother! Tuba shook the savage's body. But the savage's body was already stiffening, and his skin quickly turned pitch black like ink. Let go of the corpse. Yifeng kicked Tuba aside. Looking again at the corpse, a rotting smell was already emanating from it. Normally, a freshly dead body wouldn't rot this quickly. Even a black mamba isn't that venomous, right? Tuba, do you know what kind of snake that was? Yifeng turned and looked at the stunned Tuba. Maybe it was the legendary, rotting immortal, snake. I've only heard of it. That thing hasn't appeared in the Black Tree River region for hundreds of years. Tuba forced himself to calm his grief, wiping the tears from the corners of his eyes. Yifeng had never heard of this kind of snake. It must be a species unique to the Black Tree River region, but it lived north of the Great Swamp. Looking again at the savage's corpse, it was already grotesquely blackened, like it had been dead for 7 or 8 days. Hurry, drag all the crocodile meat away. Everyone cut it up together, we can't stay here long. Yifeng immediately made the call. He was the first to jump onto the giant crocodile's head and started hollowing it out from the eye area. Brother Feng, this looks kind of like a crystal core. At that moment, Chinon pulled out a black object from the crocodile's tail, about the size of a ping-pong ball. Yifeng quickly took it and pinched it with his fingers. It was extremely hard but gave off a pleasant fragrance, with no trace of blood smell. I'll keep it for now. Let Chushua study it later and see if it can be eaten raw. After saying that, Yifeng put the crystal core into his backpack. The giant crocodile's body was enormous. Yifeng and the others worked until midnight to finish butchering it. Let's go. Yifeng dragged a jungle sled by himself, loaded with over 1,000 jin of crocodile meat. The others worked in groups of 4 to barely move the other sleds. Altogether, there were over 3 tons of pure meat, but Yifeng had no intention of continuing to hunt on shore. As they approached the warship, gunshots suddenly rang out. Not good, something swam onto the warship. It was Rico screaming. Bang! 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 Then came a barrage of gunfire. Yifeng was shocked, quickly dropped the sled, and ran toward the warship like an arrow. As soon as he jumped into a canoe, his eyes widened. A black object was slipping out from a window in the lower cabin and quickly vanished into the river. Judging by its size, it was at least over 10 meters long, likely some kind of giant python. Almost forgot, this place is less than 10 kilometers from the opposite shore. Many good swimming mutant beasts could make it across, and pythons especially could crawl in through windows. Quick, load the meat into the canoes. Yifeng began placing 30 jin slabs of meat into the canoe. The others worked together. After half an hour, they finally finished loading everything. We're heading back first. With that, Yifeng and 7 others jumped into the canoe. After several round trips, they managed to get everyone back on the warship. Rico came over immediately, throwing herself into Yifeng's arms. Ah Feng, a giant python swam in just now. It ate 2 of our people. I couldn't protect them. Tears welled up in Rico's eyes, unclear whether from fear or guilt. It's not your fault. You did your best. Yifeng patted Rico's back and glanced at the others. Their faces were all pale, and the fear hadn't left their eyes. After comforting Rico, Yifeng returned to the deck. Chinon, how much food did we get this time? How many tons? Yifeng asked. No idea. Chinon shrugged. Rico, how much food do we have now? Yifeng had no choice but to ask Rico, the logistics officer. Brother Feng, adding the elephant meat, fish, and this crocodile meat, we've got nearly 20 tons. Yifeng quickly did the math. 20 tons of pure meat, with 2 tons needed daily to pay the Gay tribe, plus a bit for themselves. If they rationed it, it would last about 10 days. Wait, no. After going back this time, Yifeng still needed to hire another 100 natives to help make charcoal. On this northern trip, they used up 1/3 to 1/4 of their charcoal fuel. Without more fuel, the warship would lose power. That meant, the nearly 20 tons of food would only cover 5 days of wages for the natives. Fix up the fishing nets, then cast them. We'll try not to go ashore again for the next few days. Yifeng ordered. Hearing that, everyone sighed in relief. It was too dangerous on shore. 2 brothers had just died for nothing, and 2 more had died on the warship. For these 20 tons of food, Yifeng's team lost 4 members. A huge loss. Everyone began mending the fishing nets. Every time they hauled in fish, the nets would get damaged and needed to be repaired by hand. Brother Feng, after fixing the nets, we'll need the big ship to tow them to catch fish. But our charcoal can't take that kind of consumption, Cheng Libin said. Yifeng felt exhausted and slumped into a chair. Being the leader really isn't easy. How about this, when the charcoal is half used up, we stop hunting, and let the warship drift downstream. Don't use any more fuel. Yifeng thought for a long time before finally speaking slowly. He used to be wasteful, but now he had no choice but to count every penny. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to afford to hire those gay tribe members. Got it. Cheng Libin obediently went to take the helm. They were planning to settle upstream, but now it seemed unrealistic, because the creatures upstream were even more terrifying. As for mutant beasts, Yifeng wasn't afraid. After all, they were huge in size, and no matter how fierce a beast was, it couldn't withstand rifle fire. But the kind of rotting immortal snake that appeared just now, Yifeng was truly helpless against it. Snakes are light and agile. After biting a person, they can escape directly into the Great Swamp. But humans can't enter that forbidden area. There might be even more dangerous venomous snakes in the swamp. Yifeng couldn't afford to invest any more resources there. Susan, count how many bullets we have left. Yifeng continued. No need to count. We've basically used them all. I've got a little over 10 rounds on me. Susan shook the pouch on her waist. It gave off a crisp clinking sound of bullets. Yifeng shook his own pouch too, only 3 bullets left. And you guys? Brother Feng, we ran out a long time ago. Used everything when we shot the crocodile. Everyone turned their pockets inside out. Damn it, this is a huge loss. Yifeng punched the side of the ship hard. Even though they got 20 tons of meat, they lost 4 people and used up nearly a third of their fuel. Most importantly, the bullets were nearly all gone. Bullets are a non-renewable resource. With this primitive island's industrial base, even in 1,000 years they wouldn't be able to make new ones. Susan, I'll give you the bullets I have left. From now on, you're the only one in the team allowed to use a gun. Everyone else, use bows and spears as much as possible. Yifeng said, handing over his bullets. On the whole warship, Susan had the best shooting skills. Letting her use the bullets ensured they wouldn't go to waste. Okay. Susan took the bullets and gently leaned against Yifeng. She knew Yifeng was the type to flirt around, but at critical moments, he still trusted her the most. This gave Susan a sense of superiority. Like how old-time masters would marry multiple concubines, but no matter how many they had, there was always only one main wife. Brother Feng, how about we build 4 ballistae around the warship? Otherwise, normal arrows can't pierce the thick armor of mutant beasts. Cheng Libin offered his suggestion. I was thinking the same. Once we get downstream, we'll immediately start building ballistae, ones that can rotate 360 degrees. They have to be flexible. Yifeng nodded. Without wasting bullets, only ballistae could threaten the mutant beasts. Ah! If only we had taken more weapons from the underground base. Chenin said regretfully. What's the point of saying that now? Go patrol. Don't let any more beasts climb onto the ship. Oh, and seal all the windows near the water, just leave a 10-centimeter gap. Yifeng suddenly remembered something. He had seen that giant python just now, about half a meter thick. If the lower cabin windows were only 10 centimeters wide, it wouldn't be able to squeeze through. Unless it could climb straight onto the deck, but that chance was very low. The deck was over 10 meters above the water. Even a 30-meter python couldn't climb it instantly. The warship kept moving up and down the river, scooping up some fish into the nets. By the next morning, Yifeng's group hauled in 3 more netfuls of fish. Roughly estimated, it was about 5 tons. After removing shells and skin, around 3 tons remained. Yifeng looked up at the eastern sun, then quickly walked down to the lower cabin. A large section of the charcoal area was now empty, but the 2 boiler workers were still dumping boxes of charcoal into the furnace. Stop it, stop it. Just toss them in one by one. Yifeng said, heart aching. But if we put them in one by one, the heat won't be enough to power the ship. The 2 looked at each other, exhausted and pale-faced. What? Fine. Since we set out, how much charcoal have we burned? Almost half. Out of all the charcoal, we've already used 5/10. They counted the empty crates and gave a precise answer. Okay. Yifeng went back to the captain's cabin. Old Cheng, full right rudder. Turn the ship around, we're going home. Yifeng said. Brother Feng, we don't even have 25 tons of food. We're going back already? Cheng Libin asked, unwilling. It felt like a waste to leave after finally reaching the upstream. What else can we do? We've used up half the charcoal. On the way down, we'll try not to burn any more fuel. Even when we get to Hot Spring Island, we still have to save enough to let the ship travel 30 kilometers. If the ship loses mobility, the gay people might become a threat. Yifeng explained weakly. All right then. Chang Libin had no choice and turned the rudder hard to the right. After that, nothing much happened. Yifeng went to sleep. He hadn't rested in a day and night and desperately needed sleep. Tuba and the others couldn't rest yet. While the ship drifted downstream, they dropped the nets again. Even though they didn't catch much, a little was better than nothing. No one knew how long Yifeng slept. He suddenly shivered and quickly pulled the blanket over himself. After reaching the lower stream, the temperature dropped below zero again, and their warship arrived back at Hot Spring Island. They had planned to hunt upstream for 3 days, but now they returned in less than 2, because of the fuel problem. If it were the old black fuel, they could have stayed upstream for a month. But it was too late to regret. The black fuel was a non-renewable resource, and now they had to make do with charcoal. On the deck, Yifeng looked down at the entire Hot Spring Island. The next moment, his nose nearly bent from anger. By his calculations, the native workers should have finished cutting down all the trees on the island by the first day. But now, 2 days had passed, and they were still cutting wood, clearly slacking off while he was gone. Al-Lyri, get your ass out here! Yifeng shouted from the deck. Al-Lyri came forward from the crowd, meeting Yifeng's glare without fear. What? I thought you'd be compacting the soil by now. But 2 days passed and you're still cutting trees. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Yifeng questioned loudly. It's not like that. While you were gone, we all suddenly caught colds. So I made the decision to let them rest for 2 days. Strangely, as soon as you came back, we all got better. Al-Lyri ground Yifeng's intelligence into the dirt. What a coincidence, huh? As soon as I leave, you all get sick. And the moment I come back, you're all suddenly better? Yifeng sneered coldly. Brother Feng, why bother talking with them? Just grab a few as an example and kill them. Otherwise, they'll never work honestly. Tuba suggested from the side. No, that would waste manpower. Besides, it looks like there aren't many gay people left. If we keep killing, they'll go extinct. Yifeng shook his head and looked back at Al-Lyri. Fine, I'll pretend you were really sick these past 2 days. But starting now, get back to work. As for the past 2 days with no work, your food will be cut in half. He really wanted to cut all their food, but that could cause a strike, which wouldn't be good for either side. What? Only half the food? How are our people on the shore supposed to live? Al-Lyri shouted in anger. Yeah, just half the food? We still have so many people on the shore, what about them? Yifeng, don't push it too far. People do get sick. If you keep this up, we can't do this job anymore. The natives all raised their fists in protest. Protest is useless. I'm deducting 2 days of food no matter what. Half a portion each day, 10 jin total. Yifeng crossed his arms and coldly looked at the group of natives. In the end, they had no choice but to get back to work. After all, Yifeng held all the power. If things really broke down, the worst that could happen was Yifeng would have his own people build Hot Spring Island. It would just take more time. But the natives would be worse off. With no food, they'd all starve. At that moment, Bai Chushue walked over, holding the crystal core. Brother Feng, this thing smells nice, but it's really hard. I'm not sure if it's edible. Bai Chushue said, handing the crystal core to Yifeng. Is it poisonous? Yifeng asked back. As long as it wasn't poisonous, he might try it. Don't know. If it was taken from the crocodile's tail, then maybe it's not. But I'm not sure, we don't have any white mice for testing on the ship. Bai Chushue shrugged. Without medical equipment, as a doctor, she could only make theoretical guesses. There was no way to test it practically. No white mice? Yifeng scanned the people on deck. Everyone's heart sank, and they looked at Yifeng with caution. Chenin, come over here. What for? Chenin stepped back a few steps. This is a crystal core, super nourishing. Eat it and you'll turn into Ultraman. Come try it. Yifeng said seriously. Is it really that magical? But let Wang Zhihai try it first. Maybe after he eats it, he'll grow hair again. Chenin pointed at Wang Zhihai's bald head. Screw you. Why don't you try it? Wang Zhihai shouted angrily. After careful consideration, Yifeng decided to test it on a native first. Everyone on the island, listen up, I need a volunteer to try a medicine. Just taste this crystal core, and you'll get to rest on the warship for 3 days. We'll also feed you for all 3 days. As soon as Yifeng finished speaking, all the natives stood below deck in a pose like dogs howling at the moon. Working on the island was too tiring, they'd rather risk it than keep working. After several rounds of screening, Yifeng finally picked a native about the same age as him, around 24 or 25. I'll cut off a little bit for you to try. By the way, how old are you? Yifeng asked the native, who looked older than him. I'm 15. The native replied. What? Yifeng sighed. These gay people matured too fast. A 15-year-old looked like he was 25. Little brother, we're not sure what effect this crystal core has, so we'll need to tie you up first. You're okay with that, right? No problem. You promised I could rest for 3 days after eating it. With your brains, could I fool you? True. After tying him up, Yifeng scraped a bit off the crystal core with a dagger, dissolved it in hot water, and poured it into the native's mouth. At first, there was no reaction. But after 5 minutes, the native clearly became agitated, twisting his body. Even the iron chains on him clanked loudly as he struggled. Vein-like worms crawled all over his body. Then his eyes turned blood red, and with a fierce pull, he broke the finger-thick iron chain. Luckily, he kept a bit of his sanity and didn't attack anyone on the ship. Otherwise, Yifeng would have smashed his head with a club. After a while, the native's body returned to normal, but he still looked at himself in disbelief. How do you feel now? Yifeng asked cautiously. I feel a lot stronger, much more powerful than before. The native replied, then looked greedily at the crystal core. Humans are like that, after tasting the benefit, they want more. Thank you for your contribution to medicine. For the next 3 days, you'll sleep in the brig at night, but during the day, you're free to move around on the ship. You're now a free man. Go wait over there, I need to talk with my core members. Yifeng said. Okay. Ha ha ha. The native laughed loudly and moved off to the side. A group of leaders surrounded Yifeng, eyes fixed on the crystal core in his hand. Brother Feng, this thing might have side effects, but it's okay. If someone has to take the risk, let it be me. I'll gamble my life to try that crystal core. Chenin said. Cut the crap. Brother Feng, you know being bald is my lifelong pain. Maybe if I eat the core, my hair will grow back. Let me be the test subject. Brother Feng, I'm the captain. I work too hard every day. Maybe if I eat it, I can serve for decades more. Brother Feng, I satisfy your appetites every day. This benefit should go to me, right? Everyone looked eagerly at Yifeng. Yifeng's expression turned sour. The crystal core was so small, if everyone got a share, what would he have left? But as the leader, he couldn't hog it. Everyone was watching. If he did, they'd all turn against him. Brother Feng, let's wait a few more days. Watch how that native reacts. If there are no side effects, then share it with them, Bai Chushua said. Chushua is right. Don't worry, this crystal core will be shared. But let's see if that native has any delayed reactions. If he turns into a beast or something weird one day, that wouldn't be good for anyone, Yifeng said, taking the easy way out. All right then. Brother Feng, I better get my share of that core. The group immediately dispersed. Yifeng squinted his eyes and secretly signaled to Bai Chushua. The two of them walked up to the native who had tested the crystal core. What now? You said I could enjoy 3 days of rest. Don't tell me you're kicking me off the warship now? The native was very alert. No, not just 3 days, 7 days if you want. But there's something I need your help with. Let's go to the 5th floor first. Yifeng smiled and patted his shoulder. Chenin and the others were huddled together, excitedly talking about the crystal core. I believe that after eating that core, I'll definitely be as strong as Brother Feng. Then I'll be the strongest man on the warship. Those wild women will definitely be lining up to get into my bed, Chenin said excitedly. You skinny mutt, giving you the crystal core would be a waste. But if I ate it, it might make my hair grow back. Imagine, with my handsome looks and a head full of hair, I wouldn't even need to do anything. The ladies would throw themselves at me, Wang Zhihai said, touching his receding hairline. Shut up, all of you. I, Shi Zhengliang, am already handsome, dignified, and have thick hair. My only regret is my height. If I ate the core, maybe I could grow to 1.6 meters. That's still not tall, but at least I'd look more manly. Just as everyone was imagining their glorious future, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the ship cabin. His skin was pitch black, his eyes were blood red, and much of his hair had fallen out. He let out a low growl from his mouth. Not good, that guy mutated. There's something wrong with the crystal core. Yifeng shouted from behind. Yeah, it's terrifying. The core is poisonous, he's mutated. Bai Chushua also shouted from the back. Chenin and the others turned pale and grabbed their bows and arrows. Don't shoot. Yifeng blocked in front of the native. Brother Feng, he's mutated. Why not kill him? Chenin asked with a puzzled look. Well, he's still a living being, right? Besides, he's a gay tribesman, not one of us. If he's to be executed, it should be by the gay people. Yifeng racked his brain for an excuse. Yeah, and this side effect is just the early stage. We still want to see what the later effects are like. It's very valuable for medical research, Bai Chushue added, also standing in front of the native. Chenin put down his bow, looking confused. Brother Feng was one thing, he had blood scale protection. But when did Sister Chushue become so brave? She even turned her back to a mutated guy and wasn't afraid of being attacked? Eventually, Yi Feng used all his strength to drag the mutated native back to the ship cabin, then returned to the deck looking exhausted. Chenin, old Cheng, Zhihai, after deep consideration with my brilliant brain, I've decided, you guys should eat the crystal core. Don't be shy. Yi Feng handed the crystal core over. Chenin and the others panicked, immediately jumping 3 meters back to stay far away from it. They had just seen what happened to the native. No way were they going near that stuff, it might mutate you just from smelling it. Chenin, be good. Open your mouth. Ah. Yi Feng leaned in. Brother Feng, let Zhihai eat it. Maybe if he mutates, he'll grow hair. Screw you. Why don't you eat it? Give it to Chang Libin. I'm not eating it. After all that back and forth, Yi Feng and Bai Chushue returned to the lab, one of the warship's bedrooms converted into a workspace. Clack. The door closed. Yi Feng hesitated, then used a dagger to slice the crystal core in half. Chushue, half for you, half for me. But just to be safe, I'll try it first. If it's too strong, split your half into 10 doses. After splitting it, Yi Feng tossed half the core into his mouth. Soon, a warm current surged through his body. The blood scales on his skin flickered in and out of sight. The most surprising part, more golden light was coming from his scales now. That meant the blood scales' defense had become even stronger. Just then, the lab door was kicked open. Chang Libin stood outside, looking displeased. Ah, old Chang, what brings you here? Yi Feng's face turned red, and he quickly covered the crystal core on the table. Brother Feng, that act you put on with the native might have fooled Chenin, but did you think it would fool me? With that, Chang Libin closed the lab door behind him. Yi Feng and Bai Chushue exchanged a glance. They had no choice but to painfully split the remaining half of the core in two and handed a piece to Chang Libin. An hour later, the three of them quietly slipped out of the lab. Brother Feng, does my face look normal? Chang Libin asked. Not really. You look like you're bursting with energy, like you just drank a pot of super tonic. The three chatted for a while, then split up to avoid being discovered by Chenin and the others. Yi Feng went to the kitchen. Shi Zhengliang was making food for their own team. For their people, Shi personally cooked, beautifully prepared dishes with great color, aroma, and flavor. But for the natives, it was different. Boil some water, sprinkle some salt, and dump it in a bucket, done. Brother Feng, you look pretty good today. Came to inspect the kitchen? Shi joked, pouring fruit wine into the pan. The combination of meat and wine smells made Yi Feng drool. Forget inspection. I'm taking this braised carp and this bamboo cooked meat. They're done anyway, and I'm hungry. Sure, you're the boss, take whatever you want. Shi grinned. Being able to win over the boss's stomach was a skill in itself. Yi Feng quietly carried the 2 dishes to the native's holding cell. Brother, our head chef made this just for you. Thanks for helping with the act earlier. But after you eat this, keep your mouth shut, or there won't be a next time. He set the food down and slipped away. After doing his dirty deed, Yi Feng returned to the deck. He saw Chenin and the others still nervously talking about the crystal core. Good thing I didn't try it, or I'd be doomed. Yeah. I might have turned into a monster. Chang Libin chimed in too. Yeah, you guys were really smart. I'm lucky to be around you too. Old Chang, looking good. Did you score with a younger girl again last night? Ha ha ha, yeah. Yi Feng stifled a laugh and walked over to them. Chenin, Zhihai, just now, Chushue needed someone to test the medicine. I couldn't let my own brothers take the risk, so I did it myself. Who else but the team leader should step into danger? Yi Feng said seriously. Huh? The guys jumped back, looking at Yi Feng nervously, scared he'd mutated. Brother Feng, aren't you afraid of turning into a monster? Chenin asked worriedly. Sigh. What can I do? If it's fate, I can't avoid it, if it's trouble, I can't escape it. I just hope my body can handle the poison. Don't worry, even if I turn into a monster, I accept it. After speaking, Yi Feng clasped his hands behind his back and resolutely returned to the cabin. After all, that native still had to stay on the warship for a few more days. He could hide the truth for a while, but not for 7 days. So it was better to tell them now that the crystal core was gone, in case in a few days, when they saw the native had no side effects, they would start thinking about the thing again. Brother Feng is truly great. Yeah. With a leader like this, how can our team not be strong? Chang Libin, however, curled his lips, heh heh. To the north of the great swamp, 2 figures walked out from the mountains. They wore thin linen clothes, carried long spears forged from refined iron, and had 2 curved blades hanging from their waists. Baron, who would have thought Duoyen Hina would end up like this, pregnant with another man's child? Stop talking nonsense, Mahiduo. You're a beast fighter, right? Weren't you selected from the gay tribe? Seems like you have a grudge against Duoyen Hina? Of course I do. Now that this woman is pregnant with someone else's child, I don't need to hold back anymore. Then let's go. The Grand Beastmaster didn't send us here for your revenge, but to select a new high priest. After speaking, the two turned into shadows and sped toward the great swamp. In just a short time, they arrived at the edge of the swamp. Normally, the great swamp was a man-eating monster, no human could pass through it. But these two were real beast fighters. They exchanged a glance, then simultaneously charged into the swamp, moving south with quick and precise steps. Because of their speed, the swamp hadn't yet reacted, and they had already advanced 10 meters ahead. Yifeng sat alone in his cabin, sensing the crystal core inside his body. This thing was extremely hard. Yifeng had only absorbed 1/10 of its energy so far. Even so, his defense had increased greatly, and the golden glow from his blood scales was becoming more and more dazzling. Moreover, digesting this crystal core would take a lot of time. It couldn't be done in just one day. 5 hours later, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. About another 1/7 of the core had been consumed, and a surging energy flowed within him. So he left the room and went to the lower deck. There were 4 large steam engines in total, but only 2 were in use. Yifeng walked up to one of the steam engines and used all his strength with both arms. The steam engine, which weighed tens of thousands of jin, actually shook slightly. Boom! Yifeng let go of the engine, feeling the strength inside his body. My arm strength should be at 8,000 jin now. With blood scale protection, probably even 5 rucks wouldn't be my match. Yifeng smiled with satisfaction and narcissistically stroked his face. His skin was getting smoother and smoother, as if a divine glow was shining from within. Essence, energy, and spirit. When essence is nourished, energy is sufficient. When energy is full, spirit overflows. Yifeng was full of vitality. Every move he made carried immense momentum. Even a tiger would likely retreat 3 steps upon seeing him. In the dense forest by the shore, Duoyen Hina was inspecting Masakong's giant ballista. The entire base was made from 5 huge trees, each thick enough for 3 people to hug together. But it had no mobility, it was fixed in place for firing. The bowstring was already made, from a century-old tree vine twisted with 5 strands of bull tendon. Even Rook couldn't pull it back with full strength. 5 bows were combined into one massive ballista. Once the string was pulled, all 5 bows would produce immense rebound force. Masakong gave the order, and a native carried over a 4-meter-long ballista bolt. The bolt was made from a single stalk of spotted bamboo. The tail had over 40 feathers. The arrowhead was barbed. Once it hit a target, it would hook into it, and others could use the ship's winch to slowly reel the object back. High Priestess, we can try a test shot, but don't shoot toward the river, in case Yifeng finds out, Masakong said with infatuated eyes as he looked at Duoyen Hina. After spending a few days together, he realized he had completely fallen in love with the High Priestess. Everything about her, her every move and word, seemed to carry endless charm. Plus, they shared a common enemy, Yifeng. So Masakong believed he and Duoyen Hina were a match made in heaven. Then shoot one into the forest. Duoyen Hina nodded. Masakong was overjoyed and jumped to the center of the ballista. With a forceful pull, the machine made a loud creaking sound as it turned inland. Begin. At the command, 8 natives started turning the massive winch. The winch was connected to the thick bowstring. It took 8 people to pull it. No one knew how long passed, but eventually the bowstring was fully drawn, making creaking sounds. If it snapped, the recoil alone could tear a bull in half. Masakong quickly used an iron rod to lock the string. Under the huge tension, the rod began to bend. Feeling tense, he quickly loaded the bolt into the groove. High Priestess, the target is that big tree ahead. He pointed at a massive tree over 60 meters tall, so big it would take 7 adults to wrap around it. Duoyen Hina nodded and stepped back 7 or 8 paces, her eyes fixed on the giant tree. Masakong aimed and stomped on the pedal below. Buzz! The iron rod flew off. The thick bowstring launched the bolt with a boom. It was as if the air had been torn apart. The next moment, the bolt struck the tree, creating a sonic boom. After the smoke cleared, everyone slowly approached. A large hole had been blown in the middle of the tree, and there was still fire burning. That was because the arrowhead created intense heat from air friction. After all, the ballista was massive, the base covered over 100 square meters, anchored with several giant trees. Otherwise, it couldn't generate such force. Very good. Mr. Ma, make several more bolts. We will fire 3 consecutive shots at the warship, and make sure each one hits, Duoyen Hina said. She couldn't afford another failure. If she failed again, attacking the warship would be far harder in the future. More importantly, her belly couldn't wait any longer. In another month, even a fur coat couldn't hide the bulge. Yes, High Priestess. But the ballista's mobility is too poor. I'll work on improving that, Masakong said excitedly. This was the first time the High Priestess had praised him, and it gave him an unprecedented sense of satisfaction. Of course, many had praised him before, but to someone as proud as Masakong, praise from others was worthless. The High Priestess's praise was different. It gave him powerful motivation. He believed that once they killed that bastard Yifeng, the High Priestess might even offer herself to him. No need to improve it. What I want is progress, understand? Duoyen Hina's voice immediately turned cold. Masakong was stunned. Just now everything was fine, so why did her expression suddenly change? The woman Masakong likes is really different from others. On the warship, Yifeng leaned on the railing and looked into the distance. Since making a deal with the gay tribe, those bastards have been hiding in the dense forest. Nobody knows what they are up to. However, he feared that the High Priestess was on the shore, so he did not dare to personally scout. Brother Feng, should it be me or you going to negotiate today? Chenin asked. Of course you go. You've already talked with them twice, so you're familiar. Tell them we want to hire another 100 workers to specifically make charcoal. Actually, forget hiring workers. Tell them we want good charcoal. As long as the charcoal is qualified, we're willing to exchange 5 gene of charcoal for 1 gene of food. Yifeng explained to Chenin. If they hired workers, those people would goof off easily. It was simpler to directly let the gay tribe exchange charcoal for food. But will the natives know how to make charcoal? Unless I stay in their camp 24 hours a day, their rate of good products won't even reach 1/10. Chenin raised his hands. You go and explain clearly to them first and see how much good charcoal they can make. If it really doesn't work, I'll send a technical director to the shore to station there long-term and teach them how to make charcoal. Yifeng sighed. All right, Brother Feng, I'm off then. Chenin climbed down the rope ladder into a dugout canoe and, with 2 subordinates, began rowing. Ngu, every time Brother Feng sends you on dangerous missions, huh? I feel like he treats you like a punching bag. At that moment, one of the civilized society people spoke. He was very unhappy with this mission and couldn't help complaining. Huh? Chenin turned around and coldly looked at him. Wu Tao, say that again. Isn't what I said true? Brother Feng is clearly treating you like a punching bag. Slap. A slap landed on Wu Tao's face. Don't think that because I joke around with Brother Feng I'm separable from him. Our bond isn't something you can break. Now, get off the boat and swim. Don't stay on the ship. Chenin pointed at the water. In the end, Wu Tao was driven into the water and had no choice but to hold onto the dugout canoe in the cold river. They finally reached the shore. Chenin stood with his hands on his hips, looking at the natives on the bank. The natives were also glaring at Chenin with gritted teeth. Both sides disliked each other and wished to fight right then. But there was no choice. Yifeng needed workers, and the natives also needed food. Tell your High Priestess to come out and see me. Hurry up. Chenin said proudly. This time he brought a large order and believed the High Priestess would treat him politely. What do you think you are? You dare to ask the High Priestess to come see you? Rook walked out of the forest, his blood-red eyes staring at Chenin. What are you looking at? This captain, came with a large order. Now let your people cut wood and make charcoal. 5 gene of charcoal can be exchanged for 1 gene of food. Don't say I don't help you. This time you get a big benefit. Chenin finished speaking and sat on a rock. 5 gene of charcoal for 1 gene of food? Rook's heart was shocked. This was a huge benefit. Because now the Black Tree River area didn't have much food, but there were trees everywhere. All right, I know. You go back then. Rook didn't want to see Chen and self-satisfied face. I'm going back. Do you barbarians know how to make charcoal? Call out the people in your tribe with IQ over 50. I want to personally teach them to make charcoal so they don't make all waste products. Waste products can't be exchanged for food. Chenin stood up. What? Rook, already gave you a huge face by talking this much, and you still dare. Rook was furious. If you dare hit me, then this order will be void and you'll starve to death. Chenin leaned his head forward. He was sure Rook wouldn't make a move. All right, I'm scared of you. Now tell me how to make charcoal. That's more like it. First, select good wood, not wood eaten by insects. Then cut the wood into pieces of suitable size. Build a pit here with yellow clay. Remember, it has to be tightly sealed yellow clay. Only then can the charcoal be successfully slow-cooked. Chenin began to teach Rook step by step. Yifeng was observing the shore with binoculars. Seeing that Chenin and Rook had no conflict, he finally felt at ease. Master Sure, send people to sort the meat and separate the bad meat. When the gay tribe finishes making charcoal, we'll use the low-grade meat to trade with them, Yifeng said. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I'll add some extra seasoning to the meat for them, Shi Zhengliang laughed wickedly. No, that's too disgusting. Just give them the bad meat. We keep the good meat for ourselves. Right. I should go to the lab and see how Chushue's medicine research is progressing. After saying that, Yifeng went to the lab by himself. As soon as he entered, Yifeng's eyes widened. Bai Chushue had actually taken off her top and was applying some powder to a part of her body. Seeing Yifeng come in, Bai Chushue was first startled and quickly pulled her clothes down. But after just 2 seconds, a hint of flirtation flashed in her eyes, and she lifted her top again, letting Yifeng see clearly. Since the last time, Yifeng had not been together with her. Bai Chushue had been looking for opportunities, but Yifeng had too many women around him. Especially Susan. After all, she was Yifeng's main partner, so Bai Chushue couldn't say much. Ah Feng, lock the door, Bai Chushue said, swaying as she walked toward Yifeng, the animal skin slowly sliding off the floor. Yifeng swallowed and, unexpectedly, locked the door without thinking. Their two bodies collided fiercely, then they clung neck to neck entwined. After a long while, the two barely separated. Chushue, I feel like your strength is much greater than before, and your skin is more firm. Yifeng stroked Bai Chushue's smooth face. Yes. Ever since eating that crystal core, I feel like my body has undergone massive changes. And inside, it's especially hot. If you don't believe me, touch it. After speaking, Bai Chushue grabbed Yifeng's hand and put it inside her clothing. Not bad, definitely very hot and very smooth. Yifeng's hand moved on its own. Ah Feng, that crystal core should also contain some stimulating ingredients. You don't know, last night I couldn't sleep because I was so hot. My mind was full of images of you. Bai Chushue looked at Yifeng with big, watery eyes. I felt it too. Last night was really uncomfortable. Yifeng nodded. Last night, he had exhausted Susan until midnight. In the end, Susan couldn't take it anymore and fled, going to the women's dorm to sleep. There's no one here. They're all on the deck, why not? After saying that, Bai Chushue's eyes were already filled with desire. But there's no bed in the lab. Yifeng nodded, looking at the few tables and an iron chair in the lab. The chair had a black animal hide on it. I can kneel on the chair. After saying that, Bai Chushue directly knelt on the chair. What happened next is not something to describe to outsiders. Yifeng experienced a feeling he had never felt before. It seemed that because Bai Chushue had eaten the crystal core, the two of them both reached an almost perfect experience. The two of them had just finished when suddenly the lab door was kicked open. Susan rushed in first, followed by Suyun, Li Meizi, and a large group of people. Shit! The two quickly scrambled to put their clothes on. Yifeng, you two, as leaders of the team, actually did this filthy thing in the lab in broad daylight. So tell me, what are we going to do next? Susan loudly questioned. Last night she had felt Yifeng's energy being wasted with nowhere to vent. Sure enough, once it was daytime she caught them in the act. Let me explain. I was just researching some medicine with Chushue. We already succeeded in our research, which is a contribution to medicine. Still making excuses? Come here. Susan grabbed Yifeng's ear and dragged him to the dining hall's meeting room. Seated nearby were Wang Zhihai, Zhang Zicheng, Tuba, and others. They were whispering to each other and covering their mouths while giggling. Bai Chushue's face was bright red. She used a piece of animal hide as a mask to cover her embarrassment. Yifeng sat obediently in front, wearing an innocent expression. Then, the public trial began. Yifeng, Bai Chushue, one is the ship's doctor, one is the boss of the ship, yet in broad daylight in a public place you committed inappropriate acts. So from now on, everyone will vote to re-elect the team leader. Susan stood with her hands on her hips, gazing at Bai Chushue with jealousy. She could tolerate Yifeng messing around sometimes, but at times she needed to apply some pressure, otherwise her position as the main wife would not be secure. Moreover, she had interacted with Bai Chushue and knew this woman was not simple. She might very well push Susan off the throne. Susan Jia, I think men having that kind of need is normal, so I still vote for Brother Feng. Wang Zhihai was very smart. He knew today was a quarrel between the couple. If he piled on now, he didn't know how Yifeng might retaliate later. Others immediately understood and cast their votes for Yifeng. A few women did not vote for Yifeng because they were jealous of Bai Chushue. In the end, the voting results came out. Yifeng retained the top leadership position with 31 votes. Soner, see? Justice lies in the hearts of the people. My number of votes still has an absolute advantage. Can we stop fighting now? Yifeng picked his teeth with a bamboo stick. You! At that moment, the entire warship shook, and Wang Zhihai fell from his chair. What's going on? Not good. It's probably a mutant beast attacking the warship. Quick, go out and take a look. Yifeng was startled. He rushed out of the dining hall first and went onto the deck. The next moment, his eyes widened. He saw a rope as thick as a wrist extending all the way from the shore to one side of the warship, and the rope was still slightly swaying. Damn it, these gay people. They really don't remember being beaten. Yifeng was furious and casually grabbed a bow and arrow. At the shore, dense lines of gay people had already appeared. They carried long spears and bows and arrows and, like a tide, jumped into the river. Wait! Don't shoot yet. Yifeng retracted the bow and arrow and looked toward the front of the natives. He saw 3 people with their hands bound, used as human shields by the natives in front. Not good, it's Chenin and the others. What do we do? Susan put her hand on a trigger, hesitation flashing in her eyes. Me? You all stay on the ship. I'll jump into the water and rescue Chenin and the others. After saying that, Yifeng took off the animal hide he was wearing. At that moment, there was a boom from the forest on the shore. Everyone felt darkness in front of their eyes as the entire warship violently shook. Only then did they see clearly. Just now what was fired was a giant ballista bolt, and the back of the ballista was tied with a wrist-thick 100-year vine. At the same time, the rope let out squeaking sounds. With powerful pulling force, it was slowly dragging the warship toward the shore. Scumbags! Old Cheng, quick, start the ship. Don't let them pull the warship ashore. Yifeng roared and jumped into the water like a cannonball. Squeak, 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 squeak. Behind the natives, countless screaming children appeared. They held blowpipes in their hands and dove into the river, swimming toward the warship at high speed. Yifeng grabbed a vine and forced with his arms. But the next moment he discovered that this old vine was extremely tough, with a lot of niutin, bull tendon, twisted around it. Even a knife probably couldn't cut it in a short time. Bang! Susan fired her gun. A shot hit the rope, and it loosened a little. The powerful pulling force was dragging the warship toward the shore at 2 meters per second. Brother Feng, don't worry about us 3. Save yourself. These scumbags were talking nicely before, but suddenly they tied me up. Although Chen En's hands were bound, his mouth didn't stop talking. I'm coming to save you. Yifeng used all his strength. Like a shark, he rushed toward Chen En's position. Quick, that's Yifeng. Release arrows. Rook on the shore gave the order, and the sky darkened. Thousands of arrows fell like a rainstorm. Clang, 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 clang. Yifeng's skin tightened as blood scales covered him. Faint golden light showed through. Ordinary arrows could no longer harm him at all. But the 2 ropes were still pulling hard, dragging the warship closer to shore. If they got any closer, the natives' rain of arrows would cover the deck. Bang! Susan fired again. This shot hit the rope tying Chenin. Chenin finally broke free with one hand. He plunged straight into the water. Ngu, what about us? The other 2 were shocked. Kill! The natives behind swung their spears. Before the 2 could react, they were pierced through. Boom, boom, boom. Thick smoke rose from the rear of the warship. Chang Libin, sweating heavily, turned the rudder hard to the right. He positioned the ship's stern toward the shore and began powering it back toward the center of the river. Squeak! The 2 huge ropes became perfectly straight in an instant, groaning like they were about to snap. Boom! Another giant ballista bolt shot out from the dense forest and pierced the corroded hull, its barbs catching on the ship's body. Now 3 ropes were pulling the warship. In the lower cabin, 2 boiler workers were dumping charcoal into the furnace like it was free. The 3 ropes tightened again. At this moment, it was a tug-of-war between the steam engine and the giant ballista. With a splash, Chenin burst out of the water and grabbed Yifeng's arm. Brother Feng, they made a big ballista in the forest. We should retreat quickly. Right after Chenin spoke, a poison dart hit his shoulder. The swarm of vengeful children was only 10 meters away from them. You go first, I'll cover our retreat. After saying that, Yifeng picked up a spear from the water and charged toward the mass of vengeful children. With one swing of the spear, 5 or 6 children were knocked away, green blood splashing everywhere. Yifeng was like a tiger in a herd of sheep. He quickly opened a gap, but these vengeful children separated from him at the first contact. Their target was the warship behind them. Give me the bow and arrows. Rook reached out. 2 natives carried a giant bow over. Rook held the bow with one hand and placed a massive arrow on the string. Puff! The giant arrow was instantly released and struck Yifeng in the chest, forcing him back a few steps. A large amount of golden blood scales appeared on his chest and easily blocked the arrow. What's going on? Rook was shocked and knocked another arrow. To deal with Yifeng, this giant bow had just been made. But unexpectedly, Yifeng's blood scales had also evolved. At this moment, the dense forest shook again. A thick ballista bolt shot out from inside. Before Yifeng could react, the bolt grazed his shoulder and flew past. A large spray of blood burst out, and then the blood scales appeared. This bolt was shot faster than a bullet. Yifeng's blood scales hadn't even had time to protect him, it pierced his armor. In the forest, Masakong lifted another giant bolt and shouted to 8 natives, "Pull the bowstring open." The 8 natives hurriedly turned the winch. Duyenhina sat nearby, her expression still calm. The silver-haired creature stood obediently behind her like a guardian, but its green eyes gave off violent killing intent. Swish! Meanwhile, Yifeng leapt out of the water and began slaughtering on the shore. With blood scale protection, the natives' weapons could not harm him. They could only be slaughtered like chickens. After killing 7 or 8 people in a row, a spear struck Yifeng's back like a serpent attacking with venom. Gasp! The blood scales appeared. After Rook stabbed once, he quickly retreated, not giving Yifeng a chance to catch him. At the same time, several remaining big chiefs, hidden among the natives, stabbed at Yifeng from time to time. Coward, only know how to sneak attack? Yifeng was furious. He rushed forward 5 or 6 meters, killing 10 natives on the spot. But these big chiefs' movements were strange. Yifeng's speed was limited even with blood scales, so he could not catch them quickly. Not only natives, but some vengeful children also charged out and inflicted small injuries on Yifeng. Whenever the blood scales appeared too often, Yifeng's stamina was drained. He looked back and saw the other natives and vengeful children climbing onto the warship. Some reached the lower cabin windows and used daggers to break the wooden frames and iron bars. At the same time, the warship was being pulled toward the shore by 3 thick ropes. Now it was less than 100 meters from land. If it got any closer, the propellers would become tangled in waterweed. We can't let this drag on. Yifeng made a feint and with a splash jumped into the river. Stop him. He wants to cut the rope. Rook gave the order. The 2 big chiefs in front of him exchanged glances and also jumped into the river. If the rope was cut, the warship could break free and head back to the center of the river. Regaining the ship would then become endlessly difficult for them. Plop, plop, plop. On the deck, Tuba and the others were continuously firing arrows. Susan was busy too. She shot arrows sometimes and raised her rifle at others. The bullets were mainly used against the troublesome big chiefs. For ordinary natives and vengeful children, she only had a bow to shoot them with. At that moment, clouds drifted in the sky, and a light drizzle began. Some dormant creatures were also awakened by the smell of blood. They surfaced from beneath the water and dragged some natives under. Shouts of battle, screams, and the whooshing sounds of arrows filled the air. Blood surged from the riverbed in waves, turning the entire river red. At this moment, the river was boiling. Yifeng, don't linger, return to the warship. Susan shouted toward Yifeng in the water while shooting arrows. Her arm had already been hit with an arrow, and she had poison darts in her chest and shoulder. When vengeful children reached under the warship, they could continuously blow poison darts upward. This was hard to guard against, and many had already been hit. You all hang on. I'll return soon. After saying that, Yifeng stepped on a floating corpse and leapt into the air. His whole body did a backwards flip in midair, and he swung the dagger in his hand fiercely. One of the ropes was cut halfway, but the other half was still connected between the shore and the warship, and continued generating pulling force. Again. After falling back into the water, Yifeng used his momentum again and flew back into the air. But at that moment, an arrow came flying from afar and hit Yifeng's dagger, knocking it out of his hand. Rook had learned his lesson. He knew he couldn't penetrate Yifeng's defenses, so he deliberately shot at Yifeng's dagger instead. Without the dagger, Yifeng had nothing to cut the rope with. At the same time, 2 big chiefs swam to Yifeng's position. Yifeng, your warship can't be saved. One of them said, and thrust a spear toward Yifeng. Screw you. Yifeng grabbed the spear tip with his back hand and pulled hard. But that big chief was cunning. Realizing he couldn't pull against Yifeng, he decisively dropped the spear and drew a dagger. Clang! In a few quick sounds, Yifeng's spear struck through that big chief's mouth and out the back of his head. The other big chief saw this and his face changed. He couldn't help but stealthily retreat. Yifeng was both angry and urgent. He threw the spear by hand. The spear hit the big chief's chest. The big chief struggled and fled toward the shore. At his level, even with a chest wound, it would take a long time before he died. Seeing this, the other leader-level natives retreated more than 10 meters, keeping their distance from Yifeng. The gay people were indeed fearless of death, but facing a killing god like Yifeng, who was impervious to weapons, even the bravest hearts were shaken. Yifeng had no time to confront them further. With a swift dive he went underwater and felt around. After a while, he found a dagger. "You useless lot. Stop Yifeng. He's going to cut the rope," Rook said, and shot another arrow, but it was blocked by Yifeng's back. "Kill!" The natives gathered their strength and rushed toward Yifeng at the same time. Yifeng pulled his body back, and in the next moment the short sword left his hand and flew out, slashing hard at the rope. The thick rope was left with only 2 strands of ox tendon holding it. Because the warship was pulling against the shore, these 2 strands only held for 3 seconds, and the entire rope snapped. A powerful rebound force bounced back toward the shore and the warship. Several natives could not react in time and were directly torn into pieces by the rebound force of several thousand jin, blood splashing everywhere. "Ah!" Luke also screamed miserably. He looked at his right arm in shock. Just now, when the rope rebounded, the force of several thousand jin cut off his entire right arm together with his shoulder, and the moving flesh inside could faintly be seen. "Chief!" "Oh no, the chief!" Several leaders rushed over and helped Luke up. Luke felt dizzy. He forced himself free from the leaders and pointed at Yifeng with his remaining left hand. "Kill him. Don't let him cut the remaining 2 ropes." After saying this, Luke's face turned pale and he sat down hard on the shore. After their chief was badly injured, the natives' morale dropped sharply. Some of them even began to retreat. Screech, screech, screech. Although only 2 ropes were left, the warship was still pulling toward the shore. Large splashes appeared near the propeller, showing that it was tangled with some plants. Once a large amount of aquatic plants wrapped around the propeller, the entire warship would stop. "Break!" Yifeng threw the short sword again. Puff! The second rope was cut a little because Yifeng did not throw accurately. "Damn it, an ordinary short sword won't work. I need a better blade to cut the rope." Yifeng lowered his head and searched around in the water for a sharp weapon. Boom! At this moment, the shore shook again. Before Yifeng could react, his body was blasted into the air. After flying more than 20 meters, he crashed into the water with a loud splash. "Ah Feng! Brother Feng! Brother Yi!" Various screams came from the warship. Yifeng felt his abdomen completely numb. Even his internal organs had suffered a strong impact. As soon as he opened his mouth, he spat out a large amount of blood, and only then did he have time to touch his abdomen. A crossbow bolt as thick as an arm had pierced through his abdomen. Blood flowed like water from a faucet, quickly dyeing the surrounding river red. Yifeng tried to balance his body in the river, but this injury was too serious. His body was dragged downward by the heavy crossbow bolt toward the riverbed. "No, I can't die yet. If I die, the warship will fall into the hands of the natives. The men on it will all be killed, the women." Yifeng did not dare to think further. He forced himself to stay conscious and grabbed the crossbow bolt in his abdomen. Puff, puff, puff. The bolt was pulled out little by little from his flesh, and the skin rolled outward. Aga! A series of bubbles rose from the water. When Yifeng was about to pull out the entire bolt, his back suddenly tightened. This bolt actually had barbs. Even with all his strength, Yifeng could not pull it out completely. "It's over. Am I going to die here?" In the pitch-black water, Yifeng felt his feet touch the riverbed. After all his calculations, he still failed to account for that woman, the high priestess. In the end, he would die in a foreign land. Thinking of this, Yifeng slowly closed his eyes. This time his injuries were too severe. He had lost more than a quarter of his blood, and his internal organs were also damaged. But after only 3 seconds, he suddenly opened his eyes underwater. "My fate is decided by me, not by heaven." Yifeng clenched his teeth and pulled the crossbow bolt hard toward his left waist. He seemed to hear the sound of his flesh being torn apart. The intense pain almost made Yifeng faint. But he could not stop, because there was not much oxygen left in his lungs. So this time, he used both hands to grab the bolt and pulled hard toward his left waist again. Puff! A large amount of blood gushed out, and at the same time, Yifeng's left waist was almost completely torn open. This bolt was actually pulled out sideways by him. After doing all this, Yifeng still could not pass out. Enduring the severe pain, he grabbed the bolt and swam upward. On the deck, Ding Tuanchuan burst into loud crying. Chenin stared at the blood rising from the river bottom, his eyes completely red. "Those damn bastards. Sister Susan, don't save bullets anymore. Kill all those damn bastards. We must avenge Brother Feng." Chenin roared. Tuba also had red eyes and looked toward the shore with hatred. The next moment, he picked up Yifeng's giant bow and pushed back hard with both legs. "Hurry and help, pull the giant bow open. The gate people killed our top fighter, so we must shoot Luke to death too." As soon as Tuba finished shouting, his strength was exhausted. Splash! Amid the churning blood-red water, Yifeng surfaced. He looked at the warship being pulled closer to the shore, took a deep breath, and threw the crossbow bolt at the second rope. Puff! The barbs of the bolt hooked onto the rope. But this was still not enough to break it. Yifeng turned his head and looked at the warship with tired eyes. Ah, Brother Yi. That's great, Brother Feng is still alive. Sister Susan, Brother Feng is still alive. Another burst of cheers erupted on the deck. Yifeng forced a bitter smile. He felt his life slipping away quickly. But he still could not die now. He had to break the second rope. With only one rope left, it would not be able to trap the huge warship. Thinking of this, Yifeng stepped on a floating corpse and leapt into the air. Unfortunately, the flesh of his left waist was almost completely destroyed. There was no muscle support left, so after jumping 2 meters, he fell back into the water with a loud splash. Yifeng is seriously injured. Kill him. Even with such serious injuries, Luke was still commanding on the shore. Chief, rest well. Leave it to me. After the remaining chief finished speaking, he held a spear with one hand and threw it hard at Yifeng. Puff. The spear pierced through Yifeng's back, but only a small amount of blood flowed out. His blood scales are gone, his blood scales are gone. Archers, get ready. The chief shouted in a stuttering voice. Puff 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 puff. 5 or 6 arrows shot toward Yifeng. At this moment, Yifeng could only instinctively protect his chest, but many arrows and poison needles pierced into his skin. After losing too much blood, his blood scales could no longer protect his body. Bang, bang, bang. At this moment, 3 gunshots rang out. At the critical moment, Susan erupted with terrifying focus. All 3 shots hit the rope. As the warship pulled, the rope snapped directly. 2 rebound forces lashed back toward the shore and the warship. The chief who had just rushed over could not react in time and was cut across the waist by the rope. Whoosh! His upper body flew back to the shore, his internal organs spilled all over the ground, while his waist and legs were still standing in the river. Brother Feng, hurry, hurry and get on the warship. Chenin shouted loudly. But as soon as he finished shouting, Tuba beside him jumped into the river with a splash and swam toward Yifeng at the fastest speed. Screech screech screech. The last rope could no longer withstand the pulling force of the warship and the cart-mounted crossbow. With a wail, it snapped, and 2 more natives were smashed to pieces. Tuba quickly grabbed one of Yifeng's arms and used all his strength to push him toward the warship. Susan had already lowered the rope ladder and watched helplessly as Yifeng and Tuba got closer. We've grabbed the rope ladder. Tell old Chang to steer the warship upstream, hurry. Tuba shouted loudly in the water. He held Yifeng with one hand and the rope ladder with the other. Boom! The warship let out a roar, like a giant beast breaking free of its reins, and rushed toward the middle of the river. But at the stern, several resentful children and a few mutilated native corpses were still hanging. You bunch of trash. Luke watched the warship sail away. His anger surged, and he fainted on the spot. After a while, Duoyen Hina walked out of the dense forest with a pale face. Behind her followed the silver-haired resentful child and Ma Sikong and others. High Priestess, the chief is too badly injured. I'm afraid he won't live for many days. The voice of a chief carried sobs. Duoyen Hina took a deep breath and slowly closed her eyes. It seems this is fate. Brother Feng, drink some water quickly. You've lost so much blood. Bai Chushua held a basin of cooled boiled water and fed it to Yifeng's mouth. Yifeng felt his throat burning. He moved his head slightly and opened his mouth to take the water. But as soon as he swallowed it, he spat the water back out. Brother Feng, you've lost so much blood. Why aren't you drinking water? Chenin grabbed Yifeng's arm. At this moment, Yifeng was lying on a simple stretcher in the middle of the deck, surrounded by people. Chenin, he has lost too much blood. Blood can no longer support the liver. Brother Feng no longer has enough blood to digest this water. As Bai Chushua said this, a clear tear fell. Everyone had seen Yifeng's wound. It was almost like his waist had been cut in half. They all understood Yifeng's ending, but no one was willing to say it out loud. Hurry, push Ah Feng into the cabin. Xiaoxua, I've never begged anyone in my life. You must save Ah Feng. I beg you. Susan grabbed Bai Chushua's hand. Don't worry. I will definitely save Brother Feng. Bai Chushua nodded, lacking confidence. Tuba and Chenin lifted the bed and carried Yifeng toward the cabin. They used many animal skins to block Yifeng's wound, but the blood quickly soaked them red. Yifeng weakly looked at them and slowly closed his eyes. On the entire warship, except for Chang Libin and 2 boiler workers, everyone was gathered around Yifeng, using basins of hot water to clean his wounds. Bai Chushua, Susan, Ding Tuanchuan, Ilian, and the others stayed by Yifeng's side 24 hours a day. In the middle of the night, Yifeng coughed and struggled to open his eyes. Ah Feng, you're awake? Quick, drink some hot water. Susan quickly brought the hot water to Yifeng's mouth and carefully placed his head on her thigh. Yifeng nodded and barely drank a sip of hot water. But as soon as the hot water entered his throat, his liver reacted and forced his stomach to spit it out. Once the blood could no longer nourish the liver could not detoxify. Nothing could enter Yifeng's stomach. Ah Feng. Susan pressed her forehead to Yifeng's, her heart in pain. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanchuan buried her head in Yifeng's broad palm. Susan, Tuanchuan, stop crying. I know I won't make it. Now I need to explain some things. Yifeng suddenly felt a bit of energy and was actually able to speak. Brother Feng, don't say these things. Rest well. Bai Chushua held Yifeng's other hand. No. If I don't say it now, I won't be able to say it later. When I'm gone, sail the warship toward the sea. Cough cough. Keep sailing east. There may be a small hope to leave this place and return to Earth. Also, from now on, Susan will be the leader of the team. She's steady. Where's Maisie? Where is Maisie? Yifeng suddenly reached out weakly into the air. I'm here. I've always been here. Maisie also walked in from outside, her eyes blurred with tears. Maisie, you'll be the second leader. You're as steady as Susan. Lead them to leave this place alive. Even with a warship, you can't fight the High Priestess. She's too cunning. And Tuanchuan, when I'm gone, you must listen to Susan and the others, and don't be so naughty. Yifeng coughed as he explained his last wishes. Ding Tuanchuan heard none of it. Big tears fell into Yifeng's palm. The women all cried aloud. At the cabin door, Tuba's eyes were red, and he bit his lips tightly. Chenin squatted at the door, grabbing his hair with both hands. They all realized that the most important person in the team was about to fall. 10 minutes later, Yifeng finally finished explaining everything. The light in his eyes slowly dimmed, and his face turned dark gray. Brother Feng? Ah Feng. Brother Yi. They shook Yifeng's body. Chushua, can Yifeng no longer eat anything? Maisie looked at Bai Chushua. Yes. If he could eat something, there might still be a chance to save him. But now, everything is too late. Bai Chushua wiped her tears. I understand. It should be that the blood can no longer nourish the liver, and the liver can no longer detoxify. Then he can only eat the purest thing. After speaking, Maisie looked at Susan again. Sister Susan, please take everyone out of the room and lock the door. I might have a way to save Yifeng. Ah? The women stopped crying at the same time and looked at Maisie with 3 parts surprise and 7 parts doubt. All right, Maisie. You've always been steady and not someone who speaks carelessly. Let's go out first. After speaking, Susan pulled Ding Tuanchuan up. In just a short while, the door was closed. Maisie looked at Yifeng, firmly untied the animal skins, and leaned over. Milk is the purest food in the world. A baby's liver does not yet have the ability to detoxify, so it usually can only drink milk. Maybe this method could save Yifeng's life. He didn't spit it out? Maisie was overjoyed and continued to squeeze harder. Although Susan said Maisie was steady, at Yifeng's last moment, how could she leave? So she kept listening outside the door. After an unknown amount of time, Maisie felt that her supply was empty. Only then did she gently place Yifeng's head on the pillow and cover him with the blanket. She opened the door and saw Susan and the others. You must have already heard. From now on, sure, help me boil more crucian carp soup, because this kind of soup can help produce milk, Maisie said. Oh, okay, I'll go boil it right away. Shi Zhengliang was overjoyed and hurried to the kitchen. As long as he could save Brother Feng, he could boil soup non-stop for 24 hours to replenish Maisie's energy. During this period, Yifeng had been in a coma. He felt that the crystal pellet inside his body was rapidly repairing the wound at his waist. This made the wound extremely itchy, but he had no way to reach out and scratch it. Not only that, in these days he also felt that many fishy things flowed into his mouth and were then quickly absorbed by his stomach. Hot Spring Island was filled with whaling at this moment. 100 natives were trapped here. In the first 3 days, they ate up everything edible on the island. A few people took the risk of trying to swim back to the shore, but were immediately swallowed by the rapid current. The chief and the great chiefs didn't care about our lives and rashly went to war with Yifeng. Now all of us are going to starve to death. Arlie Ree walked back and forth on the island, hungry and sallow. Chief, don't worry. I still have some food here. Take it to fill your stomach first. After speaking, a native handed over a piece of skin. Even the rats on the island have been eaten. Where did you get this skin? Well, Chief, I'm old and have indigestion. This skin was pulled out by me and hasn't been fully digested yet. Get lost. Arlie Ree slapped the native's hand away and looked toward the opposite shore 4 kilometers away. It was not that Luke did not come to save them, but that Luke was already seriously injured and unconscious. He was lying flat on the ground, undergoing Duoyen Hina's transformation. A green worm crawled out from her finger and quickly entered Luke's mouth. The chiefs nearby watched with burning anger, but there was nothing they could do. Don't look at me like that. Luke's injuries can no longer be cured. At this point, the only option is to transform him into a resentful king. With his physical condition, there is a 30% chance he will become one. After saying this, Duoyen Hina began chanting again. The high priestess is right. We must support her decision. Ma Xikong was the first to support Duoyen Hina. He had already thought it through. Now Duoyen Hina no longer had any female priests by her side. If he helped her when she was most vulnerable, maybe before long the high priestess would develop feelings for him. Bad news, high priestess. Several resentful children have lost control and are attacking the tribe. High priestess, even if we save our meat, it will only be enough for today. Tomorrow, we will have no food. High priestess, there are still 100 of our people on Hot Spring Island. What should we do about them? After Luke was gone, all the burdens fell on Duoyen Hina's shoulders. Seeming to sense her irritation, Ma Xikong stepped forward on his own. What's there to panic about? The high priestess is cultivating a powerful resentful king. I'll help arrange things. Now everyone return to the tribe. Leave the resentful children in the forest. In any case, don't bring them back to the tribe. As for food, we'll save as much as we can. First ensure food for the warriors. The others can eat once every 3 days. If they're really too hungry, they can chew on tree bark. As for the 100 people on Hot Spring Island, they worked for Yifeng for so long. They deserve to die. We don't need to care about them. Let them fend for themselves. Ma Xikong's words made the great chiefs unable to hold back anymore. Ma, do you really think you're the chief now? You dare abandon our people at will? One great chief stared at Ma Xikong with a hostile look. Great chief, this Ma guy is useless now. With such tender flesh, he might be enough for us to eat for one meal. That's right, chop him up. All the natives raised their fists and looked at Ma Xikong with greedy green eyes. Ma Xikong's heart tightened, and he quietly hid behind Duoyen Hina. Duoyen Hina had just finished the ritual and slowly opened her eyes. Do you all like making noise so much? What Ma Xikong said may sound unpleasant, but it is the only feasible method right now. Abandon all the resentful children, keep only the silver-haired one, then return to the tribe and build fortifications. We must use the fortifications to guard against other resentful children. With the high priestess speaking, the natives finally restrained themselves. Set off. Return to the tribe. Asoer stepped forward. Now the Gay tribe only had 4 great chiefs left, and his prestige was the highest among them. Although he had lost both arms, his nose was still useful. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Inside the cabin, Yifeng suddenly opened his eyes, but in the next moment he raised his hand to block the strong light outside. After not seeing light for so long, his eyes could not adapt immediately. There was no one in the cabin. Yifeng quietly lifted the animal skin blanket. His waist was wrapped like a rice dumpling, and the wound could not be seen, but Yifeng felt that his left waist had recovered some strength and should barely be usable. Creak. Rimi Maisie pushed the door open and walked in, still unfastening her chest clothing. Ah? Ah Feng is awake, Ah Feng is awake. Rimi Maisie shouted toward the outside. Chenin was overjoyed and poked his head in to take a look. Then he also shouted loudly. Brother Feng is awake, bro, the Feng is awake. In less than 5 minutes, Yifeng's room was packed with people. Ding Tuanchuan rested her head on his thigh, obedient like a cat. Susan supported Yifeng's left arm, trying not to touch his waist. Brother Feng, woo woo woo. Chenin threw himself into Yifeng's arms, but was immediately kicked away by Susan. Don't touch his wound. Sorry, Sister Susan, I really couldn't control myself. Yifeng was quite moved. Although he had been unconscious these days, he could still feel the care the entire team gave him. First, the animal skins wrapping his wound were washed on average once every day and a half. Bai Chushue would also carefully wipe his whole body with hot water. Every night, Rimi Maisie would also soak her feet in hot water. Every night, Ding Tuanchuan would come into the cabin, hold his hand, and sing children's songs to him. This meticulous care, together with Rimi Maisie's supply, finally pulled Yifeng back from the edge of life and death. Of course, the most important reason was still the half-crystal pellet inside his body. That thing was incredibly magical. It actually allowed Yifeng's wound to recover 10 times faster. Otherwise, before the wound healed, maggots would probably have grown on it. Brother Feng, this is the meat soup I prepared. Try taking a sip. Shi Zhengliang walked in holding a bowl of hot soup. Yifeng swallowed. These days, he had been living only on Rimi Maisie, but she could not support his energy needs. He had already been starving for a long time. Don't worry, Brother Feng. I only added a little salt and no extra seasonings. Your liver still can't detoxify those seasonings. After saying this, Shi Zhengliang brought the soup to Yifeng's mouth. Alright, then I'll try and see if I still throw up. After saying that, Yifeng took the initiative to drink a sip. Everyone stared at him, their eyes full of tired expectation. 1 minute passed. Yifeng did not vomit. 5 minutes passed. Yifeng still did not vomit. 10 minutes passed. Oh, that's great. Brother Feng ate something, he ate something. It's like New Year, I'm so happy. Brother Feng, I'm really so happy that you can eat again. Being able to eat meant that Yifeng's body would slowly recover. Yifeng also let out a breath of relief. He had been scared to death just now, afraid that he would throw up. If that really happened, he couldn't rely on Remy Maisie for the rest of his life, right? Turning his head, he saw that Remy Maisie looked worn out, which made him feel a bit guilty. Thank you, Sister Maisie, Yifeng said sincerely. Remy Maisie's pretty face turned red, and she said softly, You're welcome. And luckily it was you. If it were someone else, they probably really would have died. Alright, Sister Maisie, now is not the time to talk about love and feelings. Brother Feng, the gay tribe tricked us again. I think this time we can't endure it anymore. Tomorrow we should bomb their tribe once. What do you think? Tuba stood up at this moment, looking angrily toward downstream. Their warship was now more than 20 kilometers away from Hot Spring Island and was on the main river channel. Indeed, we should teach these barbarians a lesson. They really never change. I was already very kind in trading with them. I not only provided them with work, but also protected his wife and sister. But this Luke really deserves to die. I will definitely make him pay a heavy price. Yifeng's eyes turned cold, and he suddenly looked at everyone in the room. By the way, where are Shuangxue and Baya? Yifeng asked. Oh, although they are Luke's wife and sister, during the big battle half a month ago they also did their best. They shot and killed many natives, who were also their former tribesmen. But they were also hit by poison needles. They should recover in a few days, Bai Chushua said. Phew! Yifeng let out a breath. Fortunately, he had not misjudged them. In that kind of situation, if the two women had switched sides, they might have killed an important person like Susan. In that case, they are our own people now. I don't care whether they are Luke's ex-wife or sister. From now on, they are our family, our brothers and sisters. Yifeng nodded. Brother Feng, now that you can eat, why not go to the dining hall and eat a bit more? I'll make you some softer food again, and I'll only add salt, no other seasonings, Shi Zhengliang said with concern. Drinking milk every day really doesn't fill you up. Make me a few solid dishes. After saying this, Yifeng glanced at Remy Maisie again. With Susan supporting him, Yifeng happily led everyone to the dining hall. The warship, which had been full of gloom, once again became filled with laughter. This time, Yifeng ate until he was completely stuffed, his belly round and full, leaving everyone stunned. Eat a little less at a time, so you don't get indigestion. Susan patted Yifeng's back and carefully helped rub his stomach. Since Yifeng was seriously injured, she seemed to have become much gentler and more feminine. At this moment, Baya and Shuangxue also came to the dining hall, and the entire hall instantly fell silent. Although they had helped kill natives, their background was gay people, and some stubborn people still held hostility toward them. For example, Tuba. He turned his head away. Yifeng showed a big smile. Baya, Shuangxue, come and sit down. Eat a little. I've already heard about what you did. I really didn't misjudge you, Yifeng said with a smile. The two women obediently sat down, but felt uneasy, because those savages looked at them with unfriendly eyes. Shuangxue looked unconcerned, but Baya hesitated to speak. Baya, if you have something to say, just say it. It's okay. We are family now, Yifeng said sincerely. Brother Feng, there is something I want to ask you. My brother Luke seems to have also suffered a fatal injury. Could you let me go back to see him one last time? He loved me the most when we were young. By the end, Baya burst into tears. People are not plants. Everyone has feelings. Yifeng let out a long sigh and leaned back. If you want to leave, then leave. But once you leave, don't come back. Who knows if you'll leak the news about Brother Feng's serious injury? Tuba said coldly. I won't. I love this place. There is food and drink here, and Brother Feng treats me like family. You all treat me very well too. But he is my brother. Baya said. All right. Old Cheng, let the warship go downstream to the gay tribe's village, and then give her a dugout canoe. After giving instructions to Cheng Libin, Yifeng looked at Baya again. You can go back to see your brother, but my warship will only wait for you for 2 days. If you haven't come back in 2 days, we can only leave. Because next, we still need to find a place the gay people cannot reach, burn charcoal, and replenish fuel for the warship. He had already decided. He would wait for Baya for 2 days. If she could not return within 2 days for any reason, Yi Feng would not wait any longer. Fuel for the warship was the top priority. Letting the entire team wait for her alone was already doing the utmost. "Thank you, Brother Feng." After saying this, Baya suddenly grabbed the back of Yi Feng's hand and kissed it hard. This was the highest etiquette of the gate people. After a while, the warship made a full left turn and went downstream with the current. Cheng Libin did not dare burn charcoal in the lower hold and relied entirely on his superb skills to control the huge warship. After all, the fuel in the lower hold was now only enough for the warship to travel a little over 50 kilometers. Saving as much as possible was best. The downstream speed was very fast, and before long the warship docked at the position of Hot Spring Island. Splash! All the workers on the island stood up and looked at Yi Feng with expectant eyes. "Damn, they haven't all starved to death yet. Brother Feng, look at them." Chenin pointed at Hot Spring Island. Yi Feng roughly counted. Out of 100 workers, only a little over 60 were left. The others had either drowned while trying to swim or disappeared for other reasons. "Brother Feng, they should pay the price for the Gay tribe's actions." "Let them all starve to death," Tuba said loudly. "Yes, let them die," Wang Zhihai also nodded. However, Yi Feng had his own plan. In the last big battle, although no key figures were lost, his team had lost 9 more people. Now the total number of people on the warship was only a little over 30. "People on Hot Spring Island, listen up. Your chief and high priestess have abandoned you. They didn't care about your lives and rashly went to war with me. This was not only against me, but also a trap for you. Think for yourselves. Do you still want to serve the Gay tribe?" Yi Feng asked loudly. The natives on Hot Spring Island looked at each other, feeling the same way. But after all, having grown up in the Gay tribe, they still had some hesitation deep inside, especially a few who had once served as chiefs. "Yi Feng, you've said so much just to sow discord among our people, haven't you?" One of the junior chiefs stepped forward. From his time interacting with them, Yi Feng knew his name was Arju. "What? Are you still loyal to the Gay tribe?" Yi Feng asked coldly. "Sometimes, stupidity can be as annoying as evil. No matter what, we grew up in the Gay tribe. Of course we will always be loyal to the chief and the high priestess. Don't try to turn us against each other." Arju, though his face was blackened from hunger, remained fanatically loyal. Because he used to be a low-level chief in the tribe. His position was very awkward, neither high nor low. He couldn't reach the inner circle of decision-makers, and yet he couldn't relate to the ordinary tribesmen either. In the end, he became an enforcer for the upper ranks. Over the years, he had done many wicked things for the Gay elite. For example, forcing young girls to give up their virginity. Many horrific missions were carried out by these two-stripe junior chiefs. Of course, when his own family had a beautiful young girl, she would also be handed over to the elders or the chief. But to maintain their in-between status, they had no choice but to support the wicked. Yi Feng stood on the deck and observed coldly. He noticed that those with some status among the natives looked at him with hostility. On the other hand, the ordinary natives had hesitant expressions, as if they wanted to defect. But the Gay tribe had ruled them for hundreds of years. That authority was deeply ingrained, making them afraid to rebel easily. "Arju, since you're so stubborn, I won't try to persuade you. What about the others? If any of you curse the high priestess, or curse Luke and the Gay leadership in front of me, I'll consider you one of us. After 3 months of testing, you'll be allowed to live on the warship and receive equal treatment." Yi Feng shouted to everyone. The natives looked at each other and all lowered their heads. Especially the ordinary ones, many of them often cursed secretly. But now there were over 60 people. They weren't foolish enough to speak out in public. If they ever returned to the Gay tribe, someone might report them, and they would be executed for betrayal. A minute passed. No one responded to Yi Feng. Ri and Arju exchanged glances, looking pleased. "See? We've trained these people well, they don't dare challenge authority. Yi Feng, do you see our unity? Stop wasting your time. If you still want us to work, then distribute food. Otherwise, take us back to shore with your warship," Ri said coldly. He was a 4-marked junior chief, 2 ranks higher than Arju, and thus even more loyal to the Gay tribe. "Since you're so stubborn and ignorant, fine, continue starving. The food on my warship is limited and only for us," Yi Feng said, a trace of killing intent in his eyes. In fact, there was still a lot of food on the warship, and some of it had already started to rot over the past half-month. But these natives were beyond reasoning. Yi Feng didn't feel the need to be compassionate. Let them starve to death. "Yi Feng, if you're no longer hiring us, then send us back to shore. We'll find food ourselves," Ri said, his face changing as he realized the danger. If Yi Feng refused to take them back, they'd be trapped on the island and die. Brother Feng, I think these 60 people are still useful. Anyway, we have lots of food on the warship, more than we can eat. Some of the meat is even infested with worms. We might as well let them work a while longer and finish the foundation of Hot Spring Island, Cheng Libin suggested. Old Cheng is right. We have too much food. On the third level of the ship, a lot of meat has gone bad. We can't waste it, Shi Zhengliang also urged. Yi Feng took a deep breath and finally nodded. People on the island, listen up. I will continue hiring you. But each of you will only get 5 jin of food per day. I will no longer send any leftovers to the gay tribe, Yi Feng said calmly. What? Then what about our families? We can't just take care of ourselves and let the high priestess starve to death. Besides, there are still so many resentful children to feed. Lai Ri shook his head. Yi Feng, don't go too far. We can't just look after ourselves. What about the chief and the others back in the tribe? Zhu added. Yi Feng nearly laughed. These people were starving, and they were still worrying about others. Clearly, Luke had brainwashed these junior chiefs very effectively. They were practically enslaved. I'm not responsible for that. From now on, those who are willing to work will be given food. Those who aren't, out of humanitarian concern, I will take you back to shore. But there is no food there either, unless you're capable of swimming to the north side of the Great Swamp, Yi Feng said and pointed toward the shore. The 60 people instantly showed troubled expressions and started murmuring among themselves. Yi Feng, are you saying that as long as I curse the high priestess and the chief, you'll give us food? Just then, a thin old man stepped out. He had 3 tattoos on his arm, but due to his age, he had stepped down from his position. Retired junior chiefs received the same treatment as ordinary elders. Unless promoted to great chief, they couldn't enjoy privileges in old age. Yes. As long as you curse them, your treatment will be different, Yi Feng replied. All right, I'll curse them. The high priestess, she's a witch, an evil woman who sacrifices our people. Luke, he's a cowardly chief, not a warrior, always obeying the witch. And those elders, great chiefs, they lust after young girls and force them to give up their virginity. This elder was a clear-headed man and cursed thoroughly. Ba, you were a chief once. How could you betray the gay tribe so quickly? Where is your conscience? Lai Ri shouted angrily, pointing at the old man's nose. Lai Ri, you're still in your prime, so of course you can say things like that. But when you're old like me, you'll understand the chief's true face. Bastard. Today I'll execute you in the chief's name. Lai Ri raised his axe. Seeing this, Yi Feng signaled Tuba. Tuba fired an arrow at the ground near Lai Ri's foot. Lai Ri, if you dare disrespect this elder, you're going against Brother Feng. The next arrow will go through your head, Tuba said coldly. Lai Ri's eyes flickered, and he finally stepped back. When one person sets the example, others follow. The natives saw someone take the lead, and over 20 more people immediately rushed toward Yi Feng. Yi Feng, I can curse too. The high priestess is a witch. The chief is a coward. Elder Zhuiri is a spineless weakling. To Yi Feng, these insults sounded mild, but for the natives, words like coward, weakling, and witch were the most vicious curses. Because courage was what natives valued most, and the high priestess cherished her reputation. All right, all of you who've sworn, come forward. Sure, memorize their faces and give them special treatment with the food, Yi Feng said, calling Shi Zhengliang over. Shi Zhengliang looked down, and his face immediately turned awkward. Brother Feng, these natives are all pitch black, how am I supposed to tell them apart? Tuba, you do it then. All right, I'll do it. In the end, Tuba threw down a piece of iron. Sorry, I can't remember your faces either. To show your loyalty, burn a scar on your own face. Otherwise, we won't be able to tell who you are later. This was him settling personal scores. After all, the gay people had tormented their wild tribe terribly for years. Roughly 30 people had defected to Yi Feng. Gritting their teeth, they all burned scars onto their faces. The smell of roasted flesh spread across Hot Spring Island. Sure, go prepare the food. These 30 are now one of us. Don't give them spoiled meat, use the good stuff, and add a bit of seasoning as needed, Yi Feng ordered. Got it. Shi Zhengliang immediately went to the kitchen to prepare food. 2 hours later, dozens of buckets of food were lowered down with ropes and distributed to the 30 new followers. Lai Ri and his stubborn group could only drool from the sidelines. If Tuba hadn't been standing on the deck with a bow, they would have tried to snatch it. Yi Feng, this food is delicious. It's different from what we used to eat, tastes so much better. Thank you, Yi Feng. At that moment, Chenin stepped up. So disrespectful, still calling him by name? You should say Brother Feng. The 30 natives hesitated for a moment. Ba was the first to speak. Thank you, Brother Feng. Thank you, Brother Feng, for the food. Thank you, Brother Fong. Brother Fong. All 30 natives changed how they addressed him, determined to cut ties with the gay tribe. Yi Fong nodded in satisfaction and glanced sideways at A.R. Lai Ri's group. A.R. Lai Ri, you 30 don't want to recognize me as your leader. I won't force you. I'll give you 2 choices now. First, I'll send you back to shore. Second, you keep working for me, but your treatment will be fundamentally different from A.R. Ba and the others. Think it over. After hearing Yi Feng's words, 2 of them huddled together and quietly discussed. What do we do? If he sends us back to shore, there's still no food, and we might be attacked by resentful children. Yeah, by now those kids are probably out of control. Alright then, let's decide, work with Yi Feng for now, eat some food first, and plan more later. The 30 quickly made up their minds. Yi Feng, we're willing to continue working with you, A.R. Lai Ri said. Smart choice. Old Sure, prepare second-rate food for them, Yi Feng ordered. Understood, he. Shi Zhengliang went off with a scheming smile to the kitchen. Then A.R. Ba spoke up, Brother Feng, now that we've eaten, shall we get to work? He and the 30 picked up tools, but... Wait! Yi Feng raised his right hand. What's wrong, Brother Feng? Nothing much. Now that you're my people, after lunch, you must rest at least 2 hours. You can nap or sit and relax. Work hours cannot exceed 8 hours a day. That's my labor law, Yi Feng said. Huh? Thank you, Brother Feng. Ha, we made the right choice. Thank you, Brother Feng. All 30 jumped up in excitement, their eyes full of joy. Back in the gay tribe, they had to work immediately after eating. Sometimes, to rush construction, they'd work 15 or 16 hours a day, pure manual labor. But look at Yi Feng's side, only 8 hours a day? This was heaven. On the other side, A.R. Lai Ri and A.R. Zhu exchanged looks, sneering in their hearts. This is Yi Feng's trick. He starts like this, but over time, he'll exploit them harshly. Right, Yi Feng is being nice at first. Later, they'll realize the ambitions of outsiders. Truthfully, they were tempted too, but they had already spoken, so they couldn't go back on their word. All they could do was console themselves with this mental trick. Soon after, the food for the outsourced workers was ready. Shi Zhengliang carried a bucket and dumped it over the deck, right into a canoe below. You're too much. Why didn't you lower the bucket down? A.R. Lai Ri shouted angrily. In fact, this was how they had always eaten, but now there was comparison. A.R. Ba and the elderly were given buckets and could eat with dignity. But their group had to eat from a trough. That made A.R. Lai Ri very upset. Sorry, you're outsourced. That's how you eat. I know you're prideful, so if you won't eat, I'll save it, Shi Zhengliang mocked, carrying the bucket. A.R. Lai Ri's face flushed red, and his fists clenched tightly. Forget it, hold back. We're starving, A.R. Zhu said. All right. On my command, start eating. With that, 30 people rushed over, shoving their heads into the canoe, eating like pigs. Ugh. After a few bites, A.R. Lai Ri threw up. This tastes wrong, it's spoiled. Shi Zhengliang, I know your name. Give us good food. Sorry, outsource teams can't bargain with me. Don't eat if you don't want to. Shi Zhengliang left with his bucket. Forget it, just endure it, it's still edible, one native advised. Panting heavily, A.R. Lai Ri suddenly raised both hands to the sky and roared. I, A.R. Lai Ri, swear I will wash away today's humiliation with their blood. Then he pinched his nose, shoved his head into the canoe, and gobbled down the food. When someone is starving, they'll eat even mud, let alone slightly spoiled food. Even so, it wasn't filling. 30 people got only 10 buckets. Meanwhile, A.R. Ba's group of 30 had 30 buckets of fresh meat. After eating, a few even licked the canoe bottom with their tongues. Let's go rest, A.R. Lai Ri said and led the stubborn group to sit nearby. But just then, Yi Feng knocked on the railing. Hey! Who said you could rest? Get to work, I'm not feeding freeloaders. What? A.R. Ba gets to rest, but we can't? A.R. Lai Ri roared in anger, his eyes bloodshot. They're my direct subordinates. Of course they get benefits. And you? You're just outsourced labor. Get back to work, or you won't have food for the next meal. Also, no slacking. If I catch anyone slacking off, your next meal will be reduced, Yi Feng said calmly. Ah? A.R. Lai Ri howled at the sky, but in the end, for the sake of food, he had no choice but to lead his people back to work. On the other side of Hot Spring Island, A.R. Ba saw all of this and felt both relieved and lucky. See? Good thing we cursed the High Priestess, or we'd be suffering like A.R. Lai Ri. Right, they deserve it. Enough talking, let's nap while we can and let the food digest. The 30 quickly began snoring. Meanwhile, on the other side of the island, A.R. Lai Ri and his group were shouting work chants, pounding mud with wooden tools. The sounds of snoring and shouting formed a stark contrast. A.R. Lai Ri, don't lose heart. Yifeng won't be able to keep this up for long. In 2 days, Arba's food will be just like ours. Then they'll regret it, Arju comforted him. Yeah. Yifeng's just pretending now. I don't believe it, there's no food left in the Black Tree River area. How long can he keep feeding them? The two quickly reached a consensus and began boosting their team's morale. On the deck, Yifeng turned to Baya. Baya, now I will fulfill my promise, take you to shore so you can see your brother one last time. Old Cheng, dock the warship. Sure, prepare 2 days' worth of dried meat for Baya. Chenin, prepare the sharpest spear and bow for her. Yifeng gave a string of orders. 2 lines of tears slid down Baya's face. Brother Feng is really so good to me, thinking of everything. But my brother is badly injured. I must see him one last time, or I'll regret it for life. The warship slowly approached land. A dugout canoe was lowered, and Baya jumped into it with food and weapons. She looked up at the deck. Shuangxue was waving to her, and Brother Feng and the others were watching her with concern. Baya suddenly felt full of confidence. With a strong team behind her, she felt like she could do anything. Brother Feng, I will be back in 2 days. Please wait for me. With that, Baya began rowing. This area had been a battlefield just days before. Corpses of humans and resentful children, and dried bloodstains, still covered the shore. In the past, wild animals would have eaten them quickly. But now, the entire Black Tree River basin had almost no animals left, so the corpses remained, swollen and deformed. After landing, Baya followed her memory toward the village. The forest was eerily quiet, with only a few sparse bird calls. Soon even the birds would migrate north. After hurrying, she finally arrived at the riverside flat. It was a mess. A few native women were gathered, pulling things from the mud and stuffing them into their mouths. When she got closer, Baya nearly threw up. Her people were actually eating earthworms? Baya? Is that you? An old woman holding a little girl looked at her in shock. Yes. Where is my brother? Baya asked and pulled out a piece of dried meat from her bundle, putting it into the little girl's mouth. Your brother isn't presentable now. The high priestess is treating his wounds. The old woman swallowed hard, her greenish eyes staring at Baya's bundle. More native women gathered, eyes full of hunger. They were people Baya had known since childhood, her own tribe. Her heart softened. Gritting her teeth, she gave all the food in her bundle to the women. She noticed only women and children were at the riverside. All the men were in the forest, apparently building something. Baya, this food is so tasty. How is life with Yifeng? One native woman asked. Her face was so gaunt it looked skeletal, but her features hinted that, with more weight, she might be quite pretty. Life with Yifeng is good. There's plenty of food, good shelter that doesn't leak, it's clean, cleaner than the high priestess's temple. We have top-level chefs cooking for us. Baya hesitated, but finally told the truth. She sat on the shore, soon surrounded by women. They listened intently to Baya's stories, faces full of envy. Baya, you're beautiful, so Yifeng took you in. I wish I were as pretty as you. I want to go to the warship too. One girl finally voiced what they were all thinking. These days, the women and children had to scavenge for food with their bare hands. When hungry, they drank water, even ate worms. Whenever they found a dead wild chicken or egg, the men would take it away. They had bottled up resentment for so long. Now that Baya returned, it all came out. Don't be like that. The men are under a lot of pressure too. Baya was conflicted. She wanted to take her sisters to enjoy a better life on the warship, but what about the gay men? And her brother? Baya, can you take us to Yifeng's warship? We don't ask for clean rooms or delicious food. Just food. Even bones will do. Yeah, Baya. The men on your ship must have needs, right? We're women, we can satisfy them. We just want to survive. Faced with these women's pleas, Baya's heart twisted. In the end, she shook her head. I'm afraid not. On the warship, there are bad things too, like, never mind. She couldn't find any faults. Since she and her sister-in-law boarded the ship, they'd come to know Yifeng's character well. He faced danger first, deserved the title of warrior, and genuinely cared for his people. As for being lustful, among native women, that wasn't a flaw. It was expected of a strong man. If he wasn't lustful, it would seem like a weakness. I'm going to see my brother now. Oh, if you're truly starving, go to that place, when you see the warship, wave at it. I'll beg Brother Feng. Maybe he'll give you some food. On the surface, he seems cold, but deep down, he's actually very kind. However, I cannot guarantee that Brother Feng will listen to me. After saying that, Baya walked toward the forest. The craftsmen were numbingly building fortifications. They had cut down all the trees in the middle of the forest and used the surrounding trees to form a natural wall. Inside the wall, the native men were not idle either, they were busily constructing various wooden houses. Even the craftsmen could no longer guarantee 3 meals a day. At most 2 meals a day, and still not enough to fill their stomachs. But these craftsmen still worked hard. A sense of superiority comes from comparison. Look at those women on the riverbank, starving and eating earthworms, while they still had some meat every day, even if they didn't know what kind of meat it was, at least it filled the stomach. Hey! Women and resentful children are not allowed inside, get out. One craftsman drove Baya away. He didn't recognize her as Luke's sister. When Baya first went to the warship, although her features were delicate, she was dark and thin. But now it was different. After staying on the warship for nearly a month with excess nutrition every day, she had become fair and tender, and almost no one recognized her. I am Baya. Where is my brother Luke? Baya introduced herself. Ah, so it's you. The chief, he's badly injured. The high priestess is treating his wounds. I want to go see my brother. Baya was delighted. After half a month, her brother still wasn't dead. Maybe the high priestess could cure his wounds. With that thought, she quickened her pace and walked inside. During the time Luke was injured, the high priestess issued a decree that Asoer and Ma Sikong would govern the gay tribe together. This was a combination of barbarism and civilization. Asoer proposed using trees to make a natural wall to prevent the resentful children from rebelling. And Ma Sikong, after having the wooden houses built, mixed dry grass and yellow mud to plaster the gaps in the houses so they could resist the winter cold winds. At the same time, Ma Sikong also taught the natives how to make cart crossbows and how to use tung tree oil to make fuel. In any case, he applied everything from civilized society to the gay tribe, aiming to show off to the high priestess. Asoer was patrolling the territory when he suddenly squinted and saw Baya immediately. Baya, why are you back? Asoer asked in shock. Asoer, where is my brother? Baya asked. In fact, Asoer had always secretly liked her. There's a temporary temple in the middle. The high priestess and that silver-haired one have been inside for half a month. Oh, and your brother is inside too. The high priestess, it seems she's using some secret technique to treat your brother's wounds, Asoer said, his eyes flickering. The higher-ups all knew. Her brother was being turned into a resentful king. But such words were best not spread, or it would seriously affect the natives' beliefs. So you mean my brother still has a chance to be saved? Baya asked happily, grabbing Asoer's empty sleeve. Yes. But the high priestess decreed that no one may enter the temple, even if the sky falls, Asoer said seriously. All right, I won't disturb the high priestess. Baya nodded. She still thought the high priestess was doing her best to save her brother. At that moment inside the temporary temple, Duoyen Hina was sitting on a wooden bed. Beside the bed stood 2 resentful children, one was the silver-haired one. The other was nearly 2.5 meters tall, with fur shining in a pale golden color. From the eyebrows, it was clear that this golden resentful child was actually Luke himself. Resentful king, guard the door. Anyone who enters without permission should be killed, Duoyen Hina ordered. Luke nodded and walked out blankly. As he walked, his arms swung with strength, like a killing machine. Even the silver-haired resentful child, upon seeing him, showed deep fear in its eyes. After Luke went outside, Duoyen Hina lifted her animal skin clothing. Her belly was already very swollen. If she went outside now, everyone would see it. How would she explain it? In the gay tribe, there was a rule: a priestess could never have physical relations with a man. If she did, her power would gradually disappear and could even bring disaster to the tribe. You've made my life miserable, Yi Feng. After I give birth, I will make you pay a heavy price. After saying this, Duoyen Hina suddenly waved to the silver-haired one. Go, prepare food for me. The anthropomorphic silver-haired resentful child nodded and jumped out the temple window. Screech! A short, sharp scream came. Duoyen Hina's body trembled slightly and she sighed softly. What was going to happen has finally come. Within the gay tribe, 2 men in hemp clothing descended from the sky, crashing down beside the temple with a boom. One of the men was holding the already dead body of a silver-haired resentful child. Enemy attack. The entire tribe mobilized. The native warriors surrounded the 2 men in a ring 3 layers thick. One of the men casually threw the silver-haired body. It flew 30 meters and violently hit a big tree, almost turning into meat paste. Asoer walked forward with the remaining 3 great chiefs. Seeing the strength of this hemp-clothed man's arm, he knew he was no match. Who are you? Are you sent by Yi Feng? Asoer asked. Yi Feng? Who is Yi Feng? The man said, stepping forward. His aura suddenly expanded. Whoosh! Asoer backed up 5 or 6 steps, staring at the man in shock. Such strong energy, 10 times stronger than the old Luke. What do you want? Asaur's lips trembled, but proud as he was, he did not know how to bow. Bring out your high priestess. She violated the first commandment of the temple. I will take her back to be dealt with by that lord. Baron stepped forward like a tiger facing wolves. What commandment? You two better leave now, or even if we all attack together, you won't gain anything, Asaur said, then signaled the 3 great chiefs behind him. Those 3 drew their short swords and stared warily at this man called Baron. Ha ha ha, fine. All 3 of you come at me together. Let me see if the skill level in the Black Tree River area has improved. Baron finished speaking and drew his machete with a sharp sound. Charge! One of the great chiefs led the charge. Ching! He stopped in his tracks. The short sword in his hand was split in half, and his body was cleaved from head to groin. No good, everyone attacked together. Asaur was shocked and quickly dodged to the rear. The other 2 great chiefs had learned their lesson. Just as they were about to reach Baron, they suddenly dodged aside, and Baron's machete struck the native warriors behind them. In a flash of cold light, Asaur did not even see how Baron struck. A wave of his tribe fell. With one strike, he killed 15 of his tribesmen. Among those 15 were 2 great chiefs with 4 tattoos. What should we do? Even the brave gay people stepped back in fear, their eyes staring at Baron with terror. Really boring. I'll go fetch Duoyen Hina myself. After saying this, Baron strode toward the temple's main door. At that moment, an abnormal event happened. The dense forest beside the temple shook with a boom. An arrow shot with immense force slammed into Baron's chest. The powerful impact sent Baron flying more than 10 meters backward, before pinning him hard against a large tree. Ugh, phoo! Baron looked in disbelief at the huge crossbow bolt in his chest, spitting mouthfuls of blood, his eyes filled with intense unwillingness. Unlike last time with Yifeng, then the arrow hit Yifeng's waist, this time the arrow struck Baron's chest. At the moment the bolt touched his heart, it was shattered instantly. Baron! Emohito rushed over, pulled the bolt out, and cradled Baron's body. Emohito, find him, kill him. Baron said a few words before his head drooped, and he fainted on the spot. Normally, a beast fighter in the Black Tree River region was nearly impossible to kill, they could even face beasts head-on. But they encountered a modern civilized weapon, an enhanced civilized weapon. Emohito slowly turned around, his crimson eyes looking toward the forest. The next moment, in Asaur's sight, Emohito vanished as if invisible. Emohito wasn't actually invisible, his speed was simply too fast for Asaur and the others' eyes to catch. In just 1 second, his body appeared in the dense forest, facing a huge crossbow. As for Ma Xikong, after firing 1 bolt, he quickly found a place to hide. He had just seen that hemp-clothed man's skill and knew he wouldn't get a chance to shoot a second bolt. Great! Trying to hide, huh? Then today I'll wipe out the entire gay tribe. Emohito muttered and vanished like a shadow. 2 natives hadn't reacted when suddenly their necks felt cold. 2 heads rolled onto the ground. No good, him. Before one chief finished speaking, his head also fell to the ground. Emohito moved like a shadow killer, weaving through the gay crowd, killing 2 to 3 people with each pass. Quick! Everyone back to back, point your spears outward. Asaur shouted. Just after he finished shouting, a sharp sound came from the air in front of him. The next moment, a machete seemed to slice out of thin air, heading for his neck. Clang! A giant golden figure fell before Asaur, using its black claws to block the blade. Asaur felt a chill down his back and staggered several steps backward. At the same time, a trickle of blood slowly flowed down his neck. Although the blade didn't cut his neck, the sword intent it emitted wounded his skin. Is this still a human? It's basically a monster. Wait. Asaur looked again at the golden creature in front of him, confusion flickering in his eyes. Ah. I understand, the high priestess succeeded in raising the resentful king. Emohito slowly revealed himself, watching the golden creature with a solemn face. Resentful king? Duoyen Hina, you actually dared to secretly raise a resentful king behind the lord's back. As Emohito spoke, his machete sliced toward the resentful king. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. His machete was knocked flying about 20 meters. Emohito stepped back a few steps, placing his right hand behind his back. Because the tiger's mouth of his right hand had already split open, blood gushing out. Luke now had only a trace of humanity left, and 9 parts beast. With a roar, the golden flash struck. Boom! Emohito was knocked 30 meters away, a large dent appearing in his chest. Actually, with his beast fighter strength, even if he couldn't defeat a resentful king, he wouldn't fall so badly behind. The main reason was that this was his first fight against a resentful king and he hadn't found its weakness yet. Duoyen Hina, you're amazing for cultivating a resentful king, but you won't be arrogant for long. After saying this, Mojito became a residual shadow and disappeared from everyone's sight in a flash. After the resentful king repelled the beast fighter, it stooped and entered the temple again. Asoer and the others looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Seeing that the crisis was over, Ma Sikong finally stepped out from hiding, somewhat eager to take credit, and looked toward the temple. Asoer, you continue building the fortifications. Ma Sikong, you did well. Continue replenishing the bolts. Yes, High Priestess. They answered and went back to work. Winter was coming soon. They had to finish warmth preparations first, then food. Night came quickly. Yifeng stood on the deck supervising Hot Spring Island. During his recovery, he could only do what was within his strength. The team leader in charge now was Susan, responsible for everything. Yifeng still couldn't worry too much. Too much worry would slow his wound recovery. Shi Zhengliang walked out from the kitchen with several apprentices. Mealtime, mealtime! He knocked on the ship's side with a ladle. When the Hot Spring Island natives heard this, they rushed over and stood at the edge, staring at him hungrily. Why are the outsourced workers running over too? Arba, you eat first. The outsourced workers wait 1 hour before eating, Shi Zhengliang said. What? You? Lai Ri was so angry he coughed up blood. He could only obediently retreat to the side. Their group sat by the shore, watching Arba eat heartily while they kept swallowing their saliva. They hadn't eaten enough at lunch. Now at dinner, they hoped Shi Zhengliang's kindness would mean extra food. What are you guys sitting there for? While they're eating, you go tamp the soil. It's been a day and you've only tamped less than 50 square meters. What are you doing? Chenin scolded from the side. You bastard, I go, work. Lai Ri gave Chenin a hard look, memorizing his face, and then gritted his teeth and picked up the wood. Tamping soil was even harder than cutting trees, repeatedly pounding mud with wood until it was hard enough to bear stones. An hour later, Arba's team finally finished eating, and they were about to pick up their tools to work, but Yifeng called out to them. What are you doing? Brother Feng, we're going to work. It's already dark. What work? That violates the labor law. I told you, you are one of us. You only work 8 hours a day, no more, Yifeng said fairly. Thanks, Brother Feng. After Arba spoke, he kowtowed to Yifeng. Now it was Lai Ri's group's turn to eat. Shi Zhengliang dumped the food from the bucket below, and they all shoved their heads in, afraid of eating less. Eat quickly. You only have 15 minutes for your meal. After eating, continue working until 12 o'clock. Of course, around 10 o'clock, our brother Feng said he will provide another meal. You won't miss the 3 meals a day, Shi Zhengliang shouted from above. At that moment, someone from Lai Ri's team stood up. Brother Feng, the high priestess is a witch, the chief is a coward, those great chiefs are weaklings. Can I join their side now? You're teachable. Burn a mark on your face with the branding iron. You are officially separated from the outsourced team, Yifeng said. That native was overjoyed and ran quickly toward Arba and the others. Come back, traitor. You traitor. Lai Ri beat his chest angrily. Then 5 more natives stood up. Brother Feng, the high priestess is a witch, the chief is a coward, the great chiefs. All 5 began cursing loudly, tearing into the gay leadership with insults. Not bad, you all. Yifeng was about to officially let them leave the outsourced team, but Tuba pulled him aside. Brother Feng, if everyone only works 8 hours a day, when winter comes we still won't finish building Hot Spring Island. We can't let everyone have 8 hours of treatment. That progress is too slow. When winter comes, the warship won't keep out the cold. Only Hot Spring Island's defenses can. Hearing Tuba, Yifeng was startled. He had indeed been too merciful. Indeed, if each of the 60 people only worked 8 hours a day, when would they finish the construction? I know. Yifeng nodded to Tuba, then looked at the 5 men. Sorry. Earlier I said you could join, but you wanted to oppose me. Now you want to join, it's not that easy. From now on, only 1 person per month is allowed. And that 1 person must be a labor model from your outsourced team, meaning the most hardworking person, to qualify to join my team. He couldn't be too harsh, he had to give them some hope. Otherwise, chaos would break out sooner or later. Ah? The 5 looked at each other and almost cried. What's with the, ah? If you'd realized it earlier, it would have been better. Now it's too late. Get back to work. The most diligent one will earn the labor model title, Chenin urged. Lai Ri breathed a sigh of relief and glared at the 5. Let's go work. We must get the model title. The 5 howled and went to work. Ba and his group felt pleased, pointing and laughing at the stubborn ones. This is what happens to idiots. If they'd learned from us earlier, they'd only work 8 hours a day and eat much better food, Ba laughed. He, too late now. We are higher level workers, they're lower level. Right, stay away from them. We're one group, they're another. From today on, we higher-level workers shouldn't talk to them. Ba's workers were full of superiority, grinning from ear to ear. The next day, Yifeng slowly opened his eyes. Susan was sleeping in the next bed. She managed the whole team during the day and still cared for Yifeng at night. Because Yifeng's waist injury was so severe, he couldn't share a bed temporarily. You've really worked hard. Yifeng got up with his crutch and tightened Susan's blanket. Although he said not to worry him, as the backbone of the team, how could he not worry? After a while, Yifeng, leaning on his crutch, went to the lower hold. 2 boiler workers were dozing. The boiler workers were now fixed in these 2 positions. Their work was only busy when the ship was moving, otherwise they acted like gentlemen, one on duty while the other slept. Easier than any other job. Yifeng didn't wake them. Instead, he checked the amount of charcoal himself. Damn! After counting, Yifeng's face turned darker than the charcoal. Just this small amount was only enough for the warship to travel a little over 20 kilometers. And Susan, when he was unconscious for half a month, she should have made charcoal first. Now even if they started making charcoal immediately, it would take at least 3 days before the first batch was ready, and they still had to account for quality. This won't do. I need to hold a meeting myself. Yifeng hurried to the deck. Chenin, call everyone to the restaurant, and call Susan too. Soon, the restaurant was full of people. Everyone's faces were filled with happy smiles. Since Yifeng woke up, their smiles had never faded. Susan, have you checked the charcoal in the lower hold? Yifeng asked. I asked. The boiler workers said it's enough for 100 kilometers, Susan said. 100 kilometers? I'll tell you honestly, the charcoal in the lower hold is only enough for 20 kilometers. I've been unconscious for half a month. Why didn't you let the warship dock and find a place to make charcoal? Yifeng asked. Susan also got angry and turned her head away like a wronged little wife. Chenin hurriedly whispered to Wang Zhihai. See? Only brother Feng can keep sister Susan in check. Well, one's the boss and the other's second in command, Wang Zhihai nodded. Slap. Yifeng slammed his hand hard on the table. Are you two still holding secret meetings? I say one thing upstairs and you talk underneath. From now on, dock the warship. Pick 3 people to climb trees and keep watch. Only Chang Libin and the 2 boiler workers stay on the warship. Everyone else goes ashore to work. The speed must be fast, and everyone works 12 hours a day. Yifeng showed his capitalist side. He had no choice. The warship's power was the most important thing. Without it, they wouldn't survive 2 episodes. Everyone instantly looked miserable. Brother Feng, how about bringing Ba and his group from Hot Spring Island? There are 31 of them. They can't do delicate work, but they can help cut trees, Chenin suggested. That's right. Arrange the 31 to go ashore. We can postpone the construction of Hot Spring Island a bit, Yifeng nodded. An hour later, 31 natives boarded the ship. They thought Yifeng had formally accepted them into the team. Ba and brothers, we have an important task. When we reach land, act according to my expression, Yifeng said. Still have to work? Ba asked. Yes. No more nonsense. Prepare the dugout canoes. We go ashore to work together. No one is allowed to slack off. Susan, you take 2 good archers for guard duty. After saying this, Yifeng threw down his crutch. Feng, you're the leader. You don't have to go, right? Besides, your wound isn't healed yet, Susan tried to persuade him. No, I must go. After saying this, Yifeng grabbed the rope ladder, his body suspended in midair. The next moment, a tearing pain came from his waist like ripping flesh, and big beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Feng. Brother Feng. Several people hurriedly reached out, trying to grab Yifeng. But Yifeng shook his head and, enduring the intense pain, slid into the canoe. An action that was once very simple for him was now extremely difficult. Yifeng felt the wound bleeding again. After going ashore, under Yifeng's command, all the natives raised their axes. Yifeng personally joined in, digging out the yellow mud and piling it into kilns. Alba and the others looked at Yifeng, then at themselves, a flash of determination in their eyes. When they used to do hard labor, the tribal chief and elders would stand nearby with their hands behind their backs, just posing. Even when it rained, they had to work in the rain. But not only did the chief not work, he would even assign someone to hold an umbrella for him. When the chief got tired from patrolling, he would have someone lie on the ground for him to ride on. As for the high priestess, she never participated in labor. She stayed hidden away, carried around in a sedan chair. In contrast, Yifeng's team, not only did the head chef work, but even those of high status were doing hard labor just like them, getting themselves dirty. Let alone Yifeng, the team leader himself, actually jumped into the muddy pit. We must protect this team with everything we have. Even if my son tries to destroy it, I will kill him. After saying that, Alba fiercely swung his axe. The other natives seemed like they were injected with adrenaline, working several times faster than before. Yifeng looked pleased. These natives were experts at cutting trees. He believed that within a week, they could produce 10 tons of charcoal. Chang Libin calculated the conversion between the charcoal and the warship's travel distance. 1 ton of charcoal could power the warship for 15 kilometers. 10 tons would be enough for 150 kilometers. Downstream of the Black Tree River, Baya was leading over 100 native women through the forest. The women were of all ages. Some were old women, some were young girls, and some were just a few years old. They supported each other, fatigue in their eyes, yet still carrying a glimmer of hope. Yes, Baya planned to bring these women to the warship because she had already witnessed the great battle. The golden-haired Grievance King was her older brother. She was completely disappointed in the High Priestess, so she decided to make a bold move, take all the able-bodied women away. Baya, how much longer do we have to walk? We're starving, a young girl asked. Though she was nearly skeletal from hunger, her features were no less beautiful than Baya's. Chiu Shui, hang in there, we're almost there, Baya said, picking up a little girl in her arms. They were on the verge of starving to death. If they didn't reach Yifeng's warship soon, they might all collapse and die. Baya, what if we get to the warship and Yifeng doesn't accept us? After all, we're from the gay tribe, the girl named Chiu Shui asked again. They had taken a great risk following Baya and leaving their tribe. Deep down, they were uneasy. If Yifeng rejected them, they would be outcasts, not allowed into the new tribe to escape the winter and punished by their own tribe's men, ultimately dying miserably. He should accept us. Brother Feng is a good person. His coldness is just on the surface, Baya said, unsure herself. The other women sensed Baya's lack of confidence and became even more anxious. Baya, you must speak well on our behalf to Yifeng. Otherwise, we sisters will starve to death. Even reaching the warship is uncertain now, a young married woman said with difficulty. She was the widow of the Chasing Sun tribal chief. But so what if she was a widow? Without her husband's protection, she had fallen to the bottom, working endlessly every day. And whenever they found good food, they had to offer it to the tribal men first. If they dared to hide food, the consequences would be horrific. Usually, their skin would be peeled off, the body stuffed with hay, and placed on the riverbank as a warning to others. The poorer and more backward a group was, the more they relied on brutal punishment to control the common people. But if a high-ranking chief made a mistake, it was often quietly handled or covered up. Sometimes, you wouldn't even know if they were punished. I can't. I'm too hungry. A young woman clutched her stomach and knelt on the ground, completely exhausted. Get up! Baya grabbed her arm. These women were holding on with sheer willpower. Once the first one fell, the rest couldn't hold out either and began sitting on the ground. An old woman even started chewing on nearby tree bark. After 2 bites, she spit it out. Bitter. Don't sit. If you sit down, you won't be able to get up. The warship is less than 2 li, 1 kilometer, away. Baya urged the group. At that moment, 2 men appeared ahead. Bad news. Natives ambushing us. Chenin immediately raised his bow and arrow. But Wang Zhihai knocked his arrow aside and looked at the 100 native women, eyes lighting up. Was this a kingdom of women? Great. Chenin, I was just worried I couldn't find a wife, and now 100 women show up. But my body isn't as strong as it used to be, having 100 women with me would be too much. Just as Wang Zhihai finished speaking, he spotted Baya. Ah, Baya, you're here too? Wang Zhihai asked. Chenin, here's the situation. These women are from my tribe. They've long been oppressed by the men, so after some discussion, they want to follow me to the warship. What do you think? Baya ignored Wang Zhihai and grabbed Chenin's arm. Sure. I have no objection. But you know, this isn't up to me, it's up to Brother Feng. Also, we have to ask Sister Susan too. My words don't carry much weight, Chenin said, spreading his hands. The native women had been looking at Chenin with hopeful eyes. But after hearing that, they seemed deflated and collapsed to the ground. Chenin, Brother Feng treats you the best. Please speak for them. Maybe this could work. I'm begging you. Baya nearly knelt down to Chenin. Yifeng's team appeared to have no hierarchy on the surface, but wherever there are people, there are factions. And where there are factions, there are ranks. Clearly, Chenin was in the top tier. As for that lecherous balding man beside him, he belonged to the second tier. Baya, being a chief sister, could tell the difference. But really, my words don't count. It all depends on Brother Feng. How about this, I'll go ask him. If he agrees, I'll bring you to the warship. If not, I can't do anything, Chenin said, shaking his head. He knew his limits, he wasn't in a position to make decisions. The 100 women stared blankly at Chen, the hope in their eyes gradually fading. From his tone, they could tell Yi Feng's warship probably didn't need more people. At that moment, a deep male voice came from behind the trees. Who said I didn't agree? Chen, bring them all onto the warship, let them eat first. Hearing this voice, Baya was overjoyed. It's Brother Feng. Brother Feng agreed. Brother Feng agreed. Baya shouted to the women behind her. Ah, really? Qiu Shui was overjoyed, staring expectantly toward the source of the voice. These women seemed to regain their strength instantly and surrounded the area, looking hopefully toward the forest. Soon, a figure walked out with the sun behind his back, making it hard to see his face clearly. Is that Brother Feng? Qiu Shui looked at the distant figure, her eyes full of admiration. She had been curious about the mysterious Yi Feng even before seeing him. But now, he was so short, only about 1.5 meters tall, similar to her own height. What the hell, Master Shi, you actually pretended to be Brother Feng. And how did you imitate his voice so well? Chen let out a sigh of relief and pointed at Shi Zhengliang. He, I saw how intense your discussion was, and couldn't help but make the decision myself, to give them a little hope first. Now the hope is shattered. After saying that, Shi Zhengliang's eyes lit up as he looked at the group of native women. He's not Yi Feng? Nope. Baya nodded. Oh. A few women fainted on the spot. Master Shi, you're too naughty. Now look what you've done. These women who fainted, we'll have to carry them to find Brother Feng. After saying that, Chen took the initiative to carry 2 women. On the other side, Wang Zhihai carried 3 women. I'll take this strong one. Shi Zhengliang carried a very tall native woman. Qiu Shui, don't faint, we're already there. Baya pointed toward the riverbank, where a large group of natives were chopping down trees. Who is Yi Feng? Who is Yi Feng? Qiu Shui asked weakly, looking at the few clean-looking people. In her mind, as the team leader, Yi Feng certainly wouldn't be doing manual labor. But Baya brought her in front of a man covered in mud. Brother Feng, why are you working too? Your wound hasn't healed yet. Baya looked in shock at Yi Feng, who was completely covered in mud. Yi Feng raised his head wearily and immediately saw the group of women behind Baya. Baya, you're back so soon? I thought you'd return tomorrow morning. What's their purpose? Yi Feng wiped the mud off his face. Well, it's like this, Baya patiently began explaining, describing the women behind her as very pitiful, as if Yi Feng didn't save them, they'd all be wiped out. Qiu Shui stared unblinkingly at Yi Feng, her eyes full of suspicion. She doubted this muddy man was Yi Feng. How could a leader personally do labor? Shouldn't he be like the big chiefs in the tribe, walking around with hands behind their backs, sometimes even whipping people? This team was nothing like what she imagined. So that's how it is. Yi Feng frowned. His warship was indeed short on people. But Baya brought back all gay tribe women, who could guarantee they wouldn't turn traitor once on the ship? Besides, this was 100 native women. Yi Feng's warship only had about 30 reliable people. And even among them, they still had to watch out for Alba, the 31st native. Brother Feng, what do you think? If you don't save them, they'll starve. Baya shook Yi Feng's arm. Brother Feng, can you give me, Chen, some face? These women are too pitiful. If you don't save them, they'll starve. Chen also pleaded. Sigh. It's a sin. I really want to let them on the warship, but who can guarantee their loyalty? Yi Feng asked. I, Chen, guarantee it. You guarantee? With what? If they stab us in the back and cooperate with the gay tribe's full attack, we'll all die. What good is your guarantee? Yi Feng pushed Chen away. Qiu Shui and the 100 native women kept looking at Yi Feng with hopeful eyes. Before, they could have turned and walked away. But not now. Turning back meant starving to death. Even if they didn't starve, they'd be frozen to death back in the tribe, or skinned and stuffed with straw by the native men. There was no way back. How about this, let them stay by the shore for the next month. I won't guarantee their lodging. As for food, I can provide them with 1 month's supply. Yi Feng hesitated for a long time but still decided to save these pitiful native women. He also saw it, they were nothing but skin and bones. In the entire Black Tree River region, only he could save them. Ah? Thank you, Yi Feng, thank you. Qiu Shui dropped to her knees. The other native women also knelt. Get up. Yi Feng quickly helped Qiu Shui up and shouted to the others, no kneeling allowed in our team. Everyone stand up. Master Shi, take 5 people and make some food. Anything simple will do, but make it fast, I don't think they can last a few more hours. Hearing Yi Feng's words, Shi Zhengliang quickly jumped into the canoe. In the gay tribe, Osor looked at the empty riverbank with a face full of rage. There had been hundreds of women on the riverbank, but now only some elderly, sick, and disabled women remained. What happened? Asour stepped on an old woman. It was Baya. She rescued the others and took them to a place with food. You're useless. You couldn't provide us with food. Even the food we found was stolen by you. The old woman stared at Asour with resentment. Ugh. Asour kicked down hard, killing the old woman on the spot. But his bloody act had no deterrent effect. Instead, the other native women looked at the old woman's body with a hint of envy in their eyes. At this point, death might be the best release. Yifeng, when spring comes, I will lead the entire tribe's warriors to utterly destroy your worship. Especially you won't die easily. I'll lock you up and torture you for 10 years. Asour cursed through gritted teeth. After Luke became the grievance king, he had effectively taken control of the entire Gay tribe. As for Ma Sikong, he only relied on the high priestess's support. So no one really listened to him. Unless the high priestess was present, people would only pretend to obey. Eat slowly, don't choke. Shi Zhengliang had already brought food to the shore. It was very simple, meat chopped up and boiled into a mush with a little salt added. Food not even dogs would eat, but the native women ate it with great appetite, coughing as they ate. Yifeng looked worriedly at the 100 native women and continued building the kiln. Now that he had to feed another 100 people, he'd probably have to go upriver fishing every week, which would also consume a lot of charcoal. At that moment, Yifeng's work pace quickened noticeably. After a while, all the native women were full and sat huddled together in the forest, drowsy. But one of the native women forced herself to stay awake and came in front of Yifeng. Yifeng, you provided me with food, but I have nothing to exchange with you. If there's anything you like about me, just say it. I'm willing to exchange it with you, Qiu Shui said. Native women had been oppressed for a long time and hadn't learned to take advantage. Usually, when the men in their family hunted for them, they had to do other labor in exchange. Like washing clothes, chopping wood, handling food, taking care of children, or even using their bodies to exchange. Exchange? Yifeng kept moving his hands and looked up at Qiu Shui. I can work now. Is there anything you need me to do? Or, I can offer you my first night, Qiu Shui said without even blushing. Yifeng looked at Qiu Shui again. Besides being starved almost beyond recognition, from her facial features, her looks were not worse than Baya's. You're too thin. Eat more these 2 days. Once your body recovers a bit, I'll assign you some work, Yifeng said with a smile. Yifeng was very pleased. This Qiu Shui didn't seem like someone who ate for free, much better than some women in civilized society. When they date, they're not willing to give anything, meals are paid by the man, gifts also from the man. They don't even know how to reciprocate. Even a simple gift to show appreciation, they won't do it. Yifeng felt these native women were more worthy of sincere treatment. Of course, they couldn't be spoiled, otherwise, over time, they'd become the same way. Time slowly passed, and soon a week went by. 5 days ago, these 100 women also started doing labor. They had good execution. The kills they built were sealed well, even better than Yifeng's handiwork. But during this week, Yifeng had been anxious and doing physical labor, causing his wound to reopen several times, so he had to return to the deck to recover. In fact, the Gay tribe was also a complete mess now and had no time to attack them. With no food, the Gay people were so hungry they couldn't walk steadily, so they had no energy to cause trouble. Dove and Longwu had also recovered. They stood behind Yifeng, one on each side, looking toward the shore. Brother Feng, I'm sorry. While I was badly injured, I couldn't help you at all, Longwu said apologetically. No need to say that between brothers. Yifeng looked at Longwu's 2 legs, thinking he should build a prosthetic for him when he had time. Dove's injury had also been serious, but now she had recovered about 80%. Unfortunately, she no longer had a gun, so she could only carry a bow and arrow while walking on the deck. At this moment, Cheng Libin came over. Brother Feng, within this week, we made charcoal twice, only 8 tons. The yield rate still needs improvement. Cheng Libin sighed. Yifeng did some calculations. 8 tons of charcoal was enough to run the warship for 120 kilometers. Barely enough to protect themselves. Luckily, the Gay tribe hadn't caused trouble during this time, otherwise, all their kills would have been destroyed. TCH, it's a bit cold. Dove tightened her thin animal skin. Africans were generally afraid of the cold. It was now early winter, with temperatures between -2 to 3 degrees. If Yifeng weren't seriously injured, this bit of cold wouldn't have mattered much. But now, he was very cold too. Brother Feng, making charcoal is important, but we also need to prepare winter clothes, especially for the 100 women you took in, and the 60 natives on Hot Spring Island. That will need a lot of animal skins. If they freeze to death, we'll have to build the home ourselves, Cheng Libin said. Io, my back hurts so bad. Yifeng clutched his waist, his face full of pain. Wounded people shouldn't worry. See, once his mind got upset, his wound started to hurt. Okay, brother Feng. From now on, I'll report these things to Sister Susan. You don't need to worry. Chang Libin panicked and quickly held Yifeng's wound. Yifeng nodded and became a hands-off boss on the deck. Worrying every day might shorten his life by 20 years. This beautiful life had just begun, he didn't want to die young. After a while, Susan came back, and Chang Libin went to report to her. Susan looked at Yifeng with heartache, called the flower-decorated ones on her shoulder to a meeting in the dining hall, but didn't call Yifeng. Yifeng emptied his mind, tried not to think of those annoying things, and focused on imagining something good. After a while, the meeting ended, and Susan waved toward the shore. I announced that the native women can board the warship. Leave 5 people on shore to guard the kiln. Once the last batch of charcoal is finished, we'll head upstream, Susan shouted. The people on the shore, after a week of exhaustion, happily lined up along the shore after hearing the order. There were only 4 canoes, and only 16 people could be taken per trip. Chenin, Tuba, Ding Tuanchuan, and Ilian boarded the warship in the first batch. As soon as they got to the deck, Susan issued them spears and bows and ordered Tuba to take people to the artillery platform and occupy the high ground. Tuba, remember, if these gay women try to cause trouble, shoot them from the high ground without mercy, Susan ordered. Don't worry, I won't show mercy. Tuba nodded and took 2 natives up to the artillery platform, taking control of the high point. Even though Yifeng didn't worry about things, he felt Susan's arrangements were very reasonable. If people like Chinen or Wang Zhihai, those perverts, were placed in the high positions, they might hesitate to shoot those beautiful native women. But Tuba was different. He had a blood feud with the gay tribe and would never be tempted by beauty. Chinen, those women mostly listened to Qiu Shui. Try to win her heart. Use marriage as a way to slowly control these 100 women, Susan said, then gave Yifeng a meaningful look. She could obviously see that Qiu Shui liked Yifeng. If Yifeng weren't seriously injured, the two might have already gotten together. So this task she gave to Chenin had 3 goals in one: make Yifeng give up, help Chenin find a wife, and indirectly control these 100 native women. Yifeng guiltily turned his head away, not daring to meet Susan's eyes. Sister Susan, I didn't expect you to care so much about me, even worrying about my marriage. Don't worry, I'll definitely use my handsome face to win Qiu Shui's heart. Chenin saluted. Go for it. Susan shook her head and sighed. The 4 canoes made 8 trips and finally brought everyone onto the warship. Only 5 people were left on the shore to guard the kiln. In 2 days, the charcoal would be done. Then they'd head upstream to hunt animals and make fur clothes. Old Chang, take the warship to Hot Spring Island. Use the current as much as possible, and conserve charcoal, Susan shouted toward the captain's room. Yes, ma'am. The warship turned its left rudder and headed toward Hot Spring Island. Such a big warship consumed hundreds of kilograms of charcoal with every movement. If possible, Yifeng would rather the warship never move again, because once it moved, it meant their labor was burning away quickly. After a while, the warship approached Hot Spring Island. Seeing this, Al Lyri moved his hands faster. Susan gently leaned her warm body against Yifeng's chest, and the two of them looked toward the island together. The rammed earth construction was basically finished, and Al Lyri and the others were working on the foundation. Ah Feng, they haven't been slacking off this past week, Susan said softly. Since Yifeng was seriously injured, she had become gentler toward him, but when managing the team, she remained firm and strict. Oh. Yifeng nodded and gently sniffed the lingering scent in Susan's hair with his nose. A woman cannot smell her own body scent, only men who truly love them can detect a faint trace. Even the sweat they produce, for the one who likes them, is like high-end perfume. How about this, Ah Feng, let's not cut their food rations anymore. The weather is getting colder. If we keep cutting back, they might all get sick, Susan said. Over the past week, people had been infected with parasite disease one after another. Fortunately, Yifeng had a warm warship and Bai Chushue's medical team, which helped the sick gradually recover. Okay. Yifeng nodded. He didn't want to worry about this anymore. If he kept worrying, there wouldn't be much food left on the warship either. Some of the food had completely gone bad and was inedible. Shi Zhengliang had no choice but to throw it away. Then they took in 100 native women, who consumed a massive amount of food every day. Seeing Yifeng nod, Susan announced to the people on Hot Spring Island, Al Lyri, I'll leave you 2 days' worth of food. Eat sparingly. After we return from hunting upstream in 2 days, we'll make up what we owe you. Huh? Al Lyri was startled. He knew how dangerous it was upstream. What if Yifeng and the others didn't come back? It's settled. Master Shi, prepare some dried meat for them, Susan turned and shouted to Shi Zhengliang in the distance. However, Shi Zhengliang pretended not to hear. He was flirting with a tall native woman. Chenin was waving his hands in front of Qiu Shui, talking animatedly about something, but Qiu Shui remained calm, occasionally glancing toward Yifeng. Susan looked toward the artillery platform. Tuba was wrapped in thick animal skins, pacing back and forth at the high ground, his eyes gleaming with killing intent. Another day and a half passed. The last batch of charcoal came out of the kiln. Because there was no important figure guarding the shore, out of 30 kills, only 10 produced usable charcoal. The rest were wasted. Chenin, take some people to load the charcoal onto the warship. We're heading upstream to hunt, Susan ordered. Okay, I'll bring Sister Qiu Shui with me this time. The charcoal was loaded smoothly, with no interference from the Gay tribe. Yifeng let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, Ding Tuanchuan suddenly jumped up, pointing toward the shore. Look, look! It's little bootlicker! It's little bootlicker! Ding Tuanchuan shouted. Yifeng looked closely and saw a large black bear on the shore, about sub-adult size. The black bear stood upright, looking eagerly at the warship. This guy's not dead yet? Yifeng saw it was little bootlicker. Even though all black bears looked similar, Yifeng was sure it was him. Brother Yi, please bring little bootlicker back. Ding Tuanchuan said anxiously. Who knows if its wild instincts have returned? What if it bites someone? Yifeng replied calmly. Please, Brother Yi. Don't worry, it won't bite. Ding Tuanchuan tugged at Yifeng's clothes. Ask your sister Susan. I'm recovering from an injury, Yifeng said, feeling a headache. Tuanchuan, if you bring it aboard, tie it with a chain first. Only after confirming it still recognizes people can it be released. Okay, I'll go bring it back myself. Ding Tuanchuan paddled a canoe to shore alone. Yifeng's heart started beating nervously. Susan, give me the gun. Here. Yifeng picked up the rifle and aimed at little bootlicker on the shore. If it made any move to attack, he'd protect Ding Tuanchuan immediately. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. After a while, Ding Tuanchuan led little bootlicker onto the canoe. The boat sank 30 centimeters into the water, nearly flooded. Once ashore, little bootlicker ran directly at Susan and licked her feet. Everyone was wearing straw sandals now. The shoes from civilized society had long since rotted. It seems to still remember us, Susan said, petting little bootlicker's head. Just in case, better tie it up for now. Soon, Yifeng tied little bootlicker on deck like a dog. The little guy didn't resist, just sat quietly to the side, looking at Yifeng with pitiful eyes. Little bootlicker, it's not that I don't trust you, but we've got so many people on deck, I can't let them take risks, Yifeng said. Unexpectedly, it nodded like a human, as if it understood him. Old Cheng, set sail, head north. Susan shouted. Cheng Libin pulled the rope 5 times. The boiler workers in the lower deck would start dumping boxes of charcoal into the furnace after hearing 5 bell rings on the rope. If only one pull, they'd reduce the charcoal feed. With no intercom system, this primitive method was the only way to communicate. 10 minutes later, the entire warship roared to life, with thick black smoke billowing from the rear. As the power increased, the warship turned out of the tributary and entered the main river. The wind on the river was even stronger, making it hard for Yifeng to keep his eyes open. The native women huddled together in the cold, with the occasional sneeze heard. Leave 5 people on duty, put on thicker clothes. Everyone else, go to the dining hall, Yifeng waved and led the way. The dining hall could hold about 50 people. With over 160 people, it was crowded, but manageable. Chenin lit the stove in the center of the hall and reluctantly threw in 2 pieces of charcoal. The temperature inside slowly rose to around 7 or 8 degrees, while outside it was already -5. Everyone's face lit up, and they started chatting in groups. Chenin was telling romantic love stories in front of Qiu Shui. In the end, the prince and Cinderella lived happily ever after. After he finished, 20 listeners had already gathered around him. Love stories refined through time in civilized society were like a new continent to the natives. Their eyes sparkled as they pulled at Chen En's clothes, urging him to continue the story. Like, how many children did the prince and princess have? Did their children become chiefs? What kind of love stories did their children experience? Chenin was good at retelling stories, but making them up on the spot? Impossible. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. Chenin patted the wooden floor. Wang Zhihai saw that Chenin had so many female listeners and was secretly happy. I'm a PhD graduate, how can I not match your cliffhanger skills, Chenin? Ladies, let me tell you the story of Guan Yu warming wine and beheading Hua Xiong. After a while, a large group of male natives had gathered around Wang Zhihai. Wang Zhihai, hurry and tell us, did Guan Yu kill Hua Xiong or not? Alba asked anxiously. Yeah, hurry up. When exactly did he kill Hua Xiong? Was the wine still warm after killing him? Wang Zhihai looked at the beautiful women surrounding Chenin, then at the men around himself, and instantly lost interest. To know what happens next, stay tuned for the next episode. No, you have to make it clear today, did Guan Yu kill Hua Xiong or not? Hurry up and say it. I don't have much patience. TCH, I'm not even getting paid. I'm not in the mood to talk today. Yi Feng was listening to Susan's meeting. In the blink of an eye, Wang Zhihai had already been beaten up by the crowd. Damn it, I'm telling you stories for free, and you f***ing hit me? Who told you not to say whether Guan Yu killed Hua Xiong? FX. The dining hall suddenly became lively. Everyone sit to the side, make room for Wang Zhihai and the others. Yi Feng shouted excitedly. There weren't any other shows on the warship, so wasn't this a live performance? Chenin rushed in to act as referee. If it's going to be a fight, it has to be one-on-one. The other native brothers back off, let Alba fight Wang Zhihai alone. In less than 3 rounds, Wang Zhihai was KO'd. Though Alba was a bit old, he was a native with rich combat experience, and he had once been a chief. Other native men also got interested, pairing up and sparring, mainly to show off their strength and attract the native women. The warship continued sailing upstream, while the fighting matches in the dining hall neared the end. It's getting late. Maisie, assign the women to dorms, but let the dorm residents take care of cleanliness themselves. Chenin, assign dorms for the men. Cleanliness is their responsibility. You inspect it daily. The dorm with the worst hygiene cleans the toilets for a week. Susan quickly cleared out the dining hall. Now only the high-level people were seated. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, I have an idea. We can make it possible to take a hot shower every day during winter, Zhang Zicheng suggested. Huh? Tell us quickly. Susan was delighted. Though she showered daily, it was troublesome. Water had to be pulled up by bucket, one at a time, and had to be used sparingly. Except for a few girls who loved cleanliness, most people only bathed every 3 or 4 days. Some men, like Tuba, Yi Feng had never seen them bathe since they met. The smell was overwhelming. Don't we have a steam engine in the lower deck? When the furnace is lit, the water inside reaches over 100 degrees. We can use the steam engine's power and extend an iron pipe into the river to draw water up to the second deck. Then, place part of the iron pipe near the furnace. That way, the drawn water will be heated and ready for bathing when it reaches the second level. If it's too hot, we can just make the pipe longer. This way, we don't have to fetch water every day. Just keep the steam engine running and we'll have a steady supply of hot water. Zhang Zicheng finally explained his idea clearly. It's a good plan, but burning the steam engine wastes a lot of charcoal. Susan hesitated. No worries. We can shower while the ship is sailing. That way, it won't affect the speed and will help everyone stay clean and healthy, Zhang Zicheng said. All right, I'll follow your plan. Susan nodded. Brother Feng, Sister Susan, if everything's good, assign me 5 people from civilized society. I'll design a new water heater myself. Okay, choose them yourself. If they don't listen, just say it's from me, Brother Feng said so too. Susan nodded. Zhang Zicheng nodded confidently and went to find workers. With Brother Feng and Sister Susan backing him, he felt bold and directly found his rival Wang Zhihai to use as labor. While Yi Feng and the others were living comfortably on the warship, along the main riverbank, a figure was running fast to keep up with the ship, like an arrow flying through the wind. Such a big ship? And so magical? It can move so fast without paddling? Mahito hid behind a big tree, eyes glowing as he looked at the warship. In the far north, in his tribe, there were many large ships too, but compared to this strange ship, they were nothing. The key was, this ship didn't need anyone to paddle. Great. This mission failed, and I'd be dead if I returned. But if I can seize this strange ship, maybe the Lord will be happy and spare my life. Mahito muttered to himself and started chasing the ship again. The warship could ignore all tributaries and terrain and head upstream quickly. It only needed to travel 100 kilometers to reach the north. But Mahito wasn't the same. When he encountered tributaries, he had to go around. When facing hills or big trees, he had to avoid them too. So the distance he covered was 5 to 10 times that of the warship. Too bad I'm just a level 1 beast fighter, I can't walk on water yet. Mahito faced another tributary blocking his path. To go around this 5-kilometer wide stream, he'd have to travel 10 times the distance. So he gritted his teeth and jumped into the icy water. Tuba, on the artillery platform, looked through the telescope and suddenly narrowed his eyes, spotting a splash in the tributary. Looks like some fish haven't migrated upstream yet. Maybe Brother Feng should fish here instead. After saying that, Tuba jumped down and walked toward Yi Feng's room. If they took the warship all the way upstream, they'd burn nearly half of their charcoal. But if they didn't go to the northern swamp, only a small amount of charcoal would be used. The warship kept sailing and started to slow down. A group of native women braved the cold wind and came to the deck. Tuba demonstrated for them. See this? It's a fishing net. I'll teach you how to cast it. First, stand at the bow and throw it hard like this, try to spread it open. Once it sinks to the bottom, notify Old Cheng to turn the ship at half a knot per hour. Then, based on the ship's resistance, you can tell how much fish is in the net. After that, Tuba threw the net hard. It sank into the water, pulling in layer by layer of folded net from the deck. After much hardship, Mahito finally swam and caught up with the warship. He watched the ship turning in the river, his eyes glowing. Once I'm rested, I'll board this strange ship. With that, Mahito collapsed and slept. As a strong warrior, he could sleep anywhere, regardless of the environment. That night, Tuba cast the net 7 times in total and caught less than 10 tons of fish, with crabs making up the majority. But crabs don't have much meat, so after shelling and peeling, the actual edible part was less than 4 tons. Yet nearly 1 ton of charcoal was consumed. In other words, it took 1 ton of charcoal to catch 4 tons of pure meat. Of course, they hadn't yet crossed the Great Swamp. If they reached the northern part, the catch would likely be greater. In the morning, Yifeng came to the deck. Seeing the mountain of fish, he picked a shrimp himself, planning to have Shi Zhengliang make sashimi. Susan was already on deck directing the work. Everyone get to work, sort the food on deck, crabs in one category, fish in another, shrimp in another. 100 women were mobilized and began sorting the fish. Then they removed the innards and skin, hanging them along the ship's railings on the deck. In winter, fish won't rot easily once the guts are removed. So Susan only preserved a portion with salt. The rest of the food was handed over to Winter, the great refrigerator. At that moment, Yifeng suddenly looked across the river, more than 20 kilometers away. Just now, he vaguely saw a large splash on the opposite shore. It looked like a huge creature entered the water. Tuba, something seems to be swimming over from the other side, get the bows and arrows ready. Brother Feng, can bows and arrows deal with a beast? Tuba asked doubtfully. Yifeng slapped his forehead, he almost forgot about the ballista. Now there were only 3 bullets left. To deal with a powerful beast, only the ballista would work. Regular bows couldn't even pierce the beast's skin. On the opposite shore, Mahito also noticed what was happening. Seems like the beast is interested in that strange ship. This is an opportunity for me. Right after saying that, Mahito's expression changed. He suddenly turned around. Just now, with his beast fighter sensitivity, he sensed something peeping from behind. But when he turned his head, there was nothing. His face darkened again. He knew there were only 2 possibilities for that sensation. 1, it was his own illusion. 2, there was a human much stronger than him hiding nearby. Who is it? Mahito asked seriously. After a while, the bushes shook, and a golden giant beast walked out. Grievance King. Mahito stepped back, squinting. If it was just the Grievance King, even if he couldn't beat it, he could run. Then the forest parted, and 4 Grievance children carried a sedan chair out. The chair was tightly sealed with animal skin. Duoyen Hina? So it's you? Mahito's eye twitched. The animal skin lifted, revealing Duoyen Hina's stunning face. Even though she looked pale, her breathtaking beauty still stood out. Mahito, we meet again. Duoyen Hina said, stepping out of the sedan herself. Boom! The golden beast moved, guarding her closely. Duoyen Hina, I don't know your true identity. Even our Yunshan tribe didn't dare handle you privately, they insisted on sending you to the temple. I suspect, you not only don't belong to the Gay tribe, but you also don't belong to our great Yunshan tribe. Mahito said coldly. You don't need to worry about that. I'm pregnant with someone else's child. According to the temple's rules, it's a death sentence. But I have the right to choose how I die. Now, I have a way to avoid divine punishment. And you, even if you fail your mission, won't be executed. Duoyen Hina said and waved her hand. The golden beast moved and made way. What way? Mahito asked warily. With his strength, if not for the Grievance King guarding her, killing Duoyen would be like squashing an ant. But he feared Duoyen Hina's endless tricks and her remarkable mind. Before, Mahito believed that being strong and fast made one powerful. But after joining the Yunshan tribe, his views changed. True strength wasn't about power, speed, or how many people you could beat. True strength was mental strength. Clearly, Duoyen Hina was a true strong one. Even after breaking divine rules, she dared to wait in the Gay tribe, seemingly planning to give birth. Moreover, he had seen her methods, not only did she shoot his companion dead, but even he had suffered under the Grievance King. This type of woman, when in good times, she rides the wave, when in trouble, she stays calm and seizes even the smallest chance to turn things around. Mahito, I did order the death of your family, but don't blame me, it was a strategic decision, a method. If you want to live, cooperate with the Grievance King. Together, storm the warship and seize it. You'll cooperate with me? Mahito couldn't help but take a step back. He was born in the Gay tribe and had always feared Duoyen Hina. You've seen my belly, I can't stay in the Gay tribe. So I must go to the warship for 10 months. Once I give birth, my power will fully return. And you can use this precious ship to trade your life with the Yunshan tribe. Have I made myself clear? Duoyen Hina spoke calmly. What? You mean that strange ship in the river is the one from the Gay tribe? Mahito's eyes widened. He used to climb on it as a kid. Who would have thought that the junk-like thing would now sail on the river? That's right. If you agree, I'll tell you the full plan. Duoyen Hina said. At this point, I can only agree. Duoyen Hina, you've always been cunning. I hope you're not playing me this time. Mahito still remained alert. My plan is, you and the Grievance King swim underwater and enter through the lower deck's window. The things blocking it can't stop you too. On deck, there's a cannonball made of metal. Throw it into the river, then the warship will have nothing left to threaten you. After that, you and the Grievance King kill everyone on board, but leave a few to operate the ship. Duoyen Hina said. Should we go now? Mahito asked. It's daytime now, wait until night. Then, you and the Grievance King attack from both ends of the warship. Alright, let's go with that. Yifeng stared at the river, afraid something would emerge from the water. From morning until noon, no creature entered the lower deck. Brother Feng, maybe you're overthinking. Even if something entered the water, it might not be heading for the ship, Chenin said. You're right. Yifeng nodded. Just then, the whole warship shook. Many people on deck fell over. Yifeng was the first to get up and look toward the stern. Looks like the fishing net caught something big, it even halted the ship. Brother Feng, could it be a beast caught in the net? Quick, pull in the net. Susan, raise your rifle. Everyone else, get ready for battle. At Yifeng's command, he personally picked up the giant bow. Although his back injury hadn't healed, if there really was a beast in the net, he felt it would be worth it to fight, even if his wound reopened. 16 natives began turning the winch, and the massive fishing net was slowly pulled onto the deck. Everyone held their breath, staring tightly at the river surface. If a beast emerged, they would strike without hesitation. Brother Feng, it's not a beast, it's a corroded wooden box. No, wait, there's more than one box in the net. Chenin looked at the net with a puzzled face. Because the boxes didn't look like they were made by natives, more like something from civilized society. No matter what's inside, haul everything up. After saying that, Yifeng personally pulled on the net. With the efforts of over 100 people, the entire fishing net was brought up onto the deck. Besides some fish, there were 3 large wooden boxes inside. They had likely been underwater for a long time, but the wood had been specially treated and wasn't fully rotten. Smash them open, let's see what's inside. Yifeng stepped back as he spoke. Brother Feng, what if it's something like a zombie inside? Have you seen Resident Evil 3? Chenin asked. Zombie your head. Smash it open. Tuba, being straightforward, took an axe and smashed it. The outer wooden layer was quickly broken open, but inside was a layer of something like waterproof cloth. Susan came over and tore it with her hand. The cloth instantly fell apart. Ah Feng, this should be left behind by the Germans. Maybe there's a sunken German ship in this river system, Susan said. Yeah, let's see what's inside. So the group rushed over and ripped off the waterproof cloth. Inside was another layer of wooden box, better preserved, only half corroded. They dismantled 3 layers in total. Once the giant wooden box was fully opened, it revealed the final layer of waterproof cloth and 5 smaller boxes. Although called small, each was 2 meters square. They were also wrapped in waterproof material. Yifeng walked over and personally pulled off the center waterproof cloth. Holy crap, is this a rotary cannon? Chenin stared at the heavy machine gun in front of them. Yifeng had never seen this type of gun before, definitely not a World War II weapon. He touched the material. It felt cold, not like regular metal, but clearly had metallic components. Brother Feng, this machine gun has a huge caliber, at least 1.5 centimeters. Even a T-Rex couldn't survive a shot. Chenin, the most active, had already climbed on top of the gun. This machine gun was about 2 meters tall. Just the base was a solid block, weighing at least half a ton. Check if the inside of the barrel is corroded, Yifeng said. Nope. I scraped it with my finger, it's smooth, and there's rifling, Chenin replied. Phew! Yifeng's heart started racing. If this gun could still fire, it would replace the ship's cannon as the deadliest weapon on board. Quick, open those smaller boxes, see if there's ammo inside. Yifeng said shakily. He hoped they were full of bullets, otherwise, the gun was useless. Susan was the first to act. She smashed open 3 of the small boxes one by one. Inside, they found shiny yellow bullets, each 15 centimeters long, with a long ammo belt on top. Open the remaining 2 big boxes, carefully, don't damage anything inside. Yifeng clutched his chest. He felt like he might have a heart attack. Happiness had come too suddenly. With this kind of rotary cannon, forget beasts, even Godzilla would be blasted to pieces. With everyone's help. 10 minutes later, Yifeng threw aside his cane and gripped one of the cannons. There were 3 of these rotary cannons on the deck, each 2 meters tall. They were likely developed by the Germans on the island out of boredom, possibly in response to the beasts across the river. After all, using artillery to shoot beasts was a waste and hard to aim. Only this kind of heavy machine gun could truly threaten them. Chenin, load a bullet for me, I want to test fire at the opposite shore. Yifeng shouted excitedly. His wound reopened, but he didn't feel any pain. Click. A 15 centimeters bullet was loaded in. Yifeng spun the machine gun, aiming at a giant tree across the river. Boom! Everyone covered their ears. A fireball shot from the barrel like a cannon shell. The big tree on the shore shook, and leaves fell like rain. As the smoke cleared, Yifeng looked closely. A 1-meter square hole had been blasted through the center of the tree, still smoldering inside. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha ha. Yifeng couldn't hold it in anymore. He hugged the machine gun and burst into mad laughter. Brother Feng, just these 3 boxes already have over 500 rounds. Can I try one shot too? Chenin asked. No. These are non-renewable. From now on, only I, Susan, and Raimai can use the 3 rotary cannons. Not a single bullet should be wasted. Ideally, 1 bullet kills 1 beast. Yifeng finished speaking and looked toward the opposite shore with ambition. Brother Feng, the last cannon seems slightly corroded, probably can't fire. Wang Zhihai pointed at the final one. What? Yifeng rushed over and saw the rifling inside the barrel had rusted. Forget it, 2 cannons. Mount one at the bow, one at the stern. They can rotate 360 degrees, enough to cover the whole ship. Yifeng issued the command. Chenin led 20 people to carry 1 cannon. It weighed around half a ton and had no handles. After 30 minutes of effort, they finally mounted it at the bow. Secure the base, if waves hit, this cannon could kill someone, Yifeng added. Chenin nodded and got to work. Then Tuba's group mounted the second cannon at the stern, with the ammo placed nearby. Yifeng looked at the last damaged cannon. 5th brother, I have a task for you, Yifeng said. Yes. Longwu stood up straight. With crippled legs, he always felt useless and wanted to prove his worth. 5th brother, study this cannon and try to repair it. Then we'll have 3 working cannons. Yifeng patted Longwu's shoulder. Don't worry, leave it to me. Someone, carry this cannon to the 5th floor, my private room, Longwu said. 5th brother, just put it in the corridor on the 5th level. The bedroom door is only that wide, it simply won't fit. Chenin wiped sweat and said. Just now carrying that rotary cannon had exhausted him. That's fine, then put it in the corridor. A group of people called out together again, like ants moving a mountain, slowly carrying the rotary cannon into the ship's interior. Yifeng's face broke into a big smile as he gently stroked the rotary cannon at the stern. Ah Feng, are you planning to use the rotary cannon to hunt beasts? Susan asked while helping rebandage Yifeng's wound, her gaze also toward the opposite shore more than 20 kilometers away. That's right. Inside the beasts are crystal cores, they are definitely like elixirs. If I get a few more, you eat 1, Susan gets 1, Chushue 1, Maisie 1, Tuanchuan 1, Yifeng said as he gently stroked Susan's cheek. Susan's face blushed and she lightly nodded. Next, Susan and Raimai each test-fired 1 round. The power of these bullets was so strong that wherever they hit, it exploded, blasting a 1-meter wound. If it hit a person, they would definitely vaporize on the spot. It took all afternoon for them to set up these 3 rotary cannons. Night was approaching again. Inform everyone to continue fishing. I'm in a good mood today, let's have a bonfire party on deck to celebrate. Yifeng said with a smile. Don't worry, food is taken care of. Oh right, Brother Feng, is the point system rule still in effect? After all, more than 100 people just came up. Shi Zhengliang asked. These days, they had abandoned the point system again. Let's talk about it tomorrow. Tonight, everyone just have fun. As long as people in the team each do their jobs, we don't necessarily have to use points to restrain them. Yifeng said. Points were like currency, with currency comes corruption. Yifeng's small team couldn't withstand corruption. That night, a party started on deck. Qiu Shui danced particularly hard by the fire. Her seductive dance made the group of men's hormones surge, they nearly lost control. Yifeng also felt uncomfortable and had to turn his gaze toward the shore. Then his expression changed. He saw what looked like a faint sound of splashing at the shore. Some creature was swimming toward the warship? He didn't announce it. Quietly he went to the stern and inserted a bullet into the side door of the rotary cannon. After waiting 1 minute, Yifeng looked at the water again. Sure enough, something was swimming underwater, surfacing every minute to breathe, an opportunity. In this cold weather, a creature active downstream was either a beast or a gay tribe expert. Thinking this, Yifeng disengaged the safety. Splash! A figure emerged from the water. Boom! A loud blast, the party on deck instantly ended, everyone covered their ears. A large area of red rose from the water. Did we blast it to bits? Yifeng casually threw a torch into the river. In the torch's brief light in the water, Yifeng finally saw clearly. There was a severed human arm broken off there. These gay bastards really don't give up. They're starving like this and still want to mess with me. Yifeng was truly angry. He loaded another bullet. Ah! At that moment, a terrible scream came from the bow. Oh no, old Chang! Yifeng was shocked. He spun the rotary cannon and aimed at the bow. No, no, it's a monster! A group of natives shouted and ran toward the stern. Then a golden figure fell from the sky, crashing onto the deck. Ah! A native hadn't reacted in time and was flattened into meat paste by the golden figure. Yifeng's eyes narrowed and he pulled the trigger. Boom! The fierce bullet shot out. But the aim wasn't accurate, it flew past the golden beast's head. Even so, the strong wind force still blew a few strands of golden fur off it. Roar! The Grievance King roared and leapt into the air, landing with a boom in front of Yifeng. Brother Feng. Tuba was startled and charged forward with his spear. Pew! The spear stabbed into the Grievance King's back, but didn't even break the skin. Bang! Tuba's body flew 20 meters and fell into the icy river water. Tuba! D! Yifeng thrust his dagger toward the golden beast's eye. But the next moment, his waist was gripped, the golden beast lifted him up. Only then did he recognize this golden beast's appearance. You are Rook? Yifeng had just spoken when the golden beast's 5 fingers tightened, making Yifeng's waist squeak as if he would be crushed. Save Brother Feng! A group rushed forward, bows, spears, daggers all attacking the softest parts of the golden beast. But unfortunately, the golden beast's fur was as hard as steel wire and its skin as thick as iron. It stood in place, letting Chen En and the others attack, but it remained unhurt. Is it over? Am I Yifeng going to die? His waist wound had completely opened. Blood dripped onto the deck. Roar! A black shadow broke free from its iron chain and pounced onto the golden beast's back. The powerful impact left the golden beast no time to crush Yifeng. Little bootlicker! Yifeng gasped for air, looking joyfully at Little Bootlicker. Unfortunately, just as he shouted those 3 words, Little Bootlicker was thrown 5 meters away, colliding hard with the artillery platform, and then lay on the deck motionless. Yifeng didn't have time to take a step. His waist tightened again, the golden beast lifted him once more. Boom! A loud blast at the bow, a bullet hit the golden beast's arm. The next moment, its arm vaporized and half an arm fell on the deck. Boom! Another shot, but the golden beast had already appeared 5 meters away, breathing heavily against the artillery platform. We can't let it live, Susan, keep firing. It is the Grievance King. Baya shouted in the center of the deck. But as she spoke, the golden figure flashed. Then Baya's waist was slashed open, blood splattered everywhere. Baya! Shuangxue cried out and quickly hugged Baya's upper body. Boom! Yifeng, enduring intense pain, operated the rotary cannon. The golden beast reacted quickly and dodged behind an obstacle. But it was useless, that obstacle was easily shredded by bullets, which pierced straight through its abdomen. Roar, roar, roar! The golden beast let out a series of howls and, like an arrow, jumped into the water with a thud. Don't run! Yifeng lowered the rotary cannon and fired 2 more shots into the water, but the golden beast had already disappeared. He bore the pain and stepped toward Baya. She had only half her body left, blood constantly spilling from her mouth. My brother? I die by my brother's hands. Brother Feng? Baya tried to speak, but the blood choked her voice. Baya, don't say anything more. Sleep. If you sleep, it won't hurt. Yifeng placed Baya's head on his thigh and gently stroked her forehead. After half a minute, Baya's pupils slowly unfocused, and her whole body gradually became still. Ugh! Shuangxue couldn't help but cover her mouth. The other women saw this and also looked sorrowful. Brother Yi, Little Bootlicker isn't going to make it. Ding Tuanchuan was stroking Little Bootlicker's nose. Yifeng dragged his badly injured body over and knelt in front of little bootlicker. There was still half an iron chain tied around its neck. It was the chain it had desperately broken earlier. Little bootlicker. Yifeng felt extremely guilty and gently stroked little bootlicker's nose. He discovered tears in the bear's eyes. Chushiwe, quick, save it. Just after Yifeng said that, his vision went black. As he was about to faint, he suddenly saw everyone take a few steps back, but Susan was running toward him desperately, her mouth opening and closing, shouting something with a very fierce expression. Puff! A spray of sparks flew. Yifeng felt his whole body tighten, as if something had grabbed him. Only 1 second later, his whole body was thrown forward with a whoosh. Cold wind rushed into Yifeng's ears, and he felt like he was flying into the sky, higher and higher. Ah Feng! No, Ah Feng! Susan, hair disheveled, rushed to the stern and lifted the rotary cannon high. Boom 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 boom. Bullet after bullet shot into the sky. Pain. Dull. A tearing pain woke Yifeng up. He painfully opened his eyes, looking around in confusion. Cold wind howled, white snow all around, and snowflakes were falling from the sky. Where is this? Yifeng's voice was hoarse. He reached out and felt a large bone. He quickly looked around and his eyes widened. This was a sunken area about over 10 meters across, the ground covered with dry grass and a large number of skeletons. There were lion bones, elephant bones, deer bones, and water buffalo bones. Most of the corpses had turned into white bones, but in front of him was a half-ton tiger. The lower half of the tiger had turned into white bones, but the upper body was still intact. A huge dead tiger's head weakly stared at him. Cough cough. Yifeng coughed twice, using a leg bone to help himself stand, then walked to the edge of the sunken area. Damn! At that moment, he was in despair. Because where he was now, he was clearly at the top of an isolated peak, at least 200 meters above the ground. He had lost so much blood that his body was extremely dehydrated. Yifeng could not care about anything else. He walked to the tiger and tore off some of the meat at its wound and put it into his mouth, using his saliva to try to thaw the tiger meat, hoping to regain some strength. But after chewing for 1 minute, Yifeng spit it out immediately. His body temperature was too low, he couldn't thaw the tiger meat at all. Damn, it must have been that giant bird. No, Yifeng can't just wait here to die. I must find a way to get down to the foot of the mountain. After saying this to himself, Yifeng grabbed a handful of snow and chewed on it. After the snow melted, the water barely moistened his brain and gave him some ability to think. The wind at the top of the mountain was very strong and could almost blow a small dog away. Yifeng absolutely cannot be eaten like food. I would rather fall to my death. With this thought, he stood up and moved his limbs. Just as he did a chest stretch exercise, Yifeng felt pain and squatted down. He looked down at his waist, the wound there had almost completely opened. Fortunately, it was frozen again, otherwise, with so much blood loss, he wouldn't have woken up. My life is mine, not heaven's. My life is mine, not heaven's. Yifeng quietly repeated the mantra, giving himself spiritual strength. Then he climbed to the edge of the isolated peak and, holding onto sharp rocks with his hands, moved his body little by little downward. But this place was too steep. Although not 90 degrees, it was entirely covered with snow. He was barefoot on it, one slip and he would fall into the abyss. This place won't work. Yifeng moved to the other side and slid down little by little. Soon he had slid 5 meters. Whenever he began to slide too fast, he pressed his body against the cliff wall, using friction to slow the slide. This trick worked. Yifeng slid another 20 meters down. But this was only the first step of a long journey. The path below was even steeper, one section of downhill looked like an inverted slope. Chirp! A sharp cry came from the sky, almost deafening Yifeng. Yifeng's face changed. He looked up quickly. A giant bird was flying in from the distance, and its shadow almost covered the entire isolated peak. Did it come back? Yifeng gritted his teeth and let go of the rock, his body rolled like a ball toward the more than 200-meter drop below. He had calculated this, below was thick snow. Even if he fell from that height, with his physical condition, he might still have a chance. And after landing in the snow, he could bury himself and then dig out of it to escape. But reality was too harsh. Yifeng fell less than 20 meters when his body tightened again. A steel giant claw gripped him. 1 minute later, Yifeng was thrown back into the giant nest. I'm going to fight you. Yifeng picked up a broken bone and charged at the giant bird. Puff! The giant bird didn't even move, it just flapped its wings once, and the hurricane wind knocked him sprawling to the ground. His body tightened again, pinned under the giant bird's foot. His body felt like it was being crushed. Yifeng spat out 2 mouthfuls of thick blood. The giant bird arched its back and extended its huge head forward. Its head tilted, and its curved beak pecked downward, tearing a chunk of flesh from Yifeng's waist, then pulled its head back up twice. The piece of meat went into its stomach. Yifeng knew the meat at his waist was eaten, but he didn't feel any pain, he just felt part of his body was gone. The giant bird arched its back again and pecked at Yifeng's waist. At that moment, a sharp whistle came from deep within the mountains. The sound was extremely piercing. The giant bird quickly straightened up and looked toward the north. It lifted off with its giant claws toward the north, as if something more important had happened. Now Yifeng was in miserable condition. He felt no strength in his waist, he could only hang his body up, stand up, and then tie 2 bones at his waist to serve as a brace. This barely let him stand upright. Even at the edge of life and death, Yifeng did not give up survival. He crawled on the ground and searched among bones for any usable weapon. What is this? Sulfur stone? Yifeng knelt on the ground, waist drooping, and picked up a piece of rock. If he put sulfur stone into the giant bird's mouth, would it poison it? But the success rate would be too low. He still needed to find some auxiliary tools. Puff! Yifeng spat out a mouthful of blood, his life force was quickly draining away. No, feeding sulfur stone into its mouth is impossible. This should be a volcanic crater that the raptor has used as its nest. If I could grind the sulfur into powder and mix it with charcoal and saltpeter, I could make a bomb, but right now there isn't enough time. Thinking this, Yifeng let his body droop and grabbed the edge of the rock with one hand, preparing to try again. His right hand could not exert strength, so he could only rely on his left hand. But just as he placed his foot on the edge of the volcanic crater, Yifeng's body suddenly convulsed. This was a natural reaction after losing too much blood. As his body twitched, his left hand lost strength, and his whole body fell like a cannonball from nearly 300 meters up. Cold wind blasted into Yifeng's nose and mouth, almost making it impossible for him to breathe. In less than 3 seconds, his body hit the snow hard. Puff! A mouthful of blood sprayed out, leaving a shocking red mark on the white snow. Yifeng was already about to faint, but the cold snow water rushed into his throat and, like a brief return to life, kept him conscious. Now! He pushed snow with both hands, trying to dig out a maze-like tunnel before the giant bird came back, otherwise with its size it could easily dig him out. But just after digging 2 meters forward, there was a puff overhead. A black clamp stabbed in from above and locked around the back of his neck. At that moment, he felt like he was suffocating. With force, the clamp lifted Yifeng out of the snow. This doesn't look like a person from X or like the savages of the Black Tree River Basin. A female voice sounded. Yifeng grabbed the clamp with his left hand and barely raised his eyes. 3 women with snow-white skin appeared in front of him. Each was taller than 1.7 meters. They wore white animal skins on top, but short leather shorts below. In the cold weather, 6 smooth long legs were exposed. Whatever, the high priestess wants numbers. This person may be dying, but at least he's still moving. One of the women said this, then pulled out a bundle of rope from her back and tied Yifeng up like a dumpling. Is she the high priestess of the Gay tribe? Yifeng tried to speak, but not a sound came out, only his mouth opened and closed. Without wasting words, the 3 women slid a long spear through the ropes, lifted him up, and walked in a direction. Yifeng only saw endless mountains ahead. The place he had fallen was not at the foot of the mountain but a stretch of flat ground halfway up. The surrounding high mountains were connected, the tops and mid-slopes were covered with snow, but at the base there were many rivers. The rivers curved like huge snakes, stretching deep into the mountains. Near the rivers were grasslands and small forests, from which birdsong came. The mountain tops and the foot of the mountain seemed like 2 different worlds, cold and biting above, warm as spring below. After one last look, Yifeng finally passed out. North of the Great Swamp, Susan stood at the bow of the ship. The warship was going full speed north toward the mountains. At the same time, the main river split into 3 parts, becoming narrower and narrower. The east and west banks were almost connected. Sister Susan, are we really going to steer the warship into the mountains? I'm not sure if the water level up ahead can still hold the warship. Chang Libin urged from the side. He had lost one ear and one eye, the work of the Grievance King that night. I saw Afeng taken north with my own eyes. No matter what, we have to go get Afeng back. How helpless is he alone? Susan looked steadily at the distant mountains. All right, but there are 3 waterways ahead, which one do we take? Chang Libin asked. Susan looked forward again. Here it was hard to tell the main stream from the branches. 3 small tributaries gathered to form the entire Black Tree River Basin, and the water flow became very rapid, with big fish jumping out from the water. Take the middle river, Susan pointed to the center. But the middle river isn't as wide as the left one. Although it can let the warship pass now, in this terrain the river gets narrower upstream. Turning around might be a problem. We might as well take the wider left river, Chang Libin suggested. Susan didn't immediately answer but raised her head and slowly closed her eyes. 5 seconds later, with her eyes closed, Susan said, I hear it. I hear Ah Feng's screams. I feel his breath. We go toward the middle. After saying that, Susan opened her eyes. 2 months of living together had made her trust her intuition very strongly. Especially after Yifeng encountered danger, her intuition had become even stronger. Some things couldn't be explained by science. All right. Chang Libin nodded and straightened the rudder. The underwater propeller adjusted its position. The warship moved upstream against the current, straight into the mountains. That foreign man seems to be crying. At the river's edge in the mountains, green grass was lush. Yifeng was placed on the grass, and the 3 women had stripped off all their animal skins and jumped into the river to swim. After one woman finished bathing, she walked directly toward Yifeng, wearing nothing. Could Yifeng not cry? His waist hurt terribly, and his life force was rapidly draining. He also worried about the people on the warship. After his loss, would they be wiped out by the high priestess? Even at the brink of death, Yifeng was still worrying. Perhaps it had become habitual thinking. The woman squatted down in front of Yifeng. She reached out 2 white fingers and wiped the tears from Yifeng's face. The other 2 women also walked over, putting on their clothes as they came. Clearly, to them, Yifeng was just an animal. They had no sense of shame. Xuena, this foreigner's appearance is really handsome. Why don't we use him first? At this time, a woman with a more seductive appearance spoke up. She had a pair of narrow fox-like eyes, giving people a sense of ill intent. The other woman nodded. Right? The foreigner's looks are really beautiful. We could try a foreign man. But the woman called Xuena hesitated. The high priestess has a rule: the sacrifice must not be used for a month. If we use him now, can he still serve later? It's fine. After we're done, we wash him clean. The high priestess isn't a real god, she definitely won't notice. That seductive woman said. But he's so heavily injured, can he even do it? Don't worry. I have fire silkworms. One woman walked over, with many leather pouches hanging at her waist. She opened one pouch. Inside was a bright red worm. Yifeng was still barely conscious, but his whole body could not move. You 3 damned women, I'm already like this, and you still want to take turns with me. At least let me drink some hot water first? Yifeng was extremely anxious. He understood his injuries. If these 3 women really did that, then he'd be completely finished afterward. The red bug quickly burrowed into Yifeng's wound. After a while, a wave of heat started spreading from Yifeng's waist and quickly reached his whole body. An awkward scene occurred. Although he was still in excruciating pain, his pants started to look rather unsightly. I'll go first, the seductive-looking woman said, and then took the initiative. The next moment, Yifeng felt a cool sensation, as if he had entered a brand new world. But he had no mood to enjoy it now, because once this bit of energy was used up, he'd really have no chance to recover. A day of pleasure versus a lifetime of pleasure, he still understood the stakes. But now, if he wanted to fully heal, he could only use that method. Looking at the woman who kept moving, Yifeng forced himself to stay conscious, gathering the last bit of his strength in his left hand. He had to pull out the weapon from the woman's waist as fast as possible, then use it to cut her throat, letting the blood spray on his skin, and then use the blood-sucking technique to quickly regain some energy. Yifeng had previously gauged the strength of these 3 women, equivalent to an average Ga tribe warrior. And with even 1/20th of his strength restored, killing the 3 of them would be easy. Pfft! Yifeng was just thinking when he suddenly felt a scorching pain in his chest. Startled, he looked up. An arrow had pierced through the woman's chest, and blood sprayed onto Yifeng's face like a fountain. That blood was quickly absorbed by Yifeng's skin. Not good. A traitor from the X. The other 2 women were shocked and grabbed their spears. But it was too late. Footsteps echoed, 7 or 8 men and women surrounded them. These running dogs of the Snow Mountain clan. Kill them all, leave no one alive. The leading man shouted, and his people immediately rushed in. Very quickly, blood splattered, and the remaining 2 women were beheaded. The tall man walked over to Yifeng and raised his curved blade high. No! Yifeng raised his left arm to shield his head. Pfft! The head of the Snow Mountain woman who had been shot was chopped off too. Yifeng was scared to death. He thought they were going to kill him. Take the heads back to the clan, the tall man said. Brother, which tribe is this man from? He doesn't look like he's from around here. A petite but sharp-looking girl walked over and tapped Yifeng's face with her curved blade. Don't kill me, I actually came from the Black Tree River region. I admire your ex, and I want to join you. Yifeng realized that after absorbing the woman's blood, he could speak again. But the woman's headless body was still entangled with him. It was quite an awkward sight. Brother, I didn't expect even people in the forest to hear about our resistance against the Cloud Mountain clan. Why don't we absorb him into our tribe? The girl said excitedly, her face full of pride. Daring to resist the Cloud Mountain clan was a collective decision of their whole tribe. The tall man glanced at Yifeng and then pulled the headless body off him, making Yifeng grimace in pain. His eyes are lying. But since he was a prey of the Cloud Mountain women, he counts as half a friend of ours. The tall man fell into thought. This rebellion against the Cloud Mountain clan was a turning point for their tribe. If they succeeded, they wouldn't have to provide young men and women to the Cloud Mountain clan every year anymore. In 30 years, their population would catch up, giving them the strength to truly resist. Brother, take him back to the new tribe. He's so handsome. We lost many in this battle, I want to have children with him to replenish our numbers. The girl spoke frankly. Yifeng found that these native women were very direct about sex and showed no shame at all. But the wound on his waist is serious. Not sure if he'll survive, the tall man said. Sure enough, his words almost sealed Yifeng's fate. These natives were practical, if Yifeng were healthy, he might have value. But now, half dead, saving him would be too costly. My tribe still has many people, both men and women. If you save me, once I recover, I'll bring my entire tribe to join your ex, Yifeng quickly said. He had to make himself valuable. Seeing this, the tall man squatted down and pressed a piece of animal hide to Yifeng's waist. How many people in your tribe? 2,000. Yifeng had wanted to say 200 but feared that wasn't impressive enough, so he simply multiplied it by 10. Brother, they have 2,000 people, about the same as us now. I think it's worth it, the girl pleaded again. Clearly, she liked Yifeng a lot. All right, carry him back to our new tribe. After the tall man spoke, 2 natives came over. They placed 2 long spears under Yifeng and tied him up with rope, a makeshift stretcher. Yifeng let out a long sigh and closed his eyes to recover strength. He didn't know how long they had walked, but when Yifeng opened his eyes again. What the hell? They were at the foot of the mountain just now, how did they carry him up so high? It's freezing. Yifeng shivered. He was badly injured and needed warmth, but these ex-people had carried him halfway up the mountain. After crossing 2 mountain ridges, many pine trees appeared, their tops covered with thick snow. At that moment, 2 snowmen walked out of the pine forest. They were covered in white animal hides, blending in with the surroundings. Duo Gong, who is this man? Someone asked the tall man, so his name was Duo Gong. What a weird name. He's from the Black Tree River region. If we save him, he'll bring his 2,000 clansmen. It was the girl who answered. So many clansmen? Could he be from the Ga tribe of the Black Tree River? No, the Ga people are very tall. Hearing this, Yifeng was startled. Was he about to be exposed? Don't worry about it. If he can't bring 2,000 people, we'll just kill him. After Duo Gong finished, he ordered the people behind to carry Yifeng into the pine forest. At the end of the forest was a large cliff with many man-made caves dug into it. At each cave entrance sat a native. 2 natives carried Yifeng into one of the caves. Inside, animal hides were laid out, with dry grass beneath. There was also a table nearby with a few pieces of roasted meat on it. You all leave. I'll take care of him myself. After the girl finished speaking, she drove the others out and pulled down the curtain of the cave. This curtain was made of white animal hide. Once it was lowered, the cave entered a stealth state. Unless someone got very close, they wouldn't notice anything unusual. Inside, an oil lamp was lit, seemingly using animal fat as fuel. Anyway, it was more advanced than what the Ga tribe used. The girl placed Yifeng's head on her straight thighs and fed him some water and food. This time, Yifeng surprisingly didn't throw up. Logically, his injuries this time were worse than before, but his stomach didn't rebel. Could it be because the crystal pill had been fully digested? After eating and drinking, Yifeng weakly closed his eyes and slowly fell asleep. He thought the girl would go to another cave to sleep, but she didn't. She actually lay next to Yifeng and placed one of her legs over his thigh. The temperature halfway up the mountain was very low. Even in his sleep, Yifeng could hear the howling wind outside, but the cave was very warm. Even with just one oil lamp, the small cave stayed around 7 or 8 degrees Celsius. With the animal hide blanket, Yifeng even felt it was warmer than his warship. It seemed these ex-people had their own ways of surviving the winter. The next morning, Yifeng woke up. The girl gave him more water, then lifted the curtain and went into the snow outside, kicking it away and pulling out a beast leg. This was how the ex-people stored food for the winter, using snow to freeze the meat. To Yifeng's surprise, she sliced the raw meat into pieces, chewed them in her mouth, and then passed them into Yifeng's mouth. Don't. Just as Yifeng spoke, a sweet piece of food was already in his mouth. It actually didn't taste that bad. There was a fruity aroma, and the sweetness of a young girl. After eating several slices of frozen meat, Yifeng felt his body begin to heat up. Could it be that the X-people had their own method of health maintenance? Thank you. My name is Yifeng. Please tell me your name, I will definitely repay you. Yifeng stretched out his left hand with difficulty and held her soft palm. My name is Qingxue. When you recover, are you willing to have children with me? To help increase the X population? Qingxue looked at Yifeng with her bright eyes, making even a lustful man like him blush. This girl was way too straightforward, wasn't she? I'm willing. Yifeng nodded. He feared that saying unwilling might get him killed. Great. I'll get you some water. After speaking, Qingxue poured him another bowl of water. The bowl was made of bamboo, with a thick layer of coating, likely decades old, possibly passed down through generations. Yifeng drank the water with his eyes closed. After drinking, he fell into a deep sleep again. Actually, the fastest way to recover would have been to slit Qingxue's throat and use her blood to restore himself. But Yifeng was human, not a beast, he would never do something like that. However, Susan and the others were probably still worried about him. In the following 10 days or so, Yifeng was carefully cared for by Qingxue. The raw meat she fed him would generate heat in his body. One morning, Yifeng discovered he could move his right hand. But he couldn't move too much, or it would tug at the wound on his waist. Your wound is almost healed. I want to take you for a walk in the pine forest. That'll help you recover faster. But don't speak loudly, outside the forest, there are still many Cloud Mountain clan dogs searching for us. Qingxue supported Yifeng by the arm. Don't worry, I won't. Yifeng nodded, letting Qingxue help him out of the cave. After lying down for days, his limbs were almost atrophied. Getting some fresh air was good. As soon as they stepped out of the cave, a cold wind blew over, almost making Yifeng suffocate. Damn! This temperature must be at least -10 degrees. Yifeng gasped, winter had truly arrived in the blink of an eye. Qingxue nodded and draped an animal hide over Yifeng's back. The two walked through the snow-covered pine forest, their steps deep and shallow. Occasionally, a snowman would pop out from behind a pine tree, they were Cloud Mountain clan patrols. Qingxue, don't leave the pine forest. Yesterday, a group from the Cloud Mountain clan passed through. Luckily, they didn't discover our new settlement. A native reminded them. Yifeng noticed that this native had a large tattoo on his chin and very sharp eyes. He had seen other X-people too, most of them had tattoos on their chins and chests. The older and more battle-hardened they were, the more tattoos they had. On the other hand, a few half-grown children had no tattoos on their chins at all. Qingxue, what do those tattoos on their chins mean? Yifeng asked. The more tattoos, the more people they've killed. Every time someone kills a strong enemy, according to our Misty Mountain rules, they must tattoo a totem of honor on their body, Qingxue explained. I see. But why don't they tattoo their chests or backs? Wouldn't putting it on their chin affect their looks? Yifeng asked again. However, Qingxue looked at him strangely, unsure how to explain. Actually, warriors like to tattoo the most visible places, so they could quickly attract women. If it was under their clothes, who would see it? Not good. Qingxue's face suddenly changed. She pushed Yifeng's head downward, trying to press him into the snow. Because ahead, 3 giant white goats were walking toward them, each carrying a rider. Their equipment was like knights from the Three Kingdoms era suddenly appearing in the Stone Age. But as she pushed, Qingxue realized she couldn't move Yifeng, his recent rest had restored his blood scales. Her push made his body harden. Although the scales didn't show, the effect was there. Yifeng quickly lay on the ground, using the white animal hide on him to blend into the snow. Behind them, the patrolling X-people also lay down, merging with the snow. The 3 white goats soon entered the pine forest area. Yifeng angled his eyes upward to observe the equipment of the 3 riders. They wore heavy armor, brown in color, likely stained from long-dried blood. They held pure iron heavy spears and had long sabers at their waists. The 3 stopped at the edge of the pine forest. The lead rider raised his helmet visor, revealing an old, bearded face. We'll rest here tonight. Tomorrow, we'll go to the Great Marsh. We must find X's hiding place. After the bearded man spoke, the other 2 lifted their visors, revealing 2 young but fierce faces. Yifeng swallowed and lay quietly, not daring to move at all. If he wasn't wrong, those were Cloud Mountain clan members. Their gear was 1,000 years ahead of the X, no wonder they had driven them to flee and hide in caves to barely survive. However, compared to the equipment of the Germanics, the Cloud Mountain clan was still far behind. Puff, puff, puff. 3 figures jumped down from the goats, and their leather boots sank a foot deep into the snow. One of them began clearing the snow on the ground. The big bearded man took out flint stones. The last person, however, walked toward Yifeng's position. Every few steps, he picked up some dry firewood from the ground. We're done for. Is he going to step on us? Yifeng's expression changed drastically. He turned his head and saw that Qingxue was also pale with fright, her petite body trembling slightly. The night came closer and closer. Soon, there were only about 20 meters left between him and Yifeng. A little closer, and no matter how well they were hidden, this knight would easily see through the disguise. Qingxue, how about having your tribesmen just kill them now? Yifeng whispered. Absolutely not. Qingxue pressed down on Yifeng's shoulder tightly, afraid he would move on his own. They have skyfire cannons made of sulfur stone. Unless all three are killed at once, if any of them shoots into the sky, our position will be exposed. Hearing this, Yifeng's heart tightened. Wasn't that like a signal flare? It seemed that the Cloud Mountain clan had already reached the Tang dynasty's level. They'd even developed fireworks. What kind of goats are they riding? Why are they so big? Yifeng asked again. Don't speak. Qingxue stretched out her hand to cover Yifeng's mouth. At this point, the knight was only a dozen meters away. After picking up a few more pieces of firewood, he suddenly turned and walked away. Qingxue let out a long breath and released her hand from Yifeng's mouth. But Yifeng narrowed his eyes. He noticed that the knight's steps became hurried as he left. Not good. Give me the spear. Yifeng grabbed Qingxue's spear and threw it hard at the knight's back. At the moment he threw it, the knight had already dropped the firewood, pulled out a long bamboo tube from his waist, and was preparing to aim it at the sky. Puff! Boom! The spear pierced through the knight's back, but at the same time, the bamboo tube in his hand shot out a burst of sparks toward the distance. In his haste, he hadn't fired it into the sky, but toward his two companions. Boom! One of the knights didn't even have time to react and was blasted 5 meters away, landing on the ground covered in blood. The big bearded man immediately stood up and drew the bamboo tube from his waist. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. From the snowy ground, more than a dozen snowmen dashed out. One of them drew his bow and pinned the bamboo tube to a pine tree with an arrow. Quick, capture him alive. The ex-warriors rushed over. One became 2, then quickly turned into over 100. They ran barefoot in the snow, fast and steady. The big bearded man tried to run toward the 3 goats, but his armor was too heavy. In no time, he was surrounded by over a dozen ex-people. This one's a living Cloud Mountain clan member. A ex-man with tattoos all over his chin pushed through the crowd, his eyes shining as he looked at the bearded man. The big bearded man said nothing, pulled down his visor, and raised the heavy spear in his hand. Yifeng and Qingxue also walked to the edge of the crowd, staring without blinking at the Cloud Mountain clan knight. Lowly race, and you dare settle here. The big bearded man spoke in a buzzing tone. Enough nonsense, attack together. The ex-warriors rushed in. Yifeng thought, 10 against 1, should be easy. But to his surprise, the Cloud Mountain clan knight was extremely brave. He stabbed 3 ex-warriors to death in succession, then killed 2 more with his curved blade. In the end, he was finally pinned down by the densely packed ex-people and tied up with rope. Take him back. Clean the bloodstains on the ground. Bury the bodies. Restore the camouflage. A person who looked like a small leader came out. His chin was covered with tattoos, almost extending to his face, making him look like an ugly monster. But Yifeng noticed that several ex-women looked at him with admiration in their eyes. Puff, puff, puff. 3 arrows brought down the 3 giant goats, which were then quickly dragged into the pine forest. Yifeng and Qingxue stood there dumbfounded, not knowing what to do. That small leader walked over, looking seriously at Yifeng. Come. He patted Yifeng on the shoulder and led him into a cave. This man killed a Cloud Mountain clan knight with a spear. He deserves a totem tattoo on his face, the small leader said. Was an old woman, inside the cave tattooing a young man's face. When she heard this, she looked up and gave Yifeng a blank glance. Yifeng's face changed. Tattoo on the face? Wasn't that disfigurement? He'd rather die. Leader, I only attacked from behind. It wasn't a face-to-face kill, so maybe I don't need the tattoo, Yifeng said with resistance. The small leader turned his head, disappointed. Outsider, are you trying to preserve your pretty face? We ex-people don't need pretty faces. What we need is killing in honor. Can a handsome face protect your people? Yifeng was speechless. Indeed, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. He couldn't stick to civilized thinking anymore. So he nodded and bravely stepped forward. All right, I'll accept the totem. But, can it be tattooed on my butt? That's the only place without injuries left. Yifeng said. 3 hours later, Yifeng crawled out of the cave rubbing his butt. A bird tattoo had been inked on his butt. Although it was roughly done, for some reason, Yifeng felt this tattoo was more alive than the colored designs in civilized society, as if there was a real bird on his butt. Back in the cave, Qingxue continued to sleep with Yifeng, they were living together like husband and wife. But Yi Feng had no energy for anything else now. He needed to heal fast and escape back to his warship. He had just seen the foot of the mountain. There was a wide river, about 2 kilometers across. The warship could definitely sail into the misty mountain range. With the 2 autocannons on the warship, what was the Cloud Mountain clan? Even if they had armor, facing modern autocannons, their shells would still get blasted apart. Besides, even if he couldn't win, he could fully power the ship and leave them behind. Its mobility was far beyond anything the Cloud Mountain clan had. Thinking of this, Yi Feng looked again at a stone on the table. It was sulfur, and the Cloud Mountain clan had already made fireworks from it. If he could mine more sulfur and use it as warship fuel, wouldn't that make the ship reach a speed of 10 knots per hour? And most importantly, though bullets weren't renewable, he could mix this sulfur with charcoal and saltpeter to make the most ancient black powder. With black powder, the ship's cannons could regain their power. Although not as good as German-made shells, it was still hundreds of years more advanced than the Cloud Mountain clan. At that moment, the cave curtain was lifted, and Duo Gong came in carrying a leg of lamb. Yi Feng, this leg of lamb is yours. Duo Gong set down the roasted lamb leg and quickly left. Qingxue was overjoyed and immediately used a knife to cut off the lamb meat, feeding it piece by piece into Yi Feng's mouth. Yi Feng was used to eating Shi Zhenliang's gourmet food, so he found the lamb hard to swallow. Though it didn't taste good, it was natural food. In order to help his wounds heal faster, Yi Feng had to force it down in big bites. But for some reason, the more he ate, the more discomfort he felt at the wound. Qingxue, you eat the rest. I'm full. By the way, do you have any beast fighters in your tribe? Yi Feng asked the key question. He had heard that beast fighters usually went north of the Great Marsh, so the X tribe must have beast fighters. You mean the warriors who can fight beasts? Our tribe doesn't have them. Only the Cloud Mountain clan does, and they have many. The Grand Beast Fighter is the strongest among them, followed by the clan chief and the high priest. Qingxue answered truthfully. Oh, were those 3 knights from earlier beast fighters? Yi Feng asked again. Definitely not. If they were, it would have taken 10 of our clan leaders to capture just one. Qingxue continued. That night, Yi Feng kept asking questions about the Cloud Mountain clan and their Skyfire cannon. Time passed again. At the foot of the pine forest, a giant warship was slowly advancing. Because the river had narrowed here and there were many rocks at the bottom, the warship didn't dare to go fast, for fear of hitting something. More importantly, Susan and the others were almost out of charcoal. Sister Susan, there are still some trees on the riverbank. Why don't we make charcoal here? Remy suggested. Then stop the ship, take the dugouts to shore, everyone move together, and be quick. Susan said, then suddenly looked toward the pine forest halfway up the mountain. For some reason, she felt something in the forest was calling to her. The weather turned cold again. Susan's leadership was far inferior to Yi Feng's. With almost no charcoal left, there were no more stoves in the cabins at night. People had to huddle in groups of 5 or 6 for warmth. Life was miserable. On top of that, food was running low. Susan could only ensure the first-tier people were fed, the rest had to make do with 2 meals a day. Even so, the 2 meals weren't enough to fill them. As a result, the newly surrendered natives on the warship gradually became dissatisfied with Susan. They began to miss the days when Yi Feng was alive. Why do they say this? Because they believed Yi Feng was already dead. As the people from the ship were being transported to shore in waves, Susan went to the stern again, inserted a long ammo belt into the autocannon, and aimed it at the shore to guard against emergencies. After all, in this mountainous region, they didn't know the terrain. If a beast was lurking in the trees, she had to open fire immediately, and maybe get some beast meat for everyone to eat. Time passed slowly. In a blink, 3 days had passed. In cold weather, X-people usually stayed in caves for several days. Unless necessary, they wouldn't come out. And in these 3 days, Yi Feng learned more about the Cloud Mountain clan and its grudge with the X tribe. It turned out the Cloud Mountain clan was the overlord of the Misty Mountains, ruling over 7 major tribes and more than 10 minor ones. Each year, the Cloud Mountain clan tried to kill the strongest warriors from each tribe to prevent these smaller tribes from gaining strength to resist. At the same time, they would select the most beautiful and healthy women from each tribe to be sent to the Cloud Mountain clan for the beast fighters and higher-ranking people to enjoy. It was no different from the Ga tribe. If a tribe produced a powerful warrior, he would be taken away under the pretense of being honored by the Cloud Mountain clan, but was secretly killed. The X tribe rebelled because a strong man from their tribe had discovered this conspiracy after being taken there. He barely escaped with his life and returned to launch a rebellion. The Cloud Mountain clan didn't just want to control the strongest warriors of each tribe, they also wanted to control their population. Every year, not only did they demand beautiful women as tribute, but also an enormous amount of food. During winter, when tribes needed to store food, the Cloud Mountain clan would find various excuses to force tributes. If not given, they would kill the tribe's able-bodied people, claiming it was a sacrifice to appease the gods. Such cruel methods filled Yifeng with righteous anger. Indeed, high-class races were never good. To maintain their rule, they would stop at nothing. Qingxue, why don't you unite all the tribes and fight the Cloud Mountain clan together? Didn't you say the combined population of the 7 major and other small tribes is 10 times that of the Cloud Mountain clan? Yifeng asked in return. That? I think it's because we're not united. The Cloud Mountain clan ranked the tribes by level. First-class tribes have to give the least tribute each year. We're a 4th-class tribe, and our tribute is 4 times that of the 1st class. But we're not the worst, there's also a 7th class. I heard a wise elder in our tribe say that 30 years ago, there was a tribe called the Greenwater clan. They had 10,000 people but were somehow demoted to 7th class. Every year, they couldn't store enough food for winter, and their population sharply declined. 10 years ago, there were only over 100 of them left, not even considered a minor tribe anymore, just vagabonds. Qingxue said honestly. Yifeng immediately understood. This was another trick of the Cloud Mountain clan. They feared the Greenwater clan's large population might threaten their rule, so they classified them as 7th class and made them pay 7 times more tribute than 1st-class tribes. You mean, those 1st and 2nd-class tribes helped the Cloud Mountain clan commit evil? Yifeng asked back. Yes. Do you still remember the 3 women who caught you? They were from the Snow Mountain clan, which is now a 2nd-class tribe. The Cloud Mountain clan told their chief that if they kill 500 of our people, they can be promoted to 1st class. Qingxue said, her eyes filled with tears of hatred. Clearly, many of their people had died at the hands of the Snow Mountain clan. Yifeng sighed deeply. Human nature, on a deserted island, it's even more raw. Clearly, they were all being exploited. But once comparison existed, the rulers could use that mindset to make the lower tribes kill each other. Even though everyone understood this obvious scheme, they couldn't stop. Because there was no trust. Each tribe feared another might become the traitor, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and keep fighting each other. At the foot of the mountain, the warship docked by the river. On the shore, more than 100 people were busy chopping down all the trees. The native women were in charge of the finer tasks, splitting the trees into suitable pieces of firewood, and building one pit after another on the riverbank. That damn woman is showing off on the deck, while making us work on shore, a native couldn't help but curse. Exactly. Things were so much better when Brother Feng was here. He worked on shore with us just like everyone else. I don't think this team is as good as it used to be, another native gritted his teeth and said. That damn woman not only struts around on the deck but also lets those other women walk back and forth with her, treating us like lower-class people. How is this any different from the old Ga tribe? Oh God, if only Brother Feng were still alive. Ugh, I'm so tired. Brother Feng, please come back and take control of your women. Even in a dream would be fine. The natives complained endlessly, angry but not daring to speak out. After all, Susan now had actual control over the whole team. Even though they resented her in their hearts, they didn't dare disrespect Yifeng, in case he was still alive and came back to settle scores. Susan didn't notice the resentment below. She kept pacing back and forth on the deck, occasionally glancing toward the mountaintop. The feeling in her heart grew stronger, she felt like Yifeng was up there. Not good, run. Just then, chaos broke out on the shore. Susan gave Remy a look. The two of them, one at the bow and one at the stern, simultaneously grabbed the autocannons. They saw the people on shore retreating, some even backing into the water, only to shiver and jump back onto land. A few seconds later, from Susan's view, a team of cavalry burst out, but they were riding giant mountain goats. These goats moved as easily as if they were on flat ground, despite the rugged terrain. What? Cavalry? And they're wearing armor? We're doomed. We're really not on Earth, Cheng Libin despaired. He still had a bit of hope of going home, but now it was completely shattered. If there were just natives, it could have been an undiscovered primitive island. But with cavalry, it meant the island had some level of civilization. Tell me, how could a civilized island go undetected by satellite? Susan coldly stared at the cavalry, about 30 of them. Leading them was a burly man. As soon as the two groups came into contact, the cavalry's eyes lit up. Beastmaster, women. So many women. We can take them back to the Cloud Mountain clan and let them reproduce. Each woman can give birth to about 20 children. Even if half die young, that's still 10. With over 100 women here, in just 10 years, they can give us over 1,000 people, one knight said excitedly, already picking out the strongest-looking women. Chen En's knees trembled, but he had the highest status on shore, so he bravely stepped forward. You are. Before he could finish, a whip lashed across his face, sending him flying 5 meters high and crashing into the river with a splash. Susan's expression turned cold, and without hesitation, she pulled the trigger. Boom boom boom. Since Yifeng went missing, her temper had worsened. Once she pulled the trigger, she never let go. After just 10 shots, the 30 knights were blown to pieces. Their armor and mounts were torn to shreds. Even the leading beast fighter was blasted into a bloody mist by a single shell. The remaining 2 knights saw this and fled into the forest in panic, terrified out of their wits. In the cave, Yifeng suddenly sat up. That's the sound of the auto-cannon. Susan, Sushan, it's her, it's her. Yifeng shouted and lifted the cave curtain. What are you doing? Qingxue grabbed Yifeng's arm, but with a flick of his hand, she was thrown to the ground. He jumped barefoot into the snow, his lungs beginning to convulse. After running 30 meters, Yifeng saw the massive warship a kilometer away at the mountain's base and the crowd of natives on the shore. Susan. Chenin. Su Yun. I'm here, I'm right here. Yifeng waved desperately toward them. But just as he shouted, someone covered his mouth. Enraged, Yifeng elbowed the person, sending them flying. At that moment, a powerful force grabbed Yifeng by the neck, dragging him away from the edge of the pine forest and back into the cave. Greetings, Chief. Qingxue knelt on one knee as soon as she saw the man. Yifeng looked up. The chief's face was covered in tattoos, so much so that even the backs of his hands were tattooed. He looked terrifying. Who told you to yell? Didn't you see the Cloud Mountain clan cavalry just now? The chief said coldly. You see, the people on that warship are mine, my tribesmen. They just fired the cannon. Do you know what a cannon is? One shot can kill a beast fighter, Yifeng stammered. But he used too many technical terms, and the chief looked totally confused. Qingxue, this man is crazy. Just kill him. I'll find you someone better, the chief said. No. Please don't kill him. Just lock him up. Qingxue stood in front of Yifeng, afraid the chief would attack. After a while, Yifeng was chained to the bed. Qingxue chewed some raw meat and tried to feed it to him. Yifeng turned his head away, and a tear slid down his cheek. He had resisted. He had fought. But it was useless. The chiefs worked together and tied him up like a dumpling. The warship was just below, yet he couldn't reunite with the people on it. This feeling was even worse than being stranded alone on the peak. Qingxue forcibly pried open his mouth and fed him the chewed meat. 2. Yifeng spat it out. Even if it tasted good, he couldn't eat it. He would go on a hunger strike to protest. If his injuries weren't still so severe, only 10% recovered, he could have broken the chains. But now, he could only be a prisoner. Yifeng, I'm here. If you let me bear your child, I'll let you go. That's what the chief and chieftain want too. Our ex-people have always had children internally. Now we need your outsider blood. Qingxue snuggled into Yifeng's arms. But Yifeng couldn't even get up now. His injuries were too serious. He needed at least 2 to 3 more months to recover. Qingxue, let's elope, just the 2 of us. My warship is just down there. It has endless food and many trustworthy friends. Let's sneak away in the night. Yifeng suddenly tried to coax Qingxue. After spending so much time together, Qingxue had fallen in love with Yifeng. Though she didn't know what love was, being with him made her feel comfortable and at ease. But I can't betray. Right now, X really needs adult warriors, otherwise, how can we fight the Cloud Mountain clan? Qingxue shook her head. It's not like they're missing just one person. Let's go, I'm begging you. Yifeng pleaded. As long as he got to the warship, he would be the boss again, holding the power of life and death. Once you get used to being in charge, you can't stand living under someone else's roof. Back when he was severely injured, Susan had taken charge, but he was still the nominal supreme leader. But here, he was nothing. Yifeng, can you stop saying things like that? Weren't you happy being with me? Qingxue tightly hugged Yifeng. A woman's sixth sense is very strong, she felt like she would never see Yifeng again. Yifeng's body stiffened. He slowly lowered his head, rubbing Qingxue's hair with his chin. After living together for so long, even though nothing happened between them, he had developed feelings for her. At first, he was only grateful to Qingxue for saving his life. But now, Qingxue had become his lover. She couldn't compare to Susan yet, but she surpassed the other women on the warship. The 2 of them hugged for a long time. Yifeng's hoarse voice sounded, Qingxue, I want to go home. Qingxue hugged Yifeng tighter and brought her lips to his. They entangled for a long while, and Qingxue cried like rain. In the end, she sat up, picked up a sharp knife, and popped open a clasp on the iron chains. Clang! Yifeng broke free from the chains and immediately grabbed Qingxue's hand. Let's go. It's dark now, they won't know. Yi Feng said joyfully. But Qingxue sat still on the animal hide, slowly and firmly shaking her head. I can't leave my people. Walk along the edge of the pine forest, there's a path down the slope. You, go home. After speaking, Qingxue buried her head in the hide and sobbed. Qingxue. Yi Feng choked up several times. He really wanted to stay here. But there were too many people on the warship waiting for him. In the end, the longing to go home made him let go of this relationship and quietly sneak out of the cave. Sure enough, walking along the edge, there were no sentries here, and he quickly found a small path. But the slope was steep. Yi Feng had to use all four limbs to finally make it down to the foot of the mountain. Even so, he was covered in snow and mud, looking like a black man. The temperature at the foot of the mountain had warmed up a bit, but at night, it was still -5 or 6 degrees. Inside Yi Feng's body, his hot blood surged, turning into puffs of steam spraying from his nostrils, forming two white lines in the cold air. The joy of going home made his heart burn. On the shore, Chenin was dozing off. He suddenly straightened up and aimed his bow and arrow at the forest. Is it a person, or a beast? It's me. Yi Feng's voice trembled. Clatter. Chenin dropped his bow and arrow. That voice was too familiar, he didn't even need to hear the name to recognize it. Brother Feng. Feng, Brother Feng. Chenin ran with wide strides and crashed into Yi Feng's arms. Ouch, you hit my wound. Yi Feng pushed Chenin away. But Chenin pounced again, resting his head on Yi Feng's shoulder. Wah! Brother Feng, you're finally back. Sister Susan missed you so badly. Chenin, a grown man, burst into loud sobs. His voice alarmed the others, who came over with torches. Soon, Yi Feng was surrounded by a crowd. Brother Feng, let me hug you. Oh my God, the gods have answered our prayers. Brother Feng is back. Brother Feng, wah. Yi Feng hugged each person, releasing the joy of reunion after a long separation. At that moment, a shadow lunged over. Two huge paws landed on Yi Feng's shoulders. The shadow stretched out its long tongue and licked Yi Feng's face. Little bootlicker, you're still alive? Yi Feng was overjoyed and hugged its massive body tightly. Whine whine. Little bootlicker really sounded like a dog, making urgent sounds from its mouth. Yi Feng grabbed its silly head and rubbed noses with it. This was the highest form of greeting between humans and animals, symbolizing mutual trust. On the warship, in her cabin, Susan suddenly woke up from a dream. She gasped for breath and walked step by step to the deck. Ah Feng is back. Ah Feng is back, I know it. He must be back. She said and stepped onto the deck. Sure enough, the shore was in chaos, with the native people laughing joyfully. Then she saw a dugout canoe heading toward the warship. Chenin was rowing it himself, and a messy-looking man sat in the middle of the boat, staring toward the deck. Finally, their gazes met. Susan opened her mouth wide and clutched her chest, her heart felt like it was about to leap out. Oh no! Sister Susan fainted. Quick, Sister Qingxue. A commotion broke out on the deck. Yi Feng's heart tightened. He quickly grabbed the rope ladder and climbed onto the deck. Bai Qingxue was giving Susan CPR. Brother Yi. Ding Tuanchuan was the first to rush over, locking tightly onto his leg. Tuanchuan, you've grown so fast. Yi Feng looked at Ding Tuanchuan in shock, she seemed to have grown a few centimeters taller. This little brat, he'd been missing for days, and she'd been eating and drinking well. He pinched her cheeks, and Rimi rushed over too. Sister Maisie, you've lost weight. Then Suyun rushed over as well. Yuner, have you been losing sleep lately? Your eye circles are dark. Then Chang Libin rushed over. Old Chang, where are your eyes and ears? Let's not talk about sad stuff. Brother Feng, go check on Sister Susan. On the small deck, Yi Feng broke through layers of people and finally came to Susan. Looking at the frail woman before him, Yi Feng's heart ached terribly. He quickly grabbed Susan's hand. Shaner, I'm back. Yi Feng's voice seemed magical. Susan slowly opened her eyes. The two of them silently looked at each other, so much to say, yet no words were needed. Everyone, back off. Don't disturb Brother Feng and Sister Susan. Chang Libin tactfully cleared the deck. Ah Feng, you don't need to say anything. I understand. I've dreamed of you every day. Yi Feng gently held Susan in his arms. Susan immediately avoided touching Yi Feng's waist and caressed his cheek with her hand. Finally, her lips slowly moved closer. The air was filled with the scent of happiness. This is amazing. Brother Feng, I'm so touched you made it back. At that moment, an unwelcome voice broke the mood. Shi Zhengliang jumped out from the side, holding a bowl of food. Yi Feng quickly pulled away from Susan and looked at the mood-killing guy. Brother Feng, you look weak. This is a bull penis I just stewed. It was originally prepared for old Chang, you know, he's old now and can't even chew tender meat anymore. But since you're back, this bull penis is naturally yours. I wish you and Sister Susan an early child. Shi Zhengliang was bouncing with excitement. These past few days, as head chef, he had also suffered under Susan. After all, women are emotional creatures. When Yifeng wasn't around, she turned into a shrew, giving everyone a hard time. All right, thank you. Bring it to my room, I have a lot to talk about with Shaner. Yifeng didn't make a fuss, considering Shi Zhengliang's good intentions. After escaping death, his mindset had changed. When he looked at old friends now, they all looked pleasant and charming. Even Wang Zhihai, Yifeng felt maybe his messed-up personality had something to do with his upbringing. In the mountain cave of the pine forest, Qingxue looked like she had lost her soul. She caressed the cup Yifeng had used, the animal hide he had worn, the place where he had slept. After a while, she began to collect the hair Yifeng had shed on the bed, rolling it into a ball and placing it over her heart. It felt like just yesterday, she was still hugging Yifeng. Tears streamed down like broken kite strings, soaking half the animal hide bed. In the morning, her cave curtain was roughly pulled open. Qingxue, eyes red and swollen, looked up to see the chief entering with a group of tribesmen. His sharp gaze swept across the entire cave. It was you? You released that outsider? The chief stared coldly at Qingxue. Of course it was. Qingxue, you look down on our own men and worship outsiders for their pretty faces. Now the outsider has abandoned you. How can you still live with any pride? She's a traitor. Maybe when the Cloud Mountain clan shows up, she'll willingly offer her body to the enemy. Several natives behind him spoke coldly. In truth, they used to like Qingxue, but seeing her live in the same cave with Yifeng stirred deep jealousy. If it weren't for Qingxue's brother being a junior leader, they'd have beaten the lovers apart long ago. She gave so much, yet the outsider still ran away. She's disgraced us ex-people. Chief, punish her as a traitor. Treating her as a traitor is too light. We should strip her naked and hang her at the cave entrance for everyone to see. Ha ha ha, yeah, that's a good idea. A bunch of jealous guys spat out vicious suggestions one after another. Just then, Duo Gong rushed in and drew his curved blade with a swish. Whoever dares touch my sister, I'll challenge him one-on-one. Seeing this, the natives finally shut up, but they still cast sharp looks at Qingxue. Duo Gong, your sister's behavior is no different from a traitor's. So starting now, your position is downgraded to regular warrior, otherwise, your sister will be executed. Chief Boke said. This? All right, Chief Boke, I accept the punishment, as long as my sister isn't harmed. Duo Gong could only kneel halfway to the ground. At the back of the pine forest, at the foot of the mountain, over 300 Cloud Mountain warriors were lying in ambush. They wore iron armor, held refined weapons, and were climbing toward the summit along ropes. Leading them were 5 beast fighters. Especially the one at the front, he was a third-level beast fighter. Among the 300 warriors behind him, not all were Cloud Mountain people, some were from the Snow Mountain clan, a second-tier tribe. The high priest said the X's new tribe is right here. She can't be wrong. Luoying, he. If you won't be my woman, then fight bravely tonight. As long as you help wipe out X, I'll still get the chief to promote your Snow Mountain clan to first tier. The third-level beast fighter said with a lewd grin, his eyes constantly scanning her legs and face. Oh. Luoying nodded, her face covered in frost. Though she knew it was a trick of the Cloud Mountain clan, she had no choice. If she resisted, her tribe would be wiped out first. The next night, Yifeng was standing in the women's bathhouse. Shaner, don't touch my wound when you wash me. Yifeng stood in a wooden tub with his arms outstretched, while Susan used a soft piece of animal hide to gently wash his body. Ah Feng, you've suffered so much during this time. Look at your wounds. Susan was full of heartache and couldn't help kissing Yifeng's waist. Hey, not now, it still hurts. Yifeng stepped back. By the way, although I went through hell and back, I discovered some valuable things. For example, sulfur rock. You should know what it's for, right? Combine it with charcoal and saltpeter, and you can make basic explosives. Isn't Qingxue a doctor? She should know some chemistry. Let her work on this black powder. Part of it can be used as fuel additive, the rest for explosives. This way, we'll have a guaranteed supply of fuel and weapons. Yifeng spoke seriously. Susan was fully focused on Yifeng now, not caring much about anything else. As long as Yifeng was back safe, she didn't care. Anyway, once Yifeng recovered, he would take care of these things. Ah Feng, you're amazing. Of course. I'm your husband after all. Yifeng gently pinched Susan's cheek. By the way, Shaner, while I was gone, did anyone on the ship catch the parasitic worm disease? Yifeng suddenly asked. Yes, but strangely, once we entered the high mountain area, no new infections happened. Qingxue said it's related to the terrain and climate. Maybe in high altitudes, the worms can't survive. Susan answered, still wiping down Yifeng, without lifting her head. That's great. That disease worried me the most during this time. A look of relief spread across Yifeng's face. Just then, Susan tilted her ear to listen. Ah Feng, did you hear that? Hear what? Yifeng perked up his ears. 1 kilometer away, in the pine forest, flames shot sky high, and the sounds of slaughter spread throughout the tribe. Armored soldiers stormed into the caves like wolves and tigers, dragging out people and cutting them down like animals. They killed everyone, men and women alike, with no mercy. 5 beast fighters stood at 5 points, surrounding the pine forest, letting the Snow Mountain warriors take the lead, while the Cloud Mountain clan stayed behind to clean up. Chief, run! Puff! A long spear shot from the distance, pinning a chief to the rock wall. A native was grabbed by 2 armored soldiers, each pulled a leg, and the ex-person was torn in half on the spot. The Cloud Mountain clan's killing was urgent and fierce, and many people died in their sleep. Some elderly, weak, women, and children hid in caves and refused to come out. They directly threw torches into the caves and also threw oil lamps deep into the caves. Oh ah! Shrill screams came from inside the caves. One by one, the burning people rushed out clawing, but were easily harvested by the armored soldiers waiting outside. At this time, the chief of X was fighting 7 armored soldiers alone, and he had already been shot several times. These 7 armored soldiers were protected by iron armor. His crude weapon couldn't break their defense at all. Outside the pine forest, a young man was fighting 15 armored soldiers alone. Although his weapon was crude, his movement was fast as lightning, like the wind coming and going freely. In just a short while, half of the 15 armored soldiers were dead. The other armored soldiers finally put away their playfulness and began to fight steadily. Interesting. He is that wind shadow who escaped from our tribe. He really has some strength, and he's still so young. If given a few more years, maybe even beast fighters wouldn't be his opponent. Mala, I'll leave it to you. The 3rd-level beast fighter said to a tall man beside him. The man nodded and rushed forward with a whoosh. Qingxue and Duogong were fighting an armored soldier. Normally, the 2 siblings working together could beat this armored soldier, but they lost because of their equipment. The bone spear in their hands was immediately broken the moment it touched the armored soldier's curved blade. Their curved blade struck the armor and couldn't even break the surface. The 2 of them retreated step by step and soon reached the edge of the pine forest. At this time, another armored soldier joined the battle. Puff! Aga! Duogong let out a miserable scream. His inferior curved blade was cut in half by the high-quality curved blade, and along the way 2 of his fingers were cut off. Big brother! Qingxue screamed, desperately rushing toward the 2. If it weren't for the 2 armored soldiers finding her pretty, the battle would have ended long ago, and they wouldn't have let the 2 siblings hold on until now. Flames shot up in the pine forest. Duogong covered his fingers and looked back. Their more than 2,000 tribespeople couldn't beat these 300 armored soldiers. Because every 3 armored soldiers formed a combat squad that could easily handle dozens of their tribespeople. After all, the armored soldiers had armor, so they didn't need to defend. They only needed to freely kill. But their tribespeople couldn't do that. They had to fight while retreating, even a single stab would make them fall to the ground unable to get up. Sister, let's go. Roll down the mountain slope. Go find that outsider Yifeng. He has a big boat, maybe he can take us away from here. Just after Duogong said this, he shouted a few times toward the back, Chief, Wind Shadow Big Leader, let's roll down the slope. Hurry, there's a way out down there. After speaking, he lunged forward and directly pushed Qiangxue down the steep slope. The old chief was held back. The other ex-people were like headless flies, and no one gave orders. After hearing Duogong's call, a large group immediately ran over. They rolled down the mountain slope like snowballs while their lives were harvested. The Wind Shadow was still fighting a beast fighter alone. Although he was extremely talented and agile, he was only 16 years old, and several times the beast fighter hit his afterimage. Wind Shadow, you are our ex's hope. Roll down there and escape. The old chief suddenly crazily rushed forward and directly hugged the beast fighter's waist from behind. Old chief, I. Wind Shadow hesitated, and the old chief's chest was stabbed. Quick, roll down, quickly. The old chief, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, angrily shouted at Wind Shadow. Puff. A head that refused to close its eyes flew up. The old chief's headless body spun once on the spot, then reluctantly fell to the ground. Although X indeed had a spirit of resistance, when facing a giant like the Cloud Mountain clan, they didn't even need to send out all their warriors to firmly suppress the entire tribe. A tear flowed from the corner of Wind Shadow's eye, and he jumped down toward the mountain slope. On the deck, Yifeng had already put on animal hide and was using binoculars to observe the killing on the shore. He did not expect the slaughter between tribes to be so bloody. The snow in the pine forest had long been melted by hot blood, flowing down like a small stream toward the mountain slope. At the same time, figures rolled down from the mountain slope, but many armored soldiers stood on the slope. They shot arrows from above or threw long spears. Soon they killed most of those escapees. Of the more than 2,000 people, truly fewer than 1 in 10 could escape down. No, Qingxue is still up there. No matter what, she saved my life. Yifeng said, then prepared to climb down the rope ladder. What are you doing? Are you crazy? Susan grabbed Yifeng with one hand. Chang Libin and the others also rushed over and, with many hands, pulled Yifeng back. Brother Feng, if it really won't work, let's waste a few shots from the autocannon? Chenin carefully said, looking toward Susan with fearful eyes. Shut up. Do you have the right to speak here? The autocannon's bullets are non-renewable resources. We must use them to deal with real danger, Susan scolded. Brother Feng, Sister Susan is yelling at me again. Since you left, she's given me a lot of grief. Chenin hid behind Yifeng. Susan, how about this, we use 20 shots from the autocannon. No matter what, X saved my life. Yifeng said. Susan pondered for a few seconds, then finally relaxed her expression. All right. They saved my husband. I can spend 20 shots from the autocannon. Xiangxue, hit in the back by an arrow, ran desperately toward the warship, coughing up blood while running. Behind her was her brother Duogong. Duogong was worse off. His back was almost shot into a porcupine, but he still used his body to block the rain of arrows coming from behind for his sister. He used his last breath to look toward the pine forest halfway up the mountain. There was no longer the sound of shouting and killing. Armored soldiers stood at the edge, looking at their surviving tribespeople with indifferent eyes. Sister, we have been annihilated. After saying this, Duogong fell to the ground with a thud. Brother. Halfway up the mountain, the third-level beast fighter and Luo Ying stood side by side, overlooking the remnants of X. Let's go, clear the battlefield, take the young and pretty women back to the tribe to enjoy. Leave that wind shadow here. The high priest might be able to use him. After the third-level beast fighter Harada spoke, his whole body, like a cannonball, jumped down the 200-meter slope. The next moment, the ground boomed. His powerful body smashed a large pit into the ground. After a cloud of dust rose, Harada stood up unharmed and brushed the dust off his body. Those armored soldiers looked at him with faces of admiration and slid down the slope, soon forming a group of more than 200 people. In fact, they originally had 300 people, but in annihilating X, they also lost dozens, half of whom were killed by wind shadow. On the deck, Yifeng personally grabbed the autocannon and aimed it at the bluish shore. Susan then took up another autocannon. Shan'er, shoot those wearing armor. For those in front being chased and killed, do not misfire. Yifeng said, then narrowed his eyes and placed his finger on the trigger. Harada's body hair stood on end. A third-level beast fighter's perception was extremely sensitive. Just in that moment, he felt a strong killing intent. So he didn't hesitate and lay flat on the ground. Boom! A bullet whizzed over his head. The powerful impact pierced the chests of 3 armored soldiers, and 2 of their bodies turned into a mist of blood. Not only that, the exploded iron armor acted like shrapnel, radiating in all directions. A few people didn't react in time and were directly pierced in the face mask by the shrapnel. Ah! My nose! Ouch, my ear! Several Cloud Mountain clan armored soldiers screamed in agony. Boom! Another shot was fired, and again 2 armored soldiers were blown apart. Their iron armor became natural shrapnel, recklessly harvesting nearby life. A few beast fighters, originally with a cat playing with mouse expression, saw this powerful weapon and their faces changed drastically with fear. Not good. Get out of the way. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Boom! One beast fighter was blasted until only one arm and his head remained. He weakly moved a finger, unwilling to rest in peace as he left for the west. Susan's side fired more decisively. She seemed to be on a mission and stopped after 10 shots. Yifeng's side could also fire 10 shots. Boom boom boom. The power of the autocannon completely scared the Cloud Mountain clan. The people in front of them, whether leaders or beast fighters, upon touching what was shot from the warship, their bodies immediately split apart. It was more terrifying than divine punishment. Their pride could no longer care about honor, and they all fled in panic. But one tall figure looked toward the warship in the river with a shocked gaze. What is this thing? What is this thing? Has someone from the temple come? As soon as Luo Ying spoke, a few warriors dragged her and fled toward the pine forest. But the hunting continued. Boom! Susan finally fired the last shot. On the shore only a pile of dismembered limbs remained, there were basically no intact corpses. At the same time, there were still some blind people on the shore clawing and stumbling as they tried to escape. After their armor was blown apart, some people were shot in the eyes by shrapnel. Boom! Yifeng's side also fired the last shot. Just as Chushue was about to approach the warship, suddenly a figure leapt through the air toward him. This person was Haruda. He had long set his eyes on Xiangshue's beauty. Even if they were fleeing, he had to grab someone and take them back or it would be a big loss. However, his greedy action caused him to lose both legs. Boom! Yifeng couldn't care about the 10-shot agreement. He fired another shot. The bullet blew apart Haruda's leg armor, vaporizing both of his legs. Various pieces of iron flew everywhere. Aga! The man let out a shrill, tragic scream. Ah! Xiangxue also screamed, covering her eyes with her hands. Just now, a piece of iron fragment flew over and cut from her left eye to her right eye. Xiangxue, she is Xiangxue. Yifeng rejoiced and pointed to the girl closest to the warship. After a short moment of pain, Haruda instantly regained clarity. He knew there must be powerful experts on that big ship, and this place was not suitable to stay. So he gritted his teeth, supported his body with his hands, and ran into the forest backward. Even a third-level beast fighter, running backward with his hands, was more than 10 times faster than an ordinary person. Let me down. Yifeng grabbed the rope ladder, the others were not to be outdone and followed behind. Soon, they reached the shore. A pungent smell of blood came, along with various foul odors. It could only be described as a bloody meat mill. Xiangxue. Yifeng was the first to pick up Xiangxue. She had already fainted from pain, but her hand still tightly grasped something. It was the bamboo cup Yifeng had used. Some escapees slowly came out from the surrounding grass, looking at the corpses on the ground in confusion, not knowing where they were, as if they had had a dream. Originally they were sleeping soundly, and suddenly their entire tribe was wiped out. Shoot no one wearing iron armor, don't let any of them survive. Kill them all. Yifeng gave the orders to Tuba and Chinen. Received. These bastards, it felt so good killing them on the mountain just now, no humanity at all. After speaking, Chinen rushed into the grassland and fell to the ground with a thud. He tripped on a piece of intestine. Friends of X, do you still remember me? My name is Yifeng. During that time, it was thanks to your careful care that I was reborn. Next, please accept my goodwill, come to my warship. I will repay you in the same way. Yifeng, holding Xiangxue, shouted to those confused X people. After hearing the voice, these people slowly gathered toward Yifeng. The chiefs and wise elders in the tribe had been killed completely. Those who had the ability to roll down the slope were mostly young people with good physical strength. Being young meant they didn't pay attention before, so they could only listen to Yifeng. At this moment, the person called Wind Shadow walked over. Are you the outsider we took in? Although Wind Shadow was gifted, he was still too young. You must call him Feng Ku once he boards the warship. He is the boss of the ship, equivalent to your tribal leader. Chenin stepped forward at the right time. Chenin. How are you talking? X are my lifesavers. Blow the whistle and bring over the remaining 2 dugout canoes. Pack all the X brothers and sisters onto the warship, Yifeng ordered. Yes, brother Feng. Chenin put 2 fingers into his mouth and blew a whistle toward the deck. It took Tuba an hour to clean up the people in armor on the shore, but he was still picking up debris, retrieving some relatively intact armor and weapons onto the dugout canoe before rowing with 2 oars. Yifeng was now standing on the deck, looking at the more than 100 X people. Among them, more than a dozen were seriously injured and were being treated by Chushue. And half of the people were lightly injured, being bandaged by native women. But Yifeng noticed that the way these people looked at him carried fear and terror, some were uneasy and restless. Brother Feng, the autocannon just now was too fierce. It probably scared them badly, Cheng Libin told Yifeng. That's true. The power of the autocannon, don't say these natives, even I was startled. It's literally a battlefield harvester. Even hiding behind a rock wouldn't save you. Yifeng nodded. Now the key was to reassure the X people. Brothers and sisters of X, your tribe is gone. Here's the deal, if you trust me, Yifeng, then live on my warship from now on. I will provide stable work for you so you no longer have to fear the Cloud Mountain clan. Yifeng said solemnly. All right, Yifeng, we will follow you. Wind Shadow nodded. Old Sure, work overtime tonight. Make something tasty for our Cloud Mountain clan brothers and sisters. And everyone else, also stay late to stop bleeding and bandage wounds. Yifeng said to everyone. Although only remnants of the Cloud Mountain clan had escaped, their number was still about 200, even slightly more than Yifeng's people. At this point, the warship already had nearly 400 people on board, and it was basically full. So Yifeng did not plan to recruit more people. Instead, he would use these 400 people to develop his own small society. First, bring the warship back to the Black Tree River area. After all, the rivers there are wide, and docking the ship there has more advantages. Here in the high mountains, if some natives prepared huge rocks on the mountain tops in advance and pushed them down when the warship passed, it could deal a fatal blow to his team. The Black Tree River area was safer. Brother Feng, while you were gone, Sister Susan hit me. Chenin ran up quickly to complain when he saw Susan go to the bow. Brother Feng, while you were gone, Sister Susan made class distinctions and made us cut wood on the shore, while she relaxed on the deck. Soon, a whole bunch of people ran over to complain. Even Cheng Libin came over to join in, saying Susan forced him to sail the ship 24 hours a day. Everyone give me some face. Susan, after all, is also a woman. On top of that, I was missing, she definitely had some emotions. Everyone, be more open-minded. Yi Feng quickly clasped his fists, since his own wife had made mistakes. That won't work. I think Sister Susan should be stripped of the second-in-command position and made a professional gunner. Second-in-command is more suitable for Sister Maisie, Chenin said. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. Chenin, what were you just saying? Hearing this, Chenin trembled all over and slowly turned his head. There was Susan standing behind, her face so gloomy it looked almost frozen. Get out. The group quickly fled in panic. Only Yi Feng and Susan were left at the stern. What were they saying bad about me just now? Susan asked. Nothing. They said you lead well. They were all speaking good things about you, Yi Feng said, never betraying his friends, otherwise they might hold grudges later. Hearing Yi Feng's words, a gentle smile appeared on Susan's face. She pressed her warm body into his arms. Stop it. You really are loyal. While you were gone, I was indeed very strict with them. I know that in my heart, but I couldn't control it. Now that you're back, my mood is better. I'll make it up to them these days, Susan said softly. Shaner, thank you. Yi Feng could not really blame Susan. After all, it was because he disappeared that she turned into a tigress. At that moment, Yi Feng suddenly looked up at the sky. For some reason, he unconsciously sensed killing intent. After experiencing life and death situations many times, his danger perception had become stronger and stronger. What's wrong with you? Susan felt Yi Feng's body stiffen in her arms. Yi Feng didn't say anything. After letting go of Susan, he lifted the autocannon and aimed at the distant mountaintop. Whoosh! A large black shadow dove down from the mountaintop. It dove without any sound. Only when it was about 20 meters from the deck did it make a sharp sound cutting through the air. Everyone, get down. Yi Feng directly lifted the autocannon. Boom 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 boom. 5 bullets shot out of the barrel. Chirp. The giant bird's body paused, then flew right over the gun turret. Ah! A tribesman screamed miserably, slammed dozens of meters away by the giant bird's body, and with a thud fell into the river. Yi Feng twisted the gun barrel hard again and re-aimed at where the giant bird had flown. Boom boom boom. Another 3 shots were fired. The giant bird in midair paused again, but its vitality was extremely strong. It forced itself and flew upstream. Quick, bring the person up. Yi Feng ordered. Tuba stripped off the animal hide and jumped straight down from the deck, more than 10 meters high. Actually, from the giant bird diving, to Yi Feng firing, to the giant bird flying away, in total it had only taken about 5 seconds. The natives on the deck were dumbfounded, their mouths still open and not yet closed. Susan hurriedly ran toward the bow and aimed the autocannon at the blue sky. Yi Feng lowered the stern cannon and walked step by step to the gun platform. There was a large amount of bird blood flowing on the deck, extending all the way to the gun platform. Hey! Do you really think I'm easy to bully? Just now he was sure he hit the giant bird, he just didn't know how badly it was wounded. If he hit the wing, maybe it would only be severely injured. But if he hit the torso, the giant bird, even if it didn't die, would lose half its life. Maisie, Chenin, arrange bedrooms for the ex-brothers and sisters. From now on, at night try not to stay on the deck. Only go on deck during the day, Yi Feng ordered. Yes. All right. Both of them led the people on the deck down to the lower 5 levels. There were 2 more levels above the deck, but basically no one lived there. After winter came, the 2 levels above the deck were the coldest. Brother Feng. Tuba carried his tribesman up, but the man was seriously injured and probably wouldn't survive. Take him to Chushua and let her do everything she can to save him, Yi Feng said. Received. Tuba carried the tribesman off the deck. Zhang Zicheng, Wang Zhihai, come here. From now on, every night, at least 10 people must be on deck as guards. 4 of them, 2 per team, will each operate a cannon. Another 4 will be on the gun platform watching the heights. Once a giant bird attacks, immediately alert the gunners. Finally 2 people will take turns on watch. Yi Feng said. Brother Feng, didn't you say only you, Sister Susan, and Sister Maisie could operate the cannon? Wang Zhihai said. No way. That giant bird has targeted me. We don't know how badly it's hurt. If it's only lightly injured, it will definitely come back. Until we confirm we don't see its corpse, we cannot be careless. Yi Feng patted Wang Zhihai on the shoulder. I understand. Immediately, the two went to arrange the night watch personnel. Actually, these two used to only count as second tier, but now that the team had grown stronger, their status naturally also rose. Yi Feng had to try to delegate authority. Susan was still at the bow operating the autocannon, keeping an eye on the sky at any time. Yi Feng felt a stabbing pain from his kidney area. Now, strangely, he was reminiscing about the happy times in X. There, he didn't have to worry about anything. Every day in the cave he just stayed cozy. When thirsty he had water, when hungry he had meat, and when bored he could chat with Xiangxue. Oh right, Xiangxue. Yi Feng hurried toward the 4th level, but the 4th level was already full of Ga tribe natives. So he went to the 3rd level. Chenin was leading many X people to clean. Xiangxue had been assigned to a separate room, and Yang Li was specially taking care of her.
Did you enjoy the story, guys? I hope you did. Support this video with a like and a comment. I'd really appreciate it. Thanks for watching and see you next time.